Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
No, I'm not Peyton Ansley John Milton. I am the agent authorized to represent Peyton Ansley John Milton as written in all capital letters.
Thank you. And as to Mr. Milton, is there a competency concern, or is
I am not represented by anybody besides myself. In my sovereign capacity, appreciate you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I did have an opportunity to speak to him. I read him the reports.
Who is him?
Who's him?
Don't interrupt.
I read him.
You just sit quietly.
Thank you.
I read him the report so that he will understand the charges against him. He didn't wish to hear anything more about his rights, and he does not wish to be represented.
All right. Welcome. Good morning. Good Tuesday morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict. Thank you so much for being here today. A lot of things happened over the weekend. A lot of things, and one of them was this. Yeah, that happened. I guess this happened. So this and this happened. Yes, I participated in a major weight loss reduction program, or I guess it was a weight loss program. Weight loss reduction would be weight gain. But yes, I got my hair cut on top, and my chin is freezing cold. Every breeze that comes by, my chin just starts to shiver. But yes, the goatee is gone. Unfortunately, I do apologize. It's out of here. See ya, sayonara. It's had its day, and when we're now off to new things, which is cold chins. Welcome. First, also big shout out. Here we go. Let's see if we can get this to work. Of course, we can't because I didn't set it up. Buffer sound. I'm already in trouble. Hang on one second. One piece of trouble at a time. Let's see. How about this one? Well, first, let's go to camera 4. Now let's turn this one on. That one works. Why does this one not work? What? I have no chat. I have no chat on screen. This is not okay. Mayla's mom, you won the internet. Congratulations. I don't have a feed. We're going to have to walk around and show off my good-looking shorts this morning and see what's happening. Okay, where's the buffer? I need to find this first. Let's see. Denise Feldman Ersland, niece Jessica is 36 today. Congratulations, Jessica, on being 36. That is awesome. 80s Music Man had a birthday over the weekend as well. Everybody, if he sneaks in, so make sure you point that out and wish him a happy birthday as well. Dinah Do 420. Look, we bump into each other again. It's funny how that happens. Nice to see you out and about on the internet. There he is. It's your old age, 80s Music Man. That's why you can't sneak in anymore. We hear your knees creaking and you're back protesting every movement. So, no, it's congratulations. I do apologize. I'll sing to you as well as everybody else here.
Is that correct?
That's correct. But I have to walk around the other side in my studio and figure out why chat is not working. So hold on one second. It's not that I haven't tried to put it on screen. It's that I don't have a feed from my computer to my switcher, so I have to mess with some plugs. Hold on. See, this is what pays off. It pays off to be the smartest guy in the room. It really does. And today I'm the smartest guy in the room. I also happen to be the only person in the room, which is why I can say that so confidently. But knowing what the problem was and being able to fix it, that's awesome. So let's see. Big shout out to Lady in Gray. Lady in Gray, welcome to the gallery. Look at that, the Blue Courthouse. That's month number 2. Thank you very much for your continued support of the program. Awesome to have you here. We have a ton to go over, and things are happening like right now as we speak that you guys well, if you're not dying to know right now, you will be once I tease it. But let's see, 307 Mrs. Troy, birthday as well. We have to get some birthday music here. Okay, so Mrs. Troy, 80s Music Man, and anybody else? Jessica. I need to write these down. I'm going to write it on this computer because I need the other one doing what it's doing right now. So we're going to go down here and say Mrs. Troy. There we go. All right. Let's sing before more people show up because I don't think I can fit everyone's name in here. So bring back the goatee and mustache. We'll have to do a GoFundMe for that. Here's what happened. Side note, Holly. I realize I disappointed a lot of people by shaving. Mrs. R.A. trimmed my hair and did a great job doing it. The fact that it's sticking up right now is the fact that that's just from my headset, not from her messing up. She did a great job trimming my hair, and she says, now you probably need to clean up the goatee, just, like trim it up a little bit. Well, of all the skills I have when it comes to technology, operating a beard trimmer does not seem to be one of them. And so as I'm trying to trim up and, I've got better peripheral vision on one side than the other, so I'm like in the mirror trying to get everything right, and it's not working. So I'm like, I go too much on one side and I have to do the other side, and it whittles away to nothing. And pretty soon it's just like, bick it, zoop, 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 it's gone. There's nothing left to save. It was a sad day. I did not intend to lose the whole thing, but that's how it broke down. Let's see. Artie Bay, thanks for being you. RA, thank you, Artie Bay. Thanks for being here with us. Tommy Jones as well. Tired of the goatees. It was just that I can't trim it. I need to hire somebody to trim my goatee, or else I make a mess of it every time. Love you all. Thank you very much for being here. Let's sing. Let's do this. I'm gonna need some water too. Get the water after. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, 80s Music Man, Jessica and Mrs. Troy. Happy birthday to you. All right, to all those who've had birthdays over this weekend or have one today, hope you have a fantastic day. If you are here, I will just say thank you for being here. This is your special day. There are a million places you could be. I am honored that you chose to be here with us. Hopefully we can make your day just a little bit better as well as you celebrate another trip around the sun. I got it right that time. Trip around the sun. I figured it out, the whole planet thing. Anyway, we recognize you and shout out to you today. Congratulations. You're amazing, all of you. Let's see, Christine Fortunato. Christine, welcome to the gallery. That's month number 2 for you as well, with a little blue courthouse by your name. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you for your support. Quick water pour. If you're new here and you need to use the bathroom, here's your warning. I went a little bit too full on that one, but no spills, so we're all right. That is good water. Big shout out to Deer Park Water, who still does not sponsor the show, although we've given them plenty of opportunities to. They have the best water, but don't buy it unless they sponsor the show. We'd hate to. Not just kidding. That's all good. Let's see. We have a member as well. Tish, look at this. Tish continued her support. Also, a fantastic mod who's been with us for a very long time, helping us out. Who was the gifter of the gavel? There's got to be something for that. But the gifter of the gavel that was Tish. Thank you very much for that. Okay, where are we? Ready for beginning, right? You're ready for our weekend roundup of everything that was important. I've written it up for you so I don't forget what it is. And we're going to cover a few things. We're going to end. We're going to end on the manhunt, which we're going to pick up with a little bit. So you're saying, what manhunt? Well, there's a murderer and he's on the loose, and we'll tell you where he is, or at least where the police think he is, and we'll jump into that just a little bit today. So first of all, Corey Richens' trial. Corey Richens is the mother who's accused of killing her husband with a fentanyl overdose. And then she went on and wrote a book about it, about grieving for children and how to grieve your lost parent and everything. Well, It was very touching. A lot of people bought it. The morning news shows all over the country bought it. She's been on all the television channels talking about her book. It was doing really well, sold on Amazon. Great stuff, other than the fact that she may have been the one that committed the murder. She's charged with that. She's not been happy about being kept in custody, and she thought she'd get out on bail. That's not going to happen. She's being held until the trial, and her lawyer, just in the hearing yesterday, it was a schedule, or not yesterday, but last week, in the hearing last week, the scheduling hearing, she says, look, I need more time to go over the evidence. So we need some time. The judge says, okay, I'm going to give you till November 3rd. We'll have a scheduling hearing then. What does that mean for us? Basically, it means that Corey Richens' trial there in Utah is not going to happen until next year at the earliest. So we'll see. So we'll put that one on the back burner. That's one I do hope to attend in person. I'm already on the media pool for that one. I'd like to be there personally, mostly because I know the area, and it would, it's one of the few areas I can go and visit cheaply because I have free housing there that's available to me. Let's see. Rosie from Tucson just gifted 5 memberships to kick off this morning. Welcome to the new members. I didn't see who they were yet. Let's see. Looks like Victoria S., Sandy Rascon, Becca Good, Virginia Little, and Fluter Bear. Thank you very much. And C. Morales, 4 months with the great community. Thanks, RA Chat and Mods. You guys are the best. Thank you, C. Morales, for being here 4 months. Congratulations. That is awesome. Love the kitty picture as well. Thank you. Okay, so Corey Richens next year. We're gonna have an update in November, early November, and mostly that'll just give us a date. It's probably going to be February at the soonest, is my guess of when this might proceed to the next step. Okay, the next one, Sarah Boone. Sarah Boone's important because something happens this week that affects Sarah Boone. For those that haven't been, if you've been living under a rock, which we'll get to in a minute, Sarah Boone is accused of killing George, her boyfriend, by putting him in a suitcase and leaving him there. Supposedly they were playing hide and seek. I've never played that version before, so I don't understand how that works, but she put him in the suitcase, zipped it shut, left him there. He never got out. And she's like, 11 o'clock the next day, he's stiff as a board and completely dead. That's what she's accused of doing. Now I say accused of, but that's what she's confessed to doing. But she's still going to trial because she thinks that she's not guilty because it was not intentional. The problem is she has a hard time keeping lawyers. And there are a million reasons why, but basically every lawyer that has been on that case has had to or wanted to get off that case. And her current lawyer is no exception. Frank J. Bankowitz has filed with the court saying a motion to withdraw. The court has recognized the motion as filed properly and said, okay, we'll have a hearing. That's going to happen this week on the 8th. That's going to happen. And Mr. Bankowitz and possibly Sarah Boone would be there for that hearing. Now, the interesting thing about this hearing is that Mr. Bankowitz has told the judge that Sarah Boone is best suited representing herself. This is bad advice from an attorney. Always, it's bad advice from an attorney. Anyway, he's also saying they've got conflicts of interest and nobody can satisfy her and everything else. We're going to see how that goes. It's going to be a little spicy. It's going to be interesting either way. And depending on the outcome, it could really impact how long before her trial goes to court, because it's currently slated for this fall. All right, Dinah Do, member for 5 months, says, it was amazing running into you this weekend. You are truly amazing. Thanks, mods, for all you do. I love all the addicts, 13 jurors. Love you all. Thank you very much, Dinah Do. Appreciate that. You were just fantastic as well. It was fun to run into you online. I forget where we were. We were on Nick the Hat. I think we were on Nick the Hat's live stream, which was Twitter or X now, the app formerly known as Twitter. What do we call that nowadays? I'm so confused. Anyway, it was every time I search Twitter, it pulls up that. So there's still some connection still. Anyway, we're going to talk about that a little bit, Dinah Do. So if you've got some input, we welcome that as well. Okay, so Sarah Boone, possibly in court. Her lawyer definitely, and it could put another delay in this case, which is just, in my books, this is just solidifying. She's got like a pre-written appeal that's like rubber stamped, ready to appeal if she's convicted for ineffective counsel. And I don't know how they can get around this. Anyway, okay, so that's Sarah Boone. Alex Murdaugh is back in the news. Alex Murdaugh, his lawyers are actually holding a press conference later this afternoon. I think it's about 2:30 that they have this press conference. They've gotten together and said, look, we have some new evidence we'd like to present, and we're demanding a new trial. Well, what is this new evidence, you say? Well, it probably, I'm just guessing, I'm going down a limb here, it probably doesn't have anything to do with him being innocent. That most likely does not exist. That's just my take here. It's a hot take, but that's where I'm coming from. It more likely, according to Brian Enton, who's with News Nation, has to do with their investigation into the jurors and possible outside influence over those jurors. Now, would that would that grant a new trial? Possibly. If you can prove that the jurors were like coerced into making a decision, that's not a fair trial. And, if you can present that to a judge convincingly, you might get a new trial. So that's a possibility. Depends on the strength of the evidence. They say they're going to show us what that is this afternoon. All right, so that's Alex Murdaugh. Now, I want to do one non-relevant news. So this is...
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
All right, we're going to do that now. Burning Man. Burning Man is in the news. What is Burning Man? Burning Man is an art and music festival that's held in the desert. It's basically a bunch of people who sort of want to do their own thing, and a lot of times their own thing goes a little bit different than how most towns or cities would allow them to celebrate. There may be various, let's just say, I wouldn't say clothing is optional, but it sometimes is there, and various substances are partaken of in vast quantities, and there's a lot of goodwill and free giving and taking and sharing going on. It's a little bit wild, it's a little bit weird, and it's a little bit beautiful, all in the same thing, and it's wrapped up, and they hold it out in the desert of Nevada, Black Rock, Nevada. This is the place, like, no one will go here. No one will bother us here because nobody wants to be here. Only the people who really love Burning Man are going to be there, okay? Well, Burning Man has grown into like 70 to 100,000 people showing up and building a city out in the desert for this, a brief period of time, and then tearing the whole thing down and everybody leaving, and it's back to just desolate wasteland. The problem that's happening right now is that the rain came and the floods came up, and they are no longer on a dry desert floor. They're in mud, and nobody can move, and they're stuck. And you've got 70,000 people with campers spinning their wheels in the mud and cannot move. It's a little bit bizarre. It's a little bit sort of funny, but at the same time, it's interesting. There were some people who had to walk like 5 miles to the nearest road so they could hitchhike out because they had a flight. They had to get back to work. But we'll see how that sorts out. I think it's going to dry up a little bit, and they'll be able to get out. It does dry pretty quickly, but that's there. Okay. Now I've missed so much of chat. I do apologize. They started getting out yesterday afternoon. Some things were drying up. That was helping. It had rained like 2 hours, like on Saturday or something, or Friday. But the ground does dry pretty quickly. I've watched a guy with a camper almost make that thing fly in order to leave there. I've been out in the desert, not in the Black Rock area, but also on the desert, the Salt Flats out by Reno, Nevada. I had a friend who was going out there meteor hunting, right? How do you hunt for meteorites? Well, you go out with a magnet on a stick and you hit it against every rock. And if it sticks to the rock, there's a good chance it's a meteorite because the rock doesn't belong there. It's just a lot of iron. Anyway, so he goes out in the middle of this desert in the car, and it sunk the car up to his axles. I went out in my pickup truck and dragged his car out of the mud because my pickup truck could float on top of this mud. So I know how bad it is. But I had to drag him almost a mile back to dry ground. It was crazy. We almost both got stuck and died out there in the desert. Okay. Where now? Well, here we go. Now we go into the manhunt. Dinah-Doo, the manhunt we're talking about, this is up in Pennsylvania. Today is day 6 of a manhunt in Pennsylvania. Convicted murderer Danilo Cavalcante, is that how you say his name, right? Cavalcante, escaped custody while being temporarily held in a Chester County jail. Danilo was given a life sentence for brutally murdering his ex-girlfriend in front of her children, 30 stab wounds. Jury took just 20 minutes to convict him, and they handed down a life sentence. Local, state, and federal authorities, over 250 of them, are combining efforts to find Cavalcante, whose jail record lists him as being 5 foot tall and 120 pounds. This guy's tiny. Okay, he can squeeze through the bars. He literally can live under a rock. The fugitive has been spotted on security camera footage in neighborhoods close to the jail he escaped from. We're all within about a couple miles of the jail. He has not gotten very far. Yes, you said it right. Cavalcante. That's what I'm just going to try to stick with today. Thank you very much. I'm going to just read over the highlights, and then Dinah-Doo, if you want to fill in anything you've got, that would be great. The fugitive is spotted on security camera footage. Search efforts have involved hundreds of law enforcement and CERT personnel, dog teams, drones, helicopters. Authorities have been broadcasting a message to Cavalcante from his mother, asking him to turn himself in peacefully. so far has not worked. We are going to jump over to the, let's see here. This is going to be the Chester County District Attorney. They just moments ago held a press conference, and we like to play this. While this is going, I'm going to bring up the live helicopter footage of the area using flight radar, and I'll show you exactly what's going on up there. Just one second. Okay. Let me zoom in here. Where are we at? I'm not seeing any planes up there. Oh, there we go. Here he is. Okay. I'm going to bring in this guy right here. This is flight radar. We're looking at this is a private owner, so this may be either news or the government rented out through an agency. But this is a strange flight pattern to fly all the way from over here, wherever that is in Pennsylvania Park, to fly over right here and then just circle and circle and circle for hours. And that's what they're doing. We've had multiple helicopters flying in and out of there. We'll keep an eye on it. This particular camera is most likely outfitted with that FLIR, the forward-looking infrared camera image that allows them to see both video, very close zoom video, and zoom thermal imagery. Now, thermal imagery would be helpful to find anybody out in the desert, especially when it's cold. The problem is Pennsylvania is trees, and this is like thick jungle trees, and it's just incredibly difficult to search. And this guy is all over the place. He's moved from. Let's see if I can show you here. Where's the jail? Here he escapes from here, okay, and he's gone about 2 miles south. That's where he's gone. So it's not very far. The authorities keep thinking they have him cornered, and it's not working. And they keep finding that they don't have him, and that he's sighted somewhere else outside their perimeter. Anyway, the guy's slippery as a snake. Let me jump over here to this press conference so we can get the latest from this morning on them. Just one second. Let's see. That's going to be on. We're on 3. Okay. Give me just one second. We'll pull it up on the screen.
My name is Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens. I'm the Deputy Commissioner of Operations with the Pennsylvania State Police. Joining me today is District Attorney Deb Ryan and Chief County Detective David Sassa from the Chester County DA's office. As you know, on the morning of Thursday, August 31st, inmate Danilo Cavalcante escaped from the Chester County Prison. Since the day of the escape, there have been several credible sightings within an area I described to you yesterday within Pocopson Township. We had one additional sighting of Cavalcante last evening within that perimeter and conducted a multiple hours long search of the area, but were unable to locate him. Early this morning, we were notified by security at Longwood Gardens that they had trail camera photos taken on their property which appear to be Cavalcante. This area is just south of the perimeter. Investigators quickly examined those photos, and we can confirm it is Cavalcante. The photos confirm that Cavalcante has not changed his appearance, but also that he has obtained a backpack, a duffel sling-type pack, and a hooded sweatshirt. Cavalcante is depicted in the photo walking north at 8:21 p.m. and then back south through the same location at 9:33 p.m. Working with the District Attorney's Office, several steps were quickly taken, including shifting our perimeter in an attempt to contain him between the southern end of the established perimeter and an area south of Route 1. The District Attorney and I had a lengthy conversation yesterday afternoon with the superintendents of a number of area school districts. We had assured them that if anything changed, we would promptly notify them. As promised, that notification occurred at approximately 5 a.m., resulting in a decision by the Unionville, Chadds Ford, and Kennett Consolidated School Districts to cancel classes for the day. We will continue to work with those districts to determine what will occur in coming days. A reverse 911 call was sent out to the residents within a 1.5 mile area of the camera that was located, and that occurred at 5:27 a.m. This was expanded to 3 miles at around 7 a.m. We had already requested and begun to mobilize resources from additional federal agencies last evening to include the FBI and U.S. Customs and Border Patrol. People and equipment from those agencies is being mobilized and added to the search as we speak. We continue to ask for the public's help by familiarizing themselves with the photograph and the description of Cavalcante. We are also asking people in an expanded area from the Pocopson Township area south to be alert and to call us with anything suspicious. We ask them to please secure homes, outbuildings, and vehicles. Cavalcante has clearly already obtained some clothing and unknown other supplies, and we want to minimize any opportunity to obtain anything more. It is important we keep pressure on him as we continue this hunt. We are also asking residents and businesses anywhere in or near this area to check their home and business security cameras and call us with anything suspicious that they might observe. A tip line has been established, and we can be reached at 717-562-2987.
For murder. He murdered his girlfriend in front of her kids.
2987. We remind everyone that a reward totaling up to $10,000 has been offered for information leading to the capture of Danilo Cavalcante. What I would also ask is that people consider signing up for the alerts here in Chester County, and it's they can sign up at readychesco.org, readychesco.org. And with that, we will be happy to take any questions that you might have at this time.
So do you ever do
and I'm sorry, just one second. If we could display the photos here. I can start with the question why he's getting
The
those
photos aren't
up.
very clear for us to see because the lighting's bad.
Out of that 2-mile radius that you were initially looking at yesterday?
Yes, we believe he is just south of that radius, and that's why, again, we've shifted that perimeter now to include that area. What I can tell you is I think that what's occurred is that pressure that we've been putting on him is working. We squeezed him hard enough over a period of a few days, and he was not able to get any relief and managed to find a place to get out. Obviously, I wish we would have been able to capture him without him getting through that perimeter, but it is also not shocking. It's dark, it's a large area, and not to make excuses. I mean, it's just difficult terrain and things.
Is this area more remote, or is it more open?
No, actually, I think this is a little more open. I'm encouraged by the fact
That's
that
going to help
he's
with
there.
the
The other thing I'm
thermal
encouraged
imagery.
by is that we realized within just a few hours where he was, and so he's not had a tremendous amount of time to move a long distance. And so again, it gives us another opportunity to now try and squeeze him within that perimeter.
Do you think he walked across Baltimore Pike? How do you think? I mean, are you looking at the possibility that he crossed that busy?
Oh, we're certainly looking into that possibility. Again, where he was spotted, he was not across Baltimore Pike there. But obviously, we consider anything, and the perimeter has expanded south of Route 1 as well.
Is this trail camera monitored either by law enforcement or by
This name is Danilo?
No, it was a private camera.
Cavalcante.
And an individual checked it and notified us promptly.
It's not a Longwood Gardens camera?
This presser
it's
was.
my understanding that they allow some others to
I
put
think it
cameras
started
on their
like 45
property,
minutes ago.
and that individual provided the information.
Any idea how he got the supplies? Were these a result of burglaries?
I can't confirm at this point where he got those supplies. Again, obviously, picked them up somewhere along the way, so obviously he got into a structure, a car, something, and obtained some clothing. In fact, we have the pictures up here now. You can see from this picture, he's got a sling-type duffel bag. You can also see shoulder straps in another photo here that you'll see in just a minute. He's got a backpack on his back as well. So he's got 2 packs. He also, in another picture you'll see, he's obtained a hooded sweatshirt. If we can...
He's headed
What I would
south,
tell you is that...
and he's
I
getting
mentioned
close
that
to
there
the
were 2
border.
different times.
He's
So
got a
what we
ways to
believe
go.
happened is he walked into that area, was likely not well oriented, headed north, probably ran into the perimeter, realized he couldn't go that way, and turned the opposite direction and came back through the camera a second time. So this is when, with the pack on and the hoodie, he's headed north actually here, and then about roughly an hour later is coming back south without the hoodie on.
That photo is from when? 9:30?
So it's, let me get the time here. It was, the time is an hour off. That's depicted on the camera. I'm sorry, give me just a minute to find my times here.
Okay, he's in Pennsylvania. He's just north of Wilmington in Delaware. So he's actually headed south towards the border there, just the corner of
I'll
Delaware.
get here in just a minute, but it was about an hour apart. It was roughly 8:20 and 9:30.
We've heard
Pennsylvania.
10:30 for the shirt off.
I understand that. Again, the time stamp on the photo should be the time stamp is an hour off. It's actually 9:30, and the other one
show
was
you.
8:30 or thereabouts.
Okay, so here's
9:33
here's where the
is
plane is
one,
circling, right? The
8:21
helicopter's circling.
was the first one. So he's
We're
headed
gonna zoom
north at
out.
8:21. It says 9:21, and then
I'll
he's
give
headed
you
south.
just a picture of where we're at.
9:33.
Widening the perimeter or moving
So he's right here in the center, straight
We're
above Washington,
expanding the
Delaware.
perimeter, but we're also eliminating the northern end of that
I
perimeter.
lived
So
in Chester
the
County
community
for many
that was
years. I
surrounded
know
by
that
that
area.
won't
I
be
have
surrounded
family
by
right
it now.
here.
So if you went to the southern end of what we had established previously as a perimeter and go south from there,
Agnieszka,
down
hopefully your
across
family's aware about this.
Baltimore Pike, that
just
would
be careful.
the current area.
Is
that
it
we're-
making a mistake then, or is this just another successful attempt of him evading authorities at this point?
Oh, I think he's absolutely succumbing to the pressure, and yes, he's trying to escape, and that's what he managed to do. He found a point that he could squeeze through that perimeter, and he traveled south. We'll now expand that perimeter and move it so that we can try and encapsulate him again, and we're already actively searching those areas.
Erica, let me turn off slow chat for you. Hang on one second.
Does he have any survival skills? I mean, he's been foraging.
Or at least turn it
clearly,
down just a little
stealing
bit.
stuff. What can you tell the public? I mean, this guy's clearly cunning, and he's been able to evade you guys for 6 days now.
We're not aware of any formal training in terms of survival skills. You're dealing with someone who's desperate and who doesn't want to be caught. And so if he can find something, some clothing, if he can find some shelter, if he can find some food, he is going to take advantage of whatever he finds. And that's why, again, we pressure him to not allow him the luxury of rest. And then we're asking the public to help us by making sure things are secure so that we can minimize his opportunities to obtain those things that he doesn't otherwise have. He doesn't have, to our knowledge, he doesn't have caches out there or any supplies that he can go to and obtain, as we've seen in some other searches we've done. That's not the case here. I believe this was just an opportunity that he took to get out of the jail, and once out, he's now winging it, and so he does what he has to do to try and avoid escape, or try and avoid capture. Rather.
From his mother to convince him to turn himself back in?
We have not since yesterday, and we'll have to evaluate whether we think that will be effective going forward.
Longwood Gardens is closed today. Are you going to be searching Longwood Gardens?
Longwood Gardens is closed, and we will be in that area. Not only Longwood Gardens, but the entire area, we will be pushing through.
He could walk to Delaware today if he was able to walk that far. Are you coordinating with officials in Delaware?
We are.
Police? And does that change anything?
They've got a federal warrant, so that shouldn't be a problem crossing state
It really
lines.
doesn't. There's a federal warrant that the marshals have obtained for him. That's again, it's federal warrant, so it covers us regardless of where he goes.
You would still be
At this point, I don't believe he has made it to Delaware. I believe he's still well into Pennsylvania, and we're going to act on that and continue to pressure him. But at the same time, we always look at options. Even while we were looking at that perimeter, as I said to you yesterday, we follow up on any tip. We don't discount anything, and certainly that's why in this case it was a really solid tip. But we've had lots of others. We follow up on those as well, and on the chance that he has managed to get out of that area. And certainly, even prior to this, we had already been coordinating with Delaware.
What's the latest on the investigation into how he was actually able to get out of prison? Is there any clarity on what happened?
My understanding is there's not going to be anything released on that right away. I think the investigation is still ongoing. I can tell you that there have been many interviews done, and both in an effort to investigate the escape, but also to assist us in looking at any plans, any contacts he may have had on the outside, that kind of thing. So that all factors into it, and unless the district attorney has something else to add, I would just say that we're not in a position to start releasing anything on that
What's
yet
the
today.
situation at the prison now? Are the inmates still on lockdown?
Are there transports going in and out of there?
I can't answer that.
With the search, you all have been saying that it's a heavily wooded area. Can you describe to the public what that means when you're going through the terrain? Because some people are saying, oh, why haven't you caught them yet? It's been 6 days. Where are the dogs? That kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Can you describe what it's like out there?
What I would describe to you, again, you've heard me refer to other searches. I mean, the terrain here, while one would think, okay, we're not in the middle of a national forest or something else, what you have, though, are significant parcels of wooded area with a lot of undergrowth, so thick that our searchers can't be more than a couple of yards apart, or they at times lose sight of one another. It's so thick that they have to hack their way through or go around and try and make sure that they've still covered that area, because you can't walk through it. That's certainly not everywhere, but there are large patches of that kind of undergrowth in the woods. Additionally, one of the challenges that you have here that you don't have out in a larger forest is you've got people with large yards, parcels of land, multiple acres with outbuildings and shrubbery, landscaping, all kinds of things, sheds that afford an opportunity to hide. Again, none of it insurmountable, but it makes for additional challenges when you're searching those areas. There are a lot of places that someone can hide, and again, you would think we're in a closer to an urban area here. There wouldn't be all of these forests. There are, and
what's the long-term game plan here? I mean, it's been 6 days. If this goes into a 7th, 8th, goes into next week or a month, I mean, are you going to start scaling down resources or just keep throwing?
The long-term game plan is, as long as we believe we're being effective, and I do believe, we will continue with this search. We will continue a hard search, and we'll capture them. We've had searches that have gone well in excess of a month. We've kept the pressure on. He's a bad guy. He needs to be in custody, and we're determined to capture him. So as long as we have the ability to identify areas that are suitable for us to be searching, we will continue to do that. And again, I'm confident that in the long run, he will be captured.
You mentioned the hooded sweatshirt. What's the current description? Do you have a clothing description or any?
I don't have a color or anything on that sweatshirt yet at this point. We're still analyzing some things. One of the challenges is with a picture like this, it's night vision or infrared, and so colors don't translate easily. We're having some people take a look at it and see if we can make a determination from it, but I don't have a color.
There's not a lot of new information given from this point on.
How do you feel about that state police started leading the investigation, and moving forward, could that potentially change if this goes on longer?
Well, as I said, that was a decision that was made in conjunction with the district attorney's office. We looked at where that search area had expanded to, the types of resources and things that needed to be brought in, and so we've done these, and it seemed to be a natural progression. And again, nothing changed in terms of our working relationship. We've worked well with the DA's office. That continues. They're an integral part of this investigation, and I anticipate that state police will continue in the lead. Again, we'll have to assess that, but we've got our federal partners in here as well, and we're already coordinating with adjacent states. So, I think we're doing everything we can to ensure that we contain him as best we can until we capture him, and to have a contingency in place should he squeeze through again.
Did you guys do a push inward yesterday from the perimeter? Is that
Yes.
a technique to kind of push inward?
There was a push that was done because of an additional sighting. We were pushing through there anyway in different parts of the perimeter, but there was specifically a push that was done in response to a sighting from within the perimeter, and that continued on for several hours last evening and well into the evening.
Walk, just everyone's moving towards the center to close the perimeter to make it smaller?
No, the perimeter stays intact, and we move additional people inside there, typically tactical team members, and we utilize them to push through and push toward the perimeter.
Just to clarify, so the FBI and Customs have just now joined, or have they been part
Auburn
of this?
Valley State Park?
To clarify, are all schools in the area closed then?
The FBI and Customs have been part of this from the standpoint that we have been working with them on some analysis and planning some other resources. They are sending some tactical teams and some equipment to join the search effective today. And I'm sorry, the other question was about the schools?
Yeah, are they all closed or just?
No, those two districts that I mentioned.
Okay, so
Number of personnel on the ground.
I've got police scanner in the background.
I couldn't give you a firm count. I would have to estimate 200 or 250.
There's a lot of people on the ground. I don't know about Auburn Valley.
And keep in mind, that's at any point in time. This is a 24-hour operation, so we're cycling people in and out.
Do you have any idea how many calls, how many tips you all have received? Is it in the hundreds, dozens?
Probably somewhere in excess of 100.
You mentioned the new search area is a little bit more open than does this change any search methods going forward?
It doesn't change the methods. It changes the effectiveness of some of the technology. Some of it obviously is we're better served by it in some of the more open areas. But it really doesn't change the fact that our path forward here is to keep pressure on him and to search those areas, whether using technology, whether physically searching it, sweeping through. Even in the more open areas, you still have, again, a lot of places to hide. Homes, businesses, outbuildings, and on, that all present an opportunity for him and a challenge for us. But again, I'm confident that he will slip up. He did here. He walked into a trail cam, didn't know it. He'll slip up. We're making him move, and that's a good thing.
So you said one additional sighting yesterday. Does that mean it's 5 credible sightings now?
Yes, plus the trail cam.
Okay.
It's a lot of sightings.
So the 5th would have been within the perimeter, and then now the trail cam just to the south of that old perimeter. Excuse me.
What do you say to the community now with these credible sightings? People out there, posting on social media, they're afraid. What do you say to them to make them feel reassured in your efforts to find him?
I do understand and empathize with their concern. As a parent, I would be concerned for my children's safety, grandchildren's safety as well. So I understand that. What I would tell them is, again, we're asking them to be alert, to just take, I don't know that there's such a thing as ordinary precautions, but use some common sense. We're not trying to lock people down. At the same time, they should use some caution. They should be observant as to what's going on around their home and their yard, that kind of thing. As I've mentioned, we're asking them to lock their vehicles. If they don't ordinarily do that, or ordinarily they would run in for a few minutes and enter the house and not lock the car, please lock the car. And pay attention to what's going on. Pay attention to your neighbors. Anything that's unusual there, in the event they're not home, perhaps we can get a call and end this quicker. But really, it's vigilance that we're looking for from people right now. He's clearly in escape mode, but he's desperate. So his history is that he's a dangerous individual, and I know that sounds contradictory. Well, he's dangerous, and I'm not saying locked down. If we identify that he's in a very specific area, my recommendation then would be stay in your homes. And we will message the people if we truly have him locked down into a very small area. Much like we used reverse 911 this morning, we have the ability to do that. We can use the Chesco alerts. We'll get word to people if we need them to take more decisive action. For right now, again, being alert and talking to us. Check your security cameras. Provide us any information that you think might be helpful.
So the people in Kennett Square around Longwood Gardens, they're still encouraged, like you said, to remain vigilant but not to lock down?
Correct. I would be, if I were staying home and my home was in there, even while I was in the house, I would have my doors locked. But I wouldn't feel like I was a prisoner in my home. If I need to go to the store, I'm going to go out, get in my car, and go to the store. That's what I mean, I guess, when I say take some precautions, but at the same time, we're not asking people to stay as prisoners in their own homes.
Just really quickly, I know that initially there was concerns that he had some contacts with family in the Phoenixville area. They've been consulted, and is there any dialogue there? Any chance of making contact with any of those?
At this point, any interviews or anything else that we would have done will remain confidential at this point. I wouldn't want to disclose. But rest assured that any family, friends, associates, contacts even from jail, we have run all of those things out, and we continue to run those out, looking for anything that might be helpful.
I think that wraps up their conference here. Just one second.
Right. I believe we'll be sending these photos out. We'll make them available to you electronically if you would like those.
We do.
And I thank you for your time, and I thank you for your assistance getting this word out to the public.
Okay, so now we're going to switch over here. I wanted to say a couple things. First of all, we're going to turn up the police scanner just a tiny bit, so that's going to be going in the background. We're listening to the Chester County Law Enforcement Dispatch, and we're listening on the orange and black scanner app. I don't know how else to describe it, but what's this? Hang on. Oh, I've got somebody playing Call of Duty. It's Chadwick playing Call of Duty in the background. Hang on just one second. Let me get rid of him. Love you, man. Have a great stream, Chadwick, but we don't need that right now. Let me close that down. Okay. All right. So the helicopter that has been following has been hovering here all over the district, the area by West Chesterfield, is now looks like is returning probably to refuel. And there's no other helicopters in the area. We know that there are helicopters on standby close by, because when they had a sighting, had word of a sighting, I think it took 6 minutes to have a helicopter overhead. It was, I mean, they're sitting there ready, powered up on the ground, just ready to go, I guess. So they've got resources nearby. Right now, there's not really anything in the area. There's a fly in my studio. It has to die. Anyway, not anything in the area that looks like it's busy. Let's see. There's a helicopter down south. I don't think they're related. That's a private owner helicopter. It looks like it's doing its own little thing. This guy's who we had before. Some small aircraft in the area, some bigger jets going overhead. Those are going to be way high. Yeah, they're over 10,000 feet. They're not doing any spying from there. One more helicopter down here south of them is also headed the wrong direction, so I don't think it's involved. We'll keep an eye on this one for now. Anyway, the manhunt, it has to die. Flies have to die. I do not like them. Dodie says, finally got a new kitchen faucet and hot water after 3 weeks. Can you sing Happy New Faucet Day to you? Happy New Faucet Day, Dodie. That is awesome. So Tishfish, good morning. The app I'm using, was that your question? Let me see if I can find the name of the app. It's just called Scanner Radio, and the picture, if I show you here, the picture's the top left, right underneath top hit, right up here. That's it, Scanner Radio. I wouldn't use the police Scanner Plus. I'm not really impressed with that one. It hasn't done me nearly as much good. And then within that app, I'm doing I'm listening to Chester County Law Enforcement Dispatch, which has a couple hundred people. There are probably some other streams that are being utilized, but that one seems to have a little bit going on as well. All right, let's see. CC, 5 months, best channel mods and chat in the whole Tube universe. Thank you very much. Let's see. Be a Kind number 1 says, no, Recover Edit, can you please address the elephant in the room or the goatee not in the room? I tell you, it happens the same every time. I go to trim it up just a tiny bit, just to like maybe take the edge off and make it a little neater, and then I go a little too far, and then I have to fix the other side and it just goes. It's a downward spiral, and then it's gone, and suddenly I have a cold chin, and my food catcher, my crumb catcher, is gone. Broadcastify works. It does. That's a website version that works well. For me, I'm bringing the scanner in over my phone, so that's a little easier. Chester County Law Enforcement Dispatch. Yeah, if you go to events, I think that's going to be one of the hot ones for the nation right now. We don't know how this guy escaped. We're actually I think the prison knows, but they haven't released the information, so we don't know. But they probably have a good idea. If I was escapee, I would look for dense trees, stay off the beaten path, and keep to the forest, away from civilization. Look for a place to hide. That's a good idea. Oops, that's not what I want. I want this guy right here. There's a small little plane flying around. Little Piper. Another helicopter. Is this guy coming in? Don't think he's coming in. We'll keep an eye on this guy as he flies away. He might go land. But it is possible that this escaped convict, can get away into Delaware today. I mean, that's on the range of possibilities. 6 months and counting. Angie, that yellow courthouse looks great on you. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. Let's see, it's no excuse. Let Mrs. R.A. trim it up for you. She said she did the top, and I had to take care of the bottom, and I messed it up. I really did. He was in the process of being moved and just been sentenced within the week. Cachette, one of the problems they have, because he had been sentenced to life in prison. So you're like, why was he in a jail if he was sentenced to prison? Usually that means you go to prison. Well, they have a policy there that for the first 30 days after you're sentenced, you're kept in jail in case there's like some motions or something you have to be brought back for, because the odds of there being some additional, stuff to go back to court for as they clean up the whole sentence and everything is high. And it saves them a little hassle that way. So that's why he escaped from jail instead of from prison.
I did hear back from South Coast.
I can't do KSAT. I've tried to work with them, and they're not playing nicely. I've talked to them last week. DMB says, Recovery Addict is lying. He shaved it so he could get the seal on his scuba mask to work. We all know the truth. I wish that was the truth. I do want to get a scuba mask, but I have not yet. I did go out metal detecting yesterday. I went to the Goldston Beach at White Lake, and I found silver. It's a gas leak. Probably not related to our manhunt. Did find a silver. I found a mercury dime. It's toasted. It's so bad. Here, let me zoom in on it so you can see. Let's take camera 1. Focus. So I found this mercury dime. I can't even tell what the year is on this. And the back is just fried, just completely fried. There it is. That's it. Anyway, I found that, and focus on me again. Found a little bit of silver. Found the backs to 3 different earrings in about 3 feet of water and about a foot down. So I found the back to an earring. I found 3 of them. That just goes to prove how well my detector works. But I couldn't find anything else. Am I still blurry face again? Is it still bad? There we go. That's better. All right. We were watching the manhunt was what we were doing. Let's see if any other helicopters are headed this way. Oh, that's a U.S. Army helicopter. That might be actually coming down. We'll see. The military's been jumping in. Ooh, look at this. This guy just took off. Who is it? A B-407. Registration not available. And he happens to be flying in the area that he was just happened to be right here in Unionville in this field, guys. Just took off from the field. This is one of our helicopters. This is definitely one that's going to be watching this area. It's even black with no. Yeah, this is definitely one of our spy copters. So here's our new one that's just taken over the area as the first one took off and left. And he'll start doing some loops here shortly. You need to find a better thimble than the ones last week. Hardly counts. Oh, Eric. I have not yet fixed the thimble. I think I can straighten it out, but I think it's an aluminum thimble. It's definitely not silver, and I would like to find a silver thimble. The thimble is in my car that my son has driven to Raleigh this morning. So I'll have to wait till he gets back. The gamer in me is convinced the guy's popped up into a clothing store GTA style and reset his police heat level. He did escape. And hearing some of the reports, there was a family that basically said that they heard somebody downstairs. The wife's like, "Hey, there's somebody in the house," and the dad, the husband, like first checks on the kids. They're all up in bed. And I guess everyone sleeps upstairs. And he runs down to like the landing. And he's like flipping the light switch on and off. Too scared to go down there, and he basically watched this dude walk out of his house. And they went down to the kitchen. He like stole some peaches and some beans and some. He had a bag with him. He might have taken a few other things. There could have been, obviously there was a lot of steak knives and things in the house. He could have grabbed a knife as well, but the dude was in his house. It's one of the sightings. Doesn't the military copter have a heat sensor? Marcy, most of these police copters have thermal imagery, the FLIR thermal imagery. Think back to the police chase we watched in southern Utah where the couple went off road and you could see the heat signature from them having thrown a cigarette. They're incredibly sensitive cameras. Almost to the HD version, HD resolution in thermal imagery, which is just mind-numbingly amazing. And so they're all pretty much outfitted with that, as well as a visual color camera that they can overlay and mix the two. Let's see. This guy just banks. He's turning. He's starting his loops. I guess they think he was down here in this gully, maybe, possibly in that Brinton Run gully. It is an open place, but that's about the most dense part of the area. They've also said they're going south of Interstate 1 or Highway 1, which is right here, runs in the middle of the screen there.
Unit 1365 Elwanger Drive, 1375 Elwanger Drive.
Okay. Mary Murphy. I haven't heard that a guard passed away. Are we mixing two different news stories? I would have expected a beard burn line on your face like a ski goggle tan. Well, that's the thing, Red Pen, is I actually shaved it off before I went metal detecting. So it didn't happen like that. So I was clean shaven to go metal detecting. Didn't get the funny beard burn.
Unit 3246, copy your follow-up at 1001 Barclay Road, and that your status will be okay.
Yeah. FLIR imagery is actually, it's available to civilians, not for export, but you can buy FLIR cameras that are almost as good as what the military has. For the right amount of money, you can pick up some pretty nice hardware when it comes to forward-looking infrared.
Unit 7, Tom 87.
We know that he's unalived one person out of the country and one person in the country.
I'm looking at it now.
Because he was convicted of murdering his girlfriend, stabbing her 30 times in front of her kids. That's why he was in jail to begin with. Oh, where'd he go? Where'd he just take off to?
That's not news.
Interesting. All right. How are you seeing the live map view with the copter? Also, is that also from the scanner app? Sarah, I'm using a subscription to an app called Flight Radar 24, and I pay for the silver level, which I think is about $30 a year, and that gives me it gives me a lot of the information about the airplanes. I can see the overlays. If we zoom out, I can see basically all the commercial flights in the country, all those little yellow planes, and everyone who's flying where. So we'll zoom back into our little guy here in PA. There we go.
Recopy your stop. 1,000 block.
Yeah, we're trying to just stick to information that's been confirmed in a press release. They're doing regular press releases. So we listen to the police scanner, and oftentimes we might get confused. There might be a different call, and we think they're talking about this one. But
09, hold on, please.
Sure.
80s Music Man, thank you. I'm sorry, I was trying to pop up and sing to you online because I knew where you were, but it didn't work.
32 David, check for phone assignment specific.
Yeah, the interesting thing about this chase is this particular suspect seems to be more inclined to travel at night, and I realize that's effective to, if you're trying to hide, that helps. But he seems to be hunkering down during the day, and he's tiny. He's 5 feet tall and weighs 120 pounds. So the guy could fit, in a small can. So he can fit just about anywhere. He's a tiny guy. He's very mobile. Can you give a recap of the special needs child murder case verdict by the meth-riddled mom and boyfriend? I've been traveling and golfing since Thursday, 54 holes. Well, poor you on the 54 holes of golf. I'm so sorry you had to do that. But the quick recap is that the jury deliberated for, I think, under 4 hours, and came back with a verdict, and it was unanimous, and they found them guilty of everything except for conspiracy. So they found him guilty of the harm to the child. They found him guilty of murder, and both of them were found guilty of both. The boyfriend was given a 32-year sentence. Well, the mom was given a 37-year sentence. And the sentences were 37 years and 20 years, and 32 years and 20 years, and they're served concurrently. So the 37 years is basically the one that matters in 32, because the 20 will expire while you're serving the 37 or 32. So that's how that one ended, and it was.
You have a 39 unit call
good.
myself.
Let's see. Brandy's planning to come back for afternoon stream, hopefully at 2:30 p.m. Eastern for Murdaugh press conference. That sounds awesome. I realized Brandy, she did escape most of the storm, but with the flooding, the water that they got, her unit, her housing unit, where the company that runs that had some damage to some of their equipment, and so that affects her internet, and that's affected her schedule with Dr. G's appearance and everything else. So she's working at what she can to get her show up and running. Show Nova Scotia, please. Where's Nova Scotia? Way up here. I'm not sure if I get Canada's. Let's look over across the border here. QC, QN. Wasn't Nova Scotia down here? NS. There it is. So this is where we have. Is there a specific flight in Nova Scotia that you're interested in seeing? I can tell you, if you're looking up right now at, say, like this guy. That's an airport. You can see the flight. We're going from Halifax to Toronto. This one's to Calgary. Got a helicopter in the air over here. Ooh, this is a big guy. Check this guy out. Let's go into JFK. It's a Boeing 777. It's a big plane. Anyway, that's Nova Scotia. Let's go back to our little search here. At times they've had up to 3 helicopters in the air. Obviously, at least one of them was a news camera as they try to hunt this guy down. What time is the Murdaugh press conference?
Can I pause you just confirming your signs? Is it okay?
2:30. 2:30 this afternoon. DMB, it's almost like a hidden language. You have to listen to it for a long time to understand what's going on. Yeah, the new evidence, and I think Brian Enton was saying he thinks it has to do with juror influence, or someone putting their undue influence on the juror.
29 Real Street, 29 Real Street. If EMS going out for a sick person.
That's a sick person. That's different. Amherst, Nova Scotia, says Michelle. You're waving. I was going to look in. I thought I saw somebody waving at me. Let's see where it's at.
In front of the hammock in Suite 700 West Euclid Ave, for an emotional disorder. 5-year-old man who's got a lot of issues and no intoxication.
Where's Amherst? There we are. Yes, I can see you waving at me. I can see. It's beautiful. Hello back. No planes in the sky over you at all. But man, that looks beautiful. I'm jealous. Okay. All right. Any more questions about the manhunt or any of the news items we covered this morning? Is the hearing with Newman or a different judge? That I don't know. He's on deck to finish up the financial crimes with Murdaugh. I just don't know. It might be with Newman. But the hearing is not going to happen today. They filed a motion, and they've got this additional evidence. It might not even be granted. The helicopter is live right now. This is a new helicopter. It just took off from this little field over here by Unionville. This is a staging area they've used. I believe this is the fire station. There's a fire station nearby one of these buildings. I forget where it is. Oh yeah, Firehouse Drive right here. So I think this might be a fire station. So you've got the fire station, you've got a cemetery, and then right over here in this field, they've been using this as a staging area. And so it took off from there right after the other helicopter sort of cleared off and went to get fuel. It should be back. I think it's, yeah, here's our other one. This one was going to get fuel. You saw that it was circling for quite a while, and it was circling right here. So this was its path that it was on. And now our new helicopter's right here, and it's staying a little further north, and it really hasn't been doing tight loops yet. But this is live right now. Something tells me Murdaugh lawyers are really interested in a new trial to be fighting this issue in the courts before giving a press conference. Seems public image is priority here. Yeah, you have to realize Murdaugh has been in the news last week as well because he lost his phone and tablet privileges because the prison where he's at has a strict no media contact policy. And he was, I think, reading journal entries over the phone that were designed to be used in a documentary that's being made for him, and that's no good. Thank you, Amber, for posting the link to the police scanner. It's a little quiet right now, and honestly, I think they're probably switching most of their traffic to a Black Ops type channel. They have encrypted channels and unencrypted channels. This is an unencrypted. Typically, when something goes on like this, they switch to an encrypted channel just because if we can listen, he can listen as well. And I think there's been some talk and discussion that he might have a cell phone. That might be his downfall if he turns it on, but we'll see. Check mod chat. Let me take a quick peek. See, police activity on PA 926, both directions between Conservatory Road, Doe Run Road, and Parkersville Road, all lanes closed. Okay, so this is going to be...
Christmas Tree RA Christmas Decorations Fund. Started after Friday's NR podcast Christmas Tree Santa Claus. You have to keep up with the neighbor's present. Christmas Tree RA needs Christmas decorations.
Thank you for listening to the podcast, first of all, Paula. And thank you for the Christmas Tree Fund and the Decoration Fund. I'll at least put up lights on the pillars in the house. That's the minimum. I might even hang a lighted wreath on the door. Is that enough? But thank you very much for that. Okay, so we've got. Let me pull up this map. Well, we'll keep this plane flying around, and let me get some maps here. That's where I am. Let's go up here to Philly. Let's zoom in just a little bit. Okay, here's the police activity. If you see the roads here that sort of have the red outline on them, going almost from the left screen to the top, all the way across, these roads are closed because of the police activity. So we've got something going on in this area. This would be an area where they might even be sending out reverse 911 calls. I'll get on that list. Okay. Marlene, I'm late, not sure what's going on. We're following a couple things. We've been following news stories that affect a lot of the trials that we've all been watching or are interested in. We're listening right now to the police scanner with traffic from Pennsylvania in a manhunt. There was a murderer who was convicted. He was supposed to be going to prison for the rest of his life. He escaped from a jail where he was being held, and he's within a couple miles of that jail, and they've been searching for him for about 6 days now. And we're just wondering. I mean, it could be anywhere. We can zoom in on some of these properties. I mean, these are some nice houses, but look at all the foliage. Look, even though you've got roads that go everywhere, you could get everywhere you're going just by staying in the forest and could not be seen. So if he has a cell phone that has a map or capability to map, he can basically pick his route and just stay clear. And in the middle of the darkness, just running across the road if you have to, there's almost no way to catch him. Okay, so that's the area. Let's switch back to here. Let's pull up our helicopter. And the helicopter is flying. Oh, apparently he's all over the place. It's just updating right now. So let's see. We thought he was down here in this little run, in this little gully. We'll keep an eye on that. All right. Any other questions? I apologize. I asked for questions and I looked away and did not look at chat. He also killed in his country too. What happened to vetting? We don't do that anymore. I don't know I don't want to get into the politics of that. I don't know how he got here or why. Why are they not using dogs? Dodie, this is a great question. Dogs are being used, but where it's very rough and very thick, the dog handler has to go as well. These aren't like hunting dogs, although that's an option. Hunting dogs where you just release them and then hope they come out on the other side of the forest with chasing a deer. You've got a handler that has to get through, and they're typically on a lead, and it's rough. It's trying to climb through there is very difficult, and also you have to have his scent. So he could be in someone's house holding a prisoner because he's going backpacking a hoodie, so he might have pinched that from someone's house. We do know that he's gone inside some buildings. What country is this in? It was county. This is Chester County, so we're in West Chester, just south of West Chester and east of Kennett Square. We're covering Murdaugh press conference today. We'll probably cover a part of it. There won't be a publicly available feed, although many stations will air it. We'll follow what happens in there. Let's see. Can't wait for some unfortunate pictures on the flight map. Yes, I'm 12 mentally. Okay, Ivan. The tracks of planes sometimes make weird little pictures on the screen. I think that's what he's talking about. After 6 days in the wood, his scent is going to get pretty strong, but it's a lot of rugged terrain and so many distracting scents. He did steal food. We know that he's grabbing food from places. Oh, man, that's scary. 6 volt.
And now what Murdaugh stole it.
That's like, isn't that from, like, what book is that? Fahrenheit 451? Don't they have, like, the robot dogs with the thermal imagery on them? I don't think that was the same one. Maybe it was, but I wasn't aware if that was the same guy. Amy Harwick, Ann Miller. What's the Amy Harwick trail? Let me take a quick peek. I might know it by a different name. Oh, the sex therapist trial. I'm not following that one. Brandy has been following that. Brandy Churchwell. That's probably your best bet is checking out her channel. She's got videos on that. Are you using the scanner? Yes, I am using the scanner app. It's sort of quiet. We haven't heard anything that's sort of like. Let me actually see if we can get some other feeds. Yeah, I'm just getting the Chester County Law Enforcement Dispatch. That's the best feed, and I think they've switched to something else. I'm playing with a Etch-a-Sketch. This is much better art than I could produce with an Etch-a-Sketch. There's some tight little circles there. Unique Detail, thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate you, my friend. Attention to detail. Apparently, now's a good time to mention that you should always get your car professionally washed and detailed. And never do it yourself. Or never just leave it dirty, like some heathens do. He stole apples and peaches and snow peas. That was from the house where the dad had heard somebody in the basement, or the mom had heard somebody downstairs, and the dad saw him walking out of the house.
I'm not a camel.
How does he do that?
Good morning, Matthew. Welcome. Good to have you here. Harwick trial is a day behind. Today's footage will be released tomorrow, and they were off on Friday. That makes sense. Why there's a break in that trial. They're getting tighter on their focus. They've also moved south of where they thought their previous perimeter was. Last time they were sort of up right in this area, and they've moved down a little bit. Can you imagine 250 law enforcement officers crawling all over this area, setting up perimeters, watching everything that's happening?
Because he's the guy.
Yeah, I don't know why they're drawing the pictures they're drawing. Maybe the helicopter pilot is, I don't know. Maybe he's 10. I don't know. Nick will be live again, he said, around 10 a.m. Eastern. Nick's been live till, like, what, 3 a.m. in the morning.
Is there a responder coming out? Looks like the exterior of the building is secure.
Okay, so we're hearing some of these building... Some building checks, the alarm companies, they're taking all those very seriously. A lot of times, a call that will come into the police dispatch might be, hey, we've got an indicator, an alarm went off, can you check the building, make sure it's secured? That would be a lower ranked call. It would be way down on the bottom. But when they've got a manhunt going on in the area, they're trying to respond a lot more quickly to those calls so they can see if that might be the next tip that leads them right to where he's at. Jimmy, I'm using Flight Radar 24. It requires a membership. It's the silver membership is what I have. I don't think gold gives me much more that I don't have on silver that I would use. So I think it's about $30 a year.
For the trees.
Okay, this is definitely some really tight patterns right here that they're flying. Okay.
Yeah, 1671.
Ivan, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
I'm not a cat.
Angie gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Ann. I think Cachette gifted 5 memberships as well. There it is. I'm sorry for missing those. I was not paying attention. And Pauline says 8 months and counting, best place to be. Thanks, RA. Appreciate all of you. I want to see who got the memberships. Let's see. Anne, that one went to Susan Diaz. Color of path indicates recent travel. Right, so the yellow is going to be the most recent. He took off, or it might be altitude.
For the record, I don't consent to that name.
Man, they're really tight in this area. Need some water. Deborah, this is absolutely crazy. If you lived in the area, you've got somebody who stabbed somebody to death and has killed somebody else previously, who's facing a life sentence in prison. He has nothing to lose, and he's out wandering your area, and he's looking for a way to get away. And I mean, everyone is a potential target for him as he's looking for whatever he can do to get away. This is really tight. This is crazy. They're flying around this how do you say this? Pocopson, I think it's Pocopson Creek area. Big, huge property. A lot of openness. Let's see if they're bringing in another helicopter. That might help. Let's see. Not seeing any other helicopters coming in. They must have some sort of tip or something to keep them that tightly around that area. One stolen car in your perimeter is shot. Can't believe he hasn't stolen a car. Silly Claus, I don't know why the helicopter drew the pattern it did. But they are still playing the recorded message from his mom. Meth heads in the area are going to be paranoid. I'm sure they are. It's there might be something happening here. We're zoomed in so closely that the transponder, the app sort of guesses where the helicopter is, and so it's S transponder, which is what it uses to tell flight control where it's at. It just guesses and says, I'm assuming you're going to continue your current path. That's why it's making these jumps and corrections. But in reality, it's making more graceful arcs. They've called in the National Guard. They've got hundreds of people on the ground at any given time. Chester County released 5 trail pics of Danilo. Yeah, that was, they said they were going to in their press conference. Let me pull that up really quickly, see if I can pull those up. Did they do it through their Facebook page? Let's see. Chester County DA. We've got the wanted poster. Okay, let me see if I can bring this up full screen. Just 1 second here. This is older. This is from the 2nd, so this is 3 days ago.
Unit 32 call to MDC check for phone assignment.
This is a trail camera or a home security camera system that's looking out, and you can see him walking by right here in the background. It's going to cycle a couple times.
2143. Copy.
So he's got a couple bags. He's got shoes. He's making his trip around. Let's see. There's that dude. Let's see. We have this one right here. This is the wanted poster. Show this really quickly, full screen. U.S. Marshals wanted up to $5,000 reward. I think there's another reward that's either a county or state level. That's another $5,000. So a total of $10,000 reward. Escape serving life sentence for homicide. Let's see, he's 5 feet tall, 120 pounds. That's him. He has a violent history.
Good.
Yeah, he's wanted, and hopefully they get him here. Let's see what's happening here. These are really, really tight loops. I mean, it's almost hovering in place. This is so small. Imagine on the ground they've got all sorts of crews. Any other helicopters? Lots of choppers up there, but that's not it. Okay. Sorry, I'm making you guys dizzy, but that's it. Yeah, we know that the authorities have permission. They have basically what they call open authority. Closed authority would mean no shoot. Open authority is you can shoot. So they can shoot if needed. Any of them can shoot him at this point. They're going to try to take him into custody, but if they have to, he will get shot. What is the recorded message from his mom? It's in Portuguese or Spanish, I forget which, and it's basically saying turn yourself in, without any further harm. Did break out on Thursday. This is day 6 of the manhunt. Yes, because they have reason to search, they're not knocking on doors saying, is it all right if we look in your backyard? They're just going in your backyard. Who's the YouTuber following this? I think Nick the Hat is on Twitter is probably the best person to follow. He's on the ground up there in the area. He's been doing the night live streams from the perimeter line outside there. So Nick the Hat, N-I-K the Hat, all one word, on Twitter or X is probably the best. Let's use adds B, track aircraft 2. It tracks military planes. I haven't done ADS-B. What is ADS-B? Let me look at that one. Because this does not have military planes on it. ADS-B flight tracker. I might look into that. Do you use FlightAware or? Let me know which app you use, Stacy. That
P.S. Cops on. My mother worked there at senior home. Very wealthy area.
Yeah, the properties look amazing. I mean, if we zoom in on this, let's take a look right under here. First, let me turn off the helicopter. The lots are huge. I mean, you've got pull through driveways, massive garages, huge properties, really nice. I mean, these are nice houses, So it's a nice area. But man, he's like they're circling this house. It's like this property right there. That's Pocopson Road, Hillhurst Lane. You got this property. Let me check on the map. Let's see. Let's go here. Always goes back to my house. See where the property is they were looking at.
TPOLOL Puck-Ops on.
What was that? Pacopson. I'm trying to find on my mapping tool where this is. Let's see.
Yeah, 62 Paul, 6 second, progress on assignment.
Westchester, Kenneth Square. Puts it right here in the middle. They're practically landed on this house. They're just all over it. Yeah, I'm going to mess up the pronunciation all day. Phoenix Rising, good morning. Getting here late, taking the seat for a short break. Hope everyone had a great weekend. Sorry if you're in PA. Yeah, we're trying to follow this. I'm luckily not up there. Lived in an upper-class neighborhood for 16 years. Alarms were common, but cameras outside weren't as prevalent.
Yeah, 67 Tom 87 copy.
Yeah, I'm hoping they're taking all the precautions they need to. What is a pull-through driveway? I'm not rich enough to know. I have a pull-through driveway on my house. It's
my goodness! Is Buttercup on here again?
It's barely big enough to pull through. It's the length of about 2 cars, but technically it's a pull-through. Bite me. Welcome. Is Buttercup on here? Probably. Buttercup's been quite active. Let's see. Send it to the burner. Thank you very much, Stacy. I'll take a look at that.
32 Paul, clear. 32 Paul, copy.
Okay, let's see if we can zoom in on that app. Just holy cow, there's a ton of planes on here. Okay. Well, that ADS, that shows a lot more planes than I see. That's pretty cool, Stacy. Okay. So this also tells us that this helicopter, although this says our screen that I'm showing you doesn't show anything, it shows us that it belongs to Pennsylvania State Police.
Call from Bree.
Good morning, Bree. How are you doing?
Good. I just have a weird question. I could be 100% off, but is this kind of that same area that when Brian Koberger went to PA? Is this that same area? Is this a different area?
I think it's a different area.
Okay.
See, where was he from?
I think he was Poconos, but I kept thinking Poughkeepsie or something was in that Manhunt too, so I didn't know.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Okay.
Don't remember where. Hey, check this out. Look who's flying straight towards the search area. It's a Chinook. It's a big old. I don't think that's going to be involved in the search, but anyway.
Probably not. But yes, I just remember that name, and I remember it was kind of an affluent neighborhood, so I was just like, wouldn't that be weird?
Yeah, this is south. I think he was farther north. Montgomery County. Thank you, Deborah, for that. Yeah, great question, though, Bree.
Okay.
That's always PA,
okay,
right?
Cool.
Thank you.
Yep, it's always PA in Florida. I mean, come on now.
Awesome. Good to hear from you. We'll see you.
Talk to you guys soon. Bye-bye.
Bye. Let's see. Hillhurst Lane, Pocopson Road is the house. Well, now they've branched out a little bit. Headed down south, because earlier this morning they said they were south of Highway 1. But this helicopter spent almost the entire time north of it. Okay. I'm hoping they catch him today. That's just one more thing I have to watch now. This is fun. All right, the boys are arriving. Yeah, send out this to the Chinook. It was a huge that is a transport helicopter, the Chinook. It's a heavy lift, and it can either be for a lot of people or gear on the inside. But it might just be a regular transport. It might have nothing to do with this. We'll see if it flies in the area. They're going to drop 25 soldiers on the ground there. Lots of whirly birds. BK was in the Poconos. Okay, thank you for the correction, Ann. Thanks for the update. Different area.
Unit 65, call 3.
Yeah, I am Captivating 85. We are.
Unit 3, call. Check out on assignment.
We're following the Manhunt up in Pennsylvania. Check out that little spin he did.
Unit 65, call 3.
There's a convicted murderer who escaped from jail.
65 animal head.
And it's been 6 days they've been looking for him. He's only
Unit
gone a couple
65,
miles
91.
from the jail.
Knowles Road and Homestead Drive. Knowles and Homestead for suspicious condition. Suspicious noise was heard in the sewer grate 15 minutes ago. Nothing else suspicious seen or heard.
Sewer grate. 15 minutes ago. Can you imagine if this guy's in the sewer?
Available 1-4 unit calling.
There's a lawsuit.
Phone on copy.
Okay, we'll just keep an eye on that. I'm not sure why it's turning from green to yellow. I thought it was altitude related, with yellow being closer to the ground and green being higher.
Because he's the guy.
So I think it's altitude related. Oh my goodness, petrified. Of all the days, this is not it. I think he's going through the drainage ditches. Even Nick said he thinks that. Yeah, I almost want to shake the screen and get it start over because it's just a mess now. They are paying a lot of attention to this one area.
Unit
16M1.
I'll be clear if you could think 09 resistance.
Yeah, so the current altitude, this helicopter is at about 328 feet right now. So most of the yellow is going to be less than 400 feet, and probably the green is about 500 or over 400 feet. So he's close to the ground. That gives the best imaging for their cameras. Gives them a good view.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
Yes, we're missing the suspect for the forest right now. He's a tiny guy. He could squeeze into all sorts of spaces that I could not. If everyone just flush your toilets, he'll come out the other end. Yes, Dinah, we were looking at this a little bit. Let me zoom out and see where that Chinook is. Let's see. It's not far. I mean, the helicopters, it's within probably 2 miles of them now, but it does seem to be going straight. There's another helicopter over here. Let's go in the other direction. That's Little Bell. Little two-seater. We're about to see a crash. Look at this. Just kidding. They're at completely different altitudes. The Chinook is flying fairly low. Well, it's about 1,400 feet here, but is this the best view? We'll just keep it about right here. Okay. They have been using drones as well.
6-5 out of 1.
Where's the dogs? Says Jimmy. They're trying to use dogs. It's very, very rough. You have to get a person and a dog through. And we've got a little tiny guy that's squeezing through tight locations. He's not leaving much of a scent where he's going. I don't know. I don't think the dogs are on the scent. They have had dogs, but they have not been productive yet. They have not found him. Gets more desperate and brave with each hour that he's out. If they could be bringing in peeps for this, or if it's not related, just want to keep you updated. Are you talking about the police bringing in more people as far as the helicopter? It seems to be passing them by. Although the National Guard was involved. Let's see if it drops. They might have some new people coming in. Has banked a little bit. Still staying pretty high. Dinah, keep an eye on that Chinook. If it lands nearby, like where the other helicopter's been landing, that might be an option. This guy's Brazilian. I think he knows how to survive in the wilderness. He seems to be a little bit more driven than most of us would be. This is why we need to allow defense contractors to work domestically. No. Thank you. Appreciate that, Dinah. I can't believe he had the nerve to be in that man's house and flick the lights on and off. I think the dad was flicking the lights. Or did I understand that wrong? Did the suspect was in there and flicked the lights on or off and then left? Isn't it Chinook? How would you say it, Holly? You're going to have to call in and pronounce it for us. Let's see. Oh, he flicked them back. They were playing light switch tag. One downstairs, one upstairs. That is really scary. Oh my goodness. That gives me heart palpitations. Coming from North Philly Airport, reading Airport and Delaware State Police. Lizzie B., are you talking about the Chinook?
East Lincoln Highway Apartment, City Charlie 3. Other than landlord advising a resident at that address almost 30 years. No weapons at that.
I've got another helicopter coming in from the south that may be connected to this. Let's see. Where'd he go? There he is. This guy's making a beeline up to the area. He's flying almost straight. Oh, look at that. Skyforce 10. This is the news helicopter. So, yeah, they're going to be coming up. They're going to be doing some wide circles over the area at a different altitude than the police helicopters. So he's definitely coming up. Skyforce 10 from NBC. It's Reading Airport instead of Reading. Well, why did they spell it Reading then? We also call Blackhawks Crash Hawks. Got a family member who flew Blackhawks. Live about 4 hours from Dannemora Prison, where Joyce Mitchell helped those two escape a few years ago. My son lives 4 blocks away from the prison. Mayhem in that community then. I can imagine. Julie says, helicopter going over my house. However, I don't think it's involved. You might want to stay indoors just to be sure. Can we listen to some music for this? I have limited music options. They call them Chinooks, like Chinooks. I'm saying ch, and you say sh. Chinook. Okay. Not pronounced like naked chin, but like shin. Scott, thank you very much. I get the naked chin reference. I'll keep an ear. We'll keep the scanner up. I can adjust different levels. I can have quiet music in the background. Maybe they found him. Is that why the news chopper? I think they're probably not Chinook. Sikorsky. It sounds Russian. Please let us play Old Red. Old Red. Have a little fun. It's a good song. It's a very good song. Chinook. Accent on the nook. We're doing pronunciation guide every day with me. I mess everything up. Yes, I can fight them off with my hair. Okay, let's keep an eye on this. I think the helicopter is going to be flying in. Yes, there we go. News cameras showing up right here. News 10 will be live. I wonder if they're going to have a live feed of that. NBC 10, Skyforce 10, is what they call the most powerful HD helicopter in the camera industry. It's capable of reading a license plate from 2,000 feet. So that'd be cool. They're flying into the area, so maybe they might help out. Maybe the first person ever to break into Delaware. Oh, man. Accuses court clerk of jury tampering. Court clerk, Miss Becky. Oh, man, that's not going to fly. They're going to release that in the press conference here at 2:30. Lucy, we're watching helicopters fly over the area where a manhunt is going on in Pennsylvania. This dude escaped from jail about 6 days ago. He was convicted of murdering his girlfriend. He stabbed her to death in front of her children, like 38 times, something like that. Was convicted. The jury took 20 minutes, roughly, right around 20 minutes to convict him. Deliberations were very quick. And he was going to be serving a life sentence, but while he was held in jail and before he got to prison, he escaped, and he's been on the run. He's only made it a couple miles. He's like less than 3 miles away from the jail he escaped from. But the area has some very dense forest and foliage that he seems to be sticking to. He's only traveling at night, and they just can't seem to find him. So we're watching that. Now we have the news camera. This helicopter that's in the center of the screen here, this is the police helicopter. Now, the news just showed up right here in a cooler helicopter because it says Skyforce 10 on it. And they're going to be circling around the area. It looks like they're at about 2,000 feet. So that's working a little bit above the other helicopter, which is around 900 now. So only 1,000 feet difference. That's pretty close, actually. So they're going to sort of follow each other. The news helicopter will sort of follow what the other one's doing while staying out of their way. We need to hire bird watchers to find escaped convicts, I think. Had a dream last night that Murdaugh was innocent. They had new evidence and found who killed his wife and son. We were all shocked and felt misled. And here you wake up this morning and we find out that Murdaugh's lawyers have filed a motion saying they want a new trial because they found new evidence in the case about jury tampering or undue influence on the jury. News captors have been assisting each day with the search. They are providing, I think, the same feed back to the law enforcement control command center. Yes, the Etch-a-Sketch is what we're watching right here. It's a little crazy. Let's see if they bring in the third helicopter. Let's see, we've got this guy right here making a beeline back for it. And yep, he's refueled. He landed, he refueled. We're going to have 3 choppers in the air. They might have something going on. They may have something going on because he's headed right back. This is, let's see if I can see who this is on the ADS software. Not seeing who it is. It's probably federal. It's a 1983 Bell 206 Jet Ranger. It says it's Helicopters Inc. That sounds very. It sounds like a federal company. It really does. New updates on the Murdaugh side. The clerk court, Rebecca Hill, allowed jurors to take smoke breaks during the trial, but said no smoke breaks during deliberations. Defense says 6 jurors were smokers. This is their evidence? I was watching Nick the Hat last night. I haven't looked at what he's doing right now, but let me take a quick peek over there. I'm so glad he goes by Nick the Hat because his last name is a doozy. Nick the Hat's going to be there before noon, so give him about an hour, and then he'll be on scene. giving us a lot of updates there.
Call for check and receiver on assignment.
Call for Kathy.
Okay. All right. So that helicopter's flying back in to join these guys right here in the fun. We'll have 3 choppers shortly. Give them a few minutes to get on the scene, and they're going to start circling there. There's a buffer. We've got so much to check here. Let's see. Amber sent me the National Desk. What was this? This is chopper footage. This might be from the camera, the news camera that was up previously, or the one that's coming back. Okay. Chinook is pronounced waka. Waka, 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 waka. Is that what they do? They're very distinct helicopters. No smoke breaks would disrupt a smoker's concentration. Could have influenced the verdict.
Going to be at 202 and Stetson School Drive with a white Chevrolet pickup truck. It's license plate Zebra Nancy 9399 ZNN 9399 stated.
It's 787 com. Unit 411262, copy your stop, Waterloo Boulevard.
So here's Kendall down here. He was found on the Longwood Gardens property. So we've got Elmwood, we've got Dogwood, we have Buttonwood. Where's Longwood?
For the tenant area, at 136 West Cedar. Caller arrived home to find the alarm activating. Looks like she there to pick up food and the business is closed. Didn't see anything suspicious in the area.
So here's Kendall. Might be nearby this. What's this guy?
Yeah, 67 Tom 87, okay.
They're near Kendall right now, so.
1462, okay.
Unit 411262, okay. Unit status.
Longwood is at the other end of Shortwood. Thank you, John, for the insightful information there.
We're good.
Appreciate you. Hope he isn't holding anyone hostage. So far, he is not, even though he's been inside homes that were occupied at least once. As far as live news reports, Nick is going to be the closest we have. Nick the Hat on Twitter. He's going to be live probably in the next hour. And what he'll do is he'll set up outside the perimeter, basically sitting with a police car, flashing lights in the background. and it'll just be a local feed. He'll have the scanner going as well, but he also has a couple connections with within law enforcement, anonymous sources, so to speak, that are helping him out. Kay Scarpetta, 1 year smoke-free this month. Smoked for 30 years, terrible habit, and hard as heck to quit. Kay Scarpetta, that is awesome. Congratulations on 1 year smoke-free this month. It's next to DuPont Estate, that's now owned by the state. 2 Pennsylvania school districts announced buildings will be closed Tuesday as a result of the ongoing manhunt. I think the location, I mean, they have been plotted. They do know the information, but sometimes the information they get from the cameras is delayed. He does have a great vantage point, and he's got connections that get him right inside. Debbie, you don't have a new trial yet. It's not going to start today. Has not been caught yet to our knowledge. The helicopters probably would be behaving differently if it was. Let's see, we have, this is our news helicopter right here, Sky Tracker, and he's going to be making these big loops around our police helicopter, and now we have another chopper inbound. Let's right back here. So the three of them are going to move into a graceful dance type scenario where he's going to come in equipped with good vision stuff as well. So we'll just see. They're all sort of on the page here. Let's try to keep them together. Sky Tracker made a Bart Simpson head. You guys are funny. Scanner's been really quiet. Let me make sure it's still going. Yep.
Copy, inside check.
It is.
6-1230.
You want this 1230, go ahead.
He changes to DLA.
You want this 1230, copy. You want the vehicle?
Yes, please.
Copy.
Last 48073.
Copy. You need a 08. Tell me, do you want to copy yourself? I have 100 block climb somewhere.
Why is this dude running? He was convicted of murder. We're watching live the helicopter tracks as they're trying to track down a fugitive up in Pennsylvania. He's been missing. Well, he's been on the run for 6 days. He broke out of jail. He had just been sentenced to a life sentence in prison. He escaped before he was transferred to the prison. This is a manhunt. The murderer was convicted of killing his girlfriend, or his ex-girlfriend, stabbed her like 38 times in front of her kids. Jury took all of 20 minutes to deliberate and fill out the paperwork to convict him and throw the book at him. But he escaped, and he's been making a run for it. And the guy's a tiny dude. He's only 5 feet tall and weighs 120 pounds. And he's been able to escape the police perimeters, all their efforts to track him down. But he's only made it a couple miles, maybe 3 miles from the actual jail where he escaped. If you look here, let's see, he was right up. Where did he escape from? Trying to find it. I think it's right here. I think that's the facility he escaped from. And he went from there to right here. So he can almost walk back and be there in just a few minutes, but he has not gone far, just a couple miles.
Zero, wait, how many well status?
We're listening to the police scanner from Chesterfield County as well.
Okay.
Nick the Hat. Nick the Hat is who we're talking about. Let's see. Let me see if I can put his Twitter handle on there. Nick the Hat is what I'm talking about. And he's not gone live yet. He expects to be there probably within the next hour, and he'll be on scene. We have heard a couple calls that there's some suspicious things. They've had open windows. They've had building alarms that are going off that they're checking into. So far, nothing's panned out. The one call we did hear that seemed rather interesting was that someone was reporting strange sounds coming from a sewer opening a grate. So we'll see if that gets checked out and what happens there. They say he's very good at hiding. Being 120 pounds and 5 feet tall, he can squeeze down through a sewer drain. I'm not sure who would want to, but I guess it's better than getting caught. He was hungry. He did break into somebody's house and stole apples and peaches and snap peas or something like that, and maybe something else. This is live right now, Karen. We're watching the helicopters live, and we're listening live to the police scanner.
Wait, Paul, MDC first on the side.
Yeah, hat is easier than Hatzaifatstathayao. I don't even know how to pronounce that. He stole fruit. So he's healthy. He's worried about his diet. He's eating good food. He's hiding in his own pocket. He's tiny. He's a little guy. Ryan Apples and Apple says, I'm 5'3" and 112 pounds, and yes, there are several places that are an easy fit. So Ryan,
I don't drink, I don't smoke, and don't cuss. AFK, I left my cigs at the bar.
Oh man. Let's see. Selena K, 9 months. 9 months. That is awesome. Where are we at? Back up to your message originally. Sorry I missed it. You have 9 months. I'm so thankful I didn't smoke. It's so hard for people to quit. Yes, congratulations, Selena. That is great. 9 months is amazing.
Sam 2, copy yourself, 100 pounds, compound pike.
The dogs just can't get through all the heavy shrubbery. This dude is like a weasel. I don't know where he's getting his water from. He has broken into a house or two. The different colors on the map indicate the altitudes of the helicopters. So yellow is going to be lower than green. Amber says, my 11-year-old daughter thinks we need to feed the town Taco Bell to push him out of the sewer. That's been suggested. That's a yucky suggestion. Let's see.
Hey, 3272, okay?
So the area he's in has a Walmart. that what I'm hearing?
I just wanted to say it's Chinook, so it's your sheen, not your chin.
You don't want the same one.
Chinook. It's your shin, not your chin. Okay, I will try to say Chinook. What's the temperature where he's at in PA? It's been hot. Yesterday was 97 down here, which was toasty. It was too hot to metal detect in, but I did it anyway because I was there. Sent you a map someone put together on Twitter. Mayla's mom, I was just looking at that. Let's see who put this one together. You said Luke Nicholas, Curious Luke 93X on Twitter. Get to use my geographic information skills. He moved from a wooded trap to an area rich in resources, plus an incredible escape route with US I-1. Yeah, if he can stop a vehicle on that interstate, he's long gone. It's by Longwood Gardens. Let's see. Okay, so here's Longwood. There's the buffer sound. Mod chat. You guys are keeping me hopping.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Thank you, Amber. Let's keep our eye on that one as far as the upcoming case. If jury selection is today, that might start tomorrow. Hopefully he gets tired of being on the run. I think on the run is less tiring for him than sitting in a jail cell. Longwood Gardens is a 200-acre botanical garden.
Unit 41 Paul 62, copy your stop 300 Mississippi Highway. Unit 23, Tom 86.
Let's see, is it this?
Unit 3386, North Boston Pike and North Ship Road. North Boston Pike and North Ship Road. For traffic complaint. Well, there's black Chevy Malibu broke down in the roadway and it's blocking traffic.
This would probably be a Walmart. Pretty sure there's a Walmart in here that he's could be very close to as well. So our news camera is doing this right here. Our new helicopter that just refueled made it all the way back here, did a couple loops over there, and then is now, entering the pattern with the other two choppers, and that's where they're at right now. Toilet paper fort at Walmart might stamp my bingo card. You're almost there.
Okay.
Are they saying what kind of clothes he was spotted in? Only that he's worn a hoodie, that he's got like lighter colored shoes. He's been wearing shorts. Anthony, yes, unfortunately, Curry Richard's trial, the next hearing, it's going to be a status hearing on November 3rd because her attorney mentioned that she needs more time to look at all the evidence, which is interesting because it made Corey Richards cry just hearing that she's going to be in there at least till November 3rd. Every time it gets delayed, she cries. Longwood Gardens has crops of food there, so he'll be living it up. Also, you can just live off the garden, get some fresh veggies and fruits. Does Walmart serve food like Costco? They don't have the testing stations usually. Walmart's not into that, but Sam's Club does if they have a Sam's Club. Yes, Micah, it was my weight loss program. So, is he in the sewer? Sorry, I had to get my 5 kids off to school. Elizabeth, we've heard some people speculate that he might be in the sewer, and then we heard a call that came in on the police scanner this morning where they said that somebody heard a suspicious sound inside a sewer grate. And so they called that in. Now realize that everybody is on edge in this area. The police have sent out reverse 911 calls saying basically there's a murderer who we think is in your area. Be careful. So anything anyone hears is going to trigger a million tips. So part of this is good, but part of it is also bad because they now have to chase down all those tips, and they were just regular sounds that people are just on edge and thought, is that normal? I better call it in. What did this guy do? He murdered his ex-girlfriend, stabbed her to death in front of her kids, like 38 times. Like stabs, you can't murder someone 38 times, but he stabbed her 38 times. And he also killed somebody down in like Brazil. So he's a wanted man in 2 countries. He stole stuff from other homes, so he has better clothes than he did with the prison gear. Right, he's wearing something else. Last image of him had him on long pants and a tank top or no shirt. Cindy's crazy. Only in video games does that work. If everybody flushes, it will wash him right out of the sewer system. Walmart is starting the taste food stations. I hope they start with spicy maple bourbon pickles, and I can just go back and forth through the line over and over and over. He'd only been in jail for a little while. Well, he'd been on trial. He was held during the trial, but they had the policy. They hold an inmate for 30 days after they're convicted, after they're sentenced to prison. So in case there's some other court appearances they have to make, it's easier than transfer them in and out of prison. And it was during that period that he got away. Homeland or ICE are on this as well. Yes, we have National Guard helping. The federal marshals are helping. U.S. Marshals. Can I sue the government because they can't keep a guy in a cage? Unfortunately, I don't think you can. Pippi Longstocking, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you as a member now. Good to have your name in green and your courthouse in blue. Thank you very much for supporting the channel. Christy, Amber just sent me a link to a trial out of Florida, out of Clay County. That's a police officer trial, and we're going to look at that one. It's under jury selection right now. So it should start tomorrow, I think, with opening statements. We'll look into that. Does RA have Twitter? Yes, I do. I'm Discovery Addict on Twitter, I think. But my logo's the same. So he escaped from jail and not prison. Yes, that's the confusing part because he was sentenced to prison, but he was still being held in a jail. Thank you, Lovebug. Appreciate that. Woohoo! Holly Mac. New courthouse color coming up. He's from Brazil, speaks Portuguese. That explains the Portuguese statements that they're playing from the cop cars from his mom telling him to surrender. They are using dogs, but it's a very big area, and they don't really have a solid scent for him. He was awaiting transfer when he broke out. So we have 3 helicopters in the area. They seem to be focused on this one area. This one right here is the newest helicopter. It was here. It was going this morning. Went back and refueled, and now it's back. It's making some wide loops. Then we have this guy right here who's been all over the place. This is the state police helicopter. And then this is our news helicopter who's been doing some wide loops. A little bit higher. They're about 2,000 feet. The state helicopter is about 800 feet. And over here we have our other helicopter also at 2,000 feet. So this new helicopter and the news are roughly the same level. So if they ever get too close together, that would be a problem. I wonder if they think he's moving during the daytime now. Walmart's very close to the Botanical Gardens. They're using dogs, but it's very dense with foliage. Let me find my Twitter handle for you. Just one second. Oh, I'm still Recovery Addict over there too. Sorry. Just Recovery Addict 2. Like Recovery Addict with the number 2 at the end. No spaces. That's me. Let's see if we can get these pictures. He was caught on a trail camera, so let's see if I can pull these up here. Yoda knows, thank you very much. Thanks for following over on Twitter. Linda Denton, look at this. Yellow Courthouse, thank you very much. This is actually your second month of Yellow Courthouse. 7 months of membership support. That is awesome. Kiki D. Kiki found out mom is cancer free. That is beautiful. That is wonderful. What a happy day. That is so neat. Leroy Jenkins. Run in there and get him. Leroy. That's a reference that only computer gamers would understand. Okay, so the court clerk who wrote a book about the trial tampered with the Alex Murdaugh jury, apparently. That's what the defense is saying. Their motion. Let me read Alex Murdaugh's motion while we watch the helicopter continue to search for this suspect. Let's see. They're all in the picture there. There we go.
Unit 6543.
Hang on. Let's listen to the cops first.
Unit 6543, 1000 400 road. 911 hang up. Immediate hang up. Straight to voicemail on callback twice.
Okay, that was a 911 hang up. Those are suspicious, especially if it's in the same area. But I missed the address. It cut out. Defendant Richard Alexander Murdaugh, through counsel, hereby moves the court for a new trial after discovering that the clerk of court tampered with the jury by advising them not to believe Murdaugh's testimony and other evidence presented by the defense, pressuring them to reach a quick guilty verdict, and even misrepresenting critical and material information to the trial judge in her campaign to remove a juror she believed was favorable to the defense.
RA is my new addiction, red double exclamation mark.
Selena, thank you very much. I like to think that's a good addiction. I'll try to keep it good for you. Red is dead, Adriel. Red is dead. So, I played for the Alliance on the game. Adriel is talking about Andriel is talking about World of Warcraft stuff, computer gaming. We were on different teams apparently. Okay. Yeah, the claim by Murdaugh, I'm just reading through the filing here. Let's see. Specifically during the trial, the clerk, Rebecca Hill, instructed jurors not to be misled by evidence presented in the Murdaugh's defense. She told jurors not to be fooled by Mr. Murdaugh's testimony in his own defense. Mrs. Hill had frequent private conversations with the jury foreperson, a court-appointed substitution for the foreperson the jury elected for itself at the request of Mrs. Hill. During the trial, Ms. Hill asked the jurors for their opinions about Mr. Murdaugh's guilt or innocence. Mrs. Hill invented a story about a Facebook post to remove a juror she believed might not vote guilty. Ms. Hill pressured the jurors to reach a quick verdict, telling them from the outset of their deliberations that it shouldn't take them long. Ms. Hill did all these things to secure for herself a book deal and media appearances that would not happen in the event of a mistrial. Ms. Hill betrayed her oath of office for money and fame. Oh my goodness. These are quite the allegations here. Let's see if we can read the rest of them here. Won't show me page 2.
345 use 51 down 1751 Valley Road
Dinah Dew just gifted a membership and it went to Phoenix Rising. Congratulations, Phoenix Rising. Not sure the clerk of court should be writing books about trials they're involved in. Beautiful messy ball. Thank you. Let me just let me check the dimensions here.
Can you get my own caller for one?
Copy that.
6543.
Unit 6543.
All three. I've been in contact with the homeowner through a phone call. They requested cancel. He was at that.
I'm going to send this one picture.
6543 copy.
Going to show you this one picture from the trail cam from yesterday. Animal complaint. That's not us.
549, you can sign that to me.
1549 copy. Unit 41. Walking northwest.
I'll show you this picture that they released this morning. This is from yesterday from the trail camera that the suspect was spotted on. And that's him right there. Possibly in a tank top, possibly shirtless as well. It's a little hard to tell. The pants look a little like they probably don't fit. I mean, when you're 5 foot tall and 120 pounds, probably most things are a little big on you. But that's looks like it's right along a fence line from what you see on the left-hand side of the image. And that image, they caught him. So.
Yeah, 345.
345.
345, copy. You have another medical call for you. 205 Kendick Road, 05 Kendick Road. You must go out for a hemorrhage.
345.
I agree with Lizzie B. I don't think it's a good look
1262 copy.
to have the clerk write a book.
3, Sam 85. It's going to be travel time for Eagle.
Okay.
I think we're just Xing. We're Xing things down instead of tweeting them. He looks like he has no eyes. You have to realize that's a night vision. So that was like a perfectly black camera, like an image in complete darkness. That's not a flash that goes off. The way trail cameras work is they use infrared light. So it has an infrared light emitter that our eyes can't see. And it shines this bright light and it captures, the reflected infrared light. So he probably never even knew that picture was taken. But one of the things that it does, our eyes reflect that infrared light just from inside. And it does make them look white like that. He probably did not notice the camera at all. If these allegations are true, Tish, I think Alex Murdaugh would get a new trial. Karen, we haven't heard that they saw him today. I think they got a tip last night that he had moved outside of the containment area. That trail camera picture was from yesterday. Let's see, what was the time on that one? I think it was an hour off.
12:30.
That was at 10. It was either 9 or 11 p.m. One of the two. 9 or 11 p.m. last night, and it was outside the containment area, so they knew that he had escaped that way.
12:30 and 12:40. I copied and wrapped the medical call at PetSmart. We're on the sidewalk. The 35-year-old male, possible heat exhaustion.
Heat exhaustion. It is hot up there. It's smoking hot. This little dude is sweating to death out there. Kayla, you've got to think that they with all the people they have there, he's going to make a mistake. Someone's going to be able to see him. They've already spotted him 5 times plus a trail camera. So 5 times he's been spotted plus a trail camera. And one of these times, it's just going to be all it needs. So it was 9:30. They said it was an hour off, but I wasn't sure if it was an hour ahead or an hour behind. 9:30 p.m., they spotted him outside their containment area. When does the court clerk associate it with the jury? I thought the bailiffs dealt with the jurors. In his court, the clerk helped with the jury. If you remember, she would report on how the jury was doing to him. It was an interesting situation, but Newman's court is different. Anyone can allege of anything, right? And we haven't seen any proof here. All we have, granted they have like quotes in here, but unless they have testimony from the jurors that this is what happened, I mean, if the jurors came out and spoke, then yeah, that might be pretty solid. Newman has to be livid. This all reflects on him. Yeah, and this is like the sunset of his career, right? He turned 72. He has to retire. He's almost done. Wonder if we'll get any more televised case from Judge Newman this year. Just the financial stuff, if he covers that for the Murdaugh trial. But then again, if they find that there was this problem under Newman, maybe they'll reassign those to someone else. Kayla says, I know that's probably why I'm so consumed. He's outsmarting LEA, some law enforcement somehow, but I am going nuts with maps, footage, live feeds, all the things. All the things. We've got a couple things going on. Let's keep an eye over on the
1200 Gay Street, main office, drugs. Student was found with drug items, being cooperative staff. No weapons, no intoxication. His name is Wyatt Barker.
Look at this right here. So here we have... well, that's just traffic. That's not it. This is just traffic. Royal Farms. Sounds delicious. Chicken. Let's see. I'm in the wrong place. Let's go right over here. When we zoom in here, this is on Google Maps. They might have some traffic blocked off over here. This red line is where traffic is stopped. So they might be blocking traffic along that road around Pecopson. And then over here, you've got all these 4 roads. We've got police activity on PA 926, both directions between Conservatory Road, Doe Run Road, and Parkersville Road. All lanes closed. That was updated an hour ago, and it looks like it's still in effect. So they think that he's in this area somehow. So they're blocking off the roads to get in and out of there. That's right in here. Let's check our helicopters, see what we're doing here. Let's see this one is our state spy helicopter.
Unit 3272, copy, 200 block.
Up here we have the refueled chopper, which
Unit
might be
67,
federal.
Tom 87, status.
And way over here, out of the way, but still monitoring, is the news chopper, which is doing circles now. It's still about 2,000 feet.
Unit 67, Tom 87, your staff.
1,200 feet and 2,000 feet. They're all fairly close to each other now. They've gone higher. He has not carjacked anybody yet. Thank you, Samantha. That was pretty much me, only I was working barely.
1257 Horseshoe Pike. For 2 vehicles partially blocking, car involved in being a red with 3G.
That was a car accident. 2 vehicles partially blocking. That means they're partly in the road blocking traffic.
Unit 3272, over.
Tommy 7.
Tommy 7.
We have about 3 hours until the Murdaugh press
I have
conference.
another car up here to my stop. No emergency, please. Actually,
In fact,
Unit
not
67 Tom
Murdaugh's
87, copy. Available Unit 67 Tom 87 at 1052 Wilmington.
Gordon, if I remember correctly, the jail had just barely changed management, like right before this break-in.
Call 2. I have an accident unknown injuries in the area of West Main Street. Coming at 2 vehicles locked, and it should be a pan on over versus a gray SUV. Second caller is advising no injuries, but you must still know.
If there's another trial for Alec, it will not be with Judge Newman, right? Because Newman's retiring.
To write some copy yourself on the like.
Maybe clerk of court's writing book was not illegal. It's possible. He's got outdoor experience. We're talking about the suspect we're tracking here.
I liked what that red pen called it. TWIXLOL. What do you get when you merge FedEx with UPS? Fed up. L Chame.
Twix. What do you get when you merge FedEx with UPS? Fed up. It's funny. Thank you, Yeshka, for your continued support this morning. Moscow, Idaho, the shooter. What's happening up there?
Copy.
Let's see, that was I'm not seeing anything. All right, here we go. 8. What do you? Is this? I'm not sure. Is that a joke, Laura? Because I don't see anything happening up there other than some old training stuff a couple months ago. Judge Newman just had the hot car death trial. That's going to be one of his last. He's really winding down his career right now. Not what most want to say, but I don't think Alec can get a fair trial now. Think of the media blitz he got. Okay, so change of venue. Is there? I mean, get him out of the Low Country. Where would you put him? Content Lasagna says Newman was a terrible judge. His courtroom is kangaroo court, and he clearly had no control of the court employees. His court being different is proof. He does do things differently. I would say my biggest complaint about Judge Newman is that he lets lawyers walk on him. Like he tells them to do something and they don't, and that's it. I mean, he can come down on you pretty hard, but I would not say I would say I don't share your opinion entirely, but I appreciate you sharing it. and you're entitled to it for sure. Yes, it's the year of his 72nd birthday. Judge Newman has to retire. Must be nice to have lawyers able to just call a press conference and get the media's attention about your case. Well, it was a very notorious crime. A well-known family, everyone, they already knew him. Jails have sheriffs, prisons have wardens. Was it the prison warden that changed then? You're right. The sheriff does manage the jail, typically. Heard from 2 South Carolina lawyers that Newman can request senior judge status and can stay on. I had not heard that. Let's see. Moscow, Idaho. Shots were fired at Ellie at 2 a.m. on Tuesday. So early this morning. And they arrested them already. That is quick. He keeps the hammer for when it's needed. I believe he escaped from a jail because he was still being held there because he had just been convicted, and they have a 30-day holding period before they transfer him to the prison. Jim Griffin was put on notice about his recording of Alex's journal readings. It was Jim. He was talking to his attorney. Okay, so how do they... This raises an interesting question. First of all, I know that the prison that Alex Murdaugh was in has a strict rule that you're not allowed to talk to media. No phone calls from media. And we know that he lost his phone and his tablet privileges because he was reading his journal to, over the phone so that it can be used in a documentary about this. But I didn't realize it was to his lawyer. And now the question is, if they knew it was his lawyer, why were they listening in? Because they're not supposed to listen in on those phone calls.
Unit 1, Paul 62. Dale Scanlon, DMD. 495, Thomas Way. Actually going to be the women's health main OBGYN. Maybe dispatch person.
He was talking to Griffith, and he released it to Fox Nation. Okay, so they played it, and it has Griffin on there, and that's... Okay. Jim Griffin was recording. Man. He was using a borrowed PIN. Each prisoner must sign into the account when making a call. First Jim with the tweeting, now the media middleman. Yeah. Mod chat for Poot's letter. I saw page 1. Just one second. Let me see if I can see page 2 in here. All right, we've got page 2 of the allegation from Alex Murdaugh. Sorry, I'm putting a couple labels on here. I got sidetracked. There we go. Now we can track our planes a little better, our helicopters. Okay. They're asking that federal law enforcement investigate the clerk of the court. Murdaugh may be the most unpopular man in South Carolina right now. He has become the symbol of the low country judicial corruption. Disgust his frauds, unfortunately, has created in some minds, but not Alex Murdaugh. In some minds, but not Alex Murdaugh, exception to the due process rights enjoyed by all Americans. Wow. They want the FBI to interview the jurors because no juror will attempt to deceive an FBI agent. They don't want SLED involved. Man, they're it's a spicy demand. It really is. It's pretty spicy. Does he symbolize corruption, or is he the bulk of it, says Adam? Well, he seems to be connected very closely to it. Time to track the money from the attorney's income. The FBI isn't going to want to interview the jurors. They don't want SLED involved. No SLED. SLED just wants him to be convicted and go away. Nice poll question from Be Kind number 1. Did you hit the like button? There's only one answer, though. Yes, of course you hit the like button. He just wants to get to a federal prison and out of the state prison. We've heard about that. That would be a better gig for him in federal prison.
Call from
Mr.
Wisconsin. Ivan, how are you doing, my friend?
Hello, sir. How was your holiday?
It was great. I went metal detecting and found one silver dime. One thin dime.
I saw that.
That's it.
I saw that. Is that your first one?
No. I've found several.
I gotcha. So did you grill? Did you do any cooking out, or what did you do?
No. We actually worked on the Airbnb. It's almost done. We have all the floorings in. We assembled the beds, the frames, which took like 3 hours each.
Did you build the stand-up bar and pool table room and all that for them?
Not yet. No, we're not going to have one of those. No, we assembled the both beds. I figured out the headboards don't fit the bed frame, so I have to re-drill a bunch of stuff there and modify that.
I sure hope you got them water beds.
Nope. No water beds.
No water beds.
Just memory foam, fancy stuff. So we ordered
Sharon McDonald and RA. Just to prove my button not stuck, change $sign. Have to make like horse turds and hit the trail. Thank you for streaming. I am a newbie and really like it here. Have a great day all.
I've never heard make like horse turds and hit the trail before. That's
a new one.
That's new for me.
I wonder if Ricky's heard that one. Ricky had to have heard that one.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Anyway,
ask Yishka. Thank you very much.
Talking about Griffin, he's got to be connected in some way. First of all, we are all led to believe that Alex broke, right? Like, he's got no money. Like, I know that he's got barrels of cash buried in those woods. I know he has to. First of all, lawyers don't work for free. Mm-hmm. They just don't. I don't care how loyal you are. I don't care how good a friend you are. I don't care how much of an honor it was to represent him, as Poot said. I don't care about any of that. At the end of the day, he's only taking heat now for their association. So he has to be getting something for it. He's not just doing it because he's all shucks Jim, Mr. Swell guy. That's not a thing, okay? Especially not like he's getting no notoriety. The only people he's getting notoriety from are people who don't have any money, and those are people who are like criminals that are already locked up. Those are the only people who are wishing that they had Jim on their side. Because, like I said, every client would want Jim on their side, but like he's getting nothing for it other than heat, and so. You can only do so many sit-downs with, Fox Nation, before people start to not care. But so he's got to be somehow in it. He's got. Don't you think? Like, what's the benefit?
Well, it does make you scratch your head and say, why are they doing this? I mean, the pro bono
It'd be
thing.
one thing if you got him off. Like, if he won, yeah, you know what I mean? If you got him off, it'd be one thing. Like, then he'd be, like, sought after. But, like, he didn't. He lost. Like, you don't get to reward the loser.
Basically, you're done at that point. Even if he was just working, he's like, hey, just for old time's sakes, I'll represent you, you know, pro bono, no problem. This is stretching the relationship quite a bit.
Well, that's just it. And so I'd, you know, and they're too smart. You know, at first I'd say, you know, you should look into their bank records, but those guys don't keep their money in a bank. Not the same banks that you or I use.
No.
That's for sure.
And not the ones he ran his money through either. So they've got.
No, their bank. If you look up the address to his bank, it's just an empty warehouse in Panama. Yeah. You know, that's the extent of his banking. But anyway, I don't know. The Fugitive, man, this does not look good for that jail. It sounds like it was a prison, right? It sounds like there was a warden in between wardens. Mm-hmm. So this is every hour he's out, man. It makes him look more and more silly.
Okay, here's my thing. I don't know. Yes, it does look bad for the jail. It really does. This is a black mark on Pennsylvania and their justice system. But I wonder, the longer he's out, the more the chance he has to make contact with somebody who might be interested in helping him. Right?
Well, but the contact, like, it sounds to me that he's a runaway fugitive from Brazil. I don't think he's got a whole lot of, you know, domestic, resources, if you get my drift. Okay? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, maybe he's on the city council for all I know. I just don't know if that's the kind of, you know, person we're talking about here. I don't know who he's got helping him. You know, if he's stealing pizzas out of a refrigerator, I don't think he's got much help.
I don't know. I've heard some people say that they think he has a phone. He knows how to rough it. He's an outdoor guy. I think he's going to need help at some point. Either he gets help or he starts committing some crimes. He's going to need a vehicle.
Well, he's got to get a car. He needs a vehicle. At some point, you got to eat more than, you know, stolen fruit and water out of a creek. Like at some point, your basic human needs start to take over. I don't think it's going to bother him not showering. He's not going to do that for a shower. I don't think he cares about that. He's not going to take the same precautions that you or I would think about if we were to go on the run. You know what I mean? Because we're used to a different life than he is. For God's sakes, if he somehow got into the country with a fake ID illegally through Puerto Rico, come on, this guy, like, we can think like he obviously knows a thing or two. He's evaded now the U.S. Army, or National Guard, which is the U.S. Army, and whatever
federal marshals, FBI, state police, local police.
This isn't right. This isn't an idiot. We're not talking about a dumb man here. I don't care what barriers he has from being out of country or whatever, but he clearly knows a thing or two. But man, I don't know. It's a black mark for sure, and I'm surprised. Like, with 10 grand on the line now, or 15, I think I've heard. I think the original 5 went up to 10, and then there's the other 5.
Yeah.
If there's 15 grand on the table, I guarantee you. I mean, I know they're not in like a rural area. It's a pretty, you know, yuppie-looking upscale neighborhood. There might be some rednecks from out of town that want that $15,000. We might start seeing some, vigilante militia groups.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they probably already have that problem. That's why they're blocking off roads. Just because, I'd want to, free 15 grand. Of course, I'll drive by and look out the window and see if I see him. But
yeah, you can use my truck. Chuck, I'll drive. Like, you know what I mean? You want to load up 20 hillbillies with shotguns in the back? I didn't see anything.
I'm just watching the helicopter now. I mean, if I can interrupt you, it looks like they're following this Brandywine Creek. They're following the line of the creek up and down. They've been following these creeks a lot, and I think they believe he's been hiding like on the creek side, and that's how he's avoiding detection. It's heavier brush.
Well, he's only moving during the night, right? Like, if he has that kind of discipline and that kind of tenacity, this person, like, for all we know, he's the Brazilian John Rambo. For all we know, like, he could be somebody where he's from. You know what I mean? Like, we can't just write this off because he's, you know what I mean? He's not from. You know what I mean? I think that much is obvious by now. You don't escape. I can't think of the last time I've heard of the Army getting called in for a fugitive. I honestly, I can't remember any time. So clearly, they have respect for how he's been able to evade him. Because didn't they have him twice almost?
They've been very close. They've thought they had him like pinned down, and he's escaped. out from the circle. So that would tell me that the dude is cool with going underground. Okay, because it's pretty easy to track, to make a perimeter. And if you look at, if you're watching Nick the Hat, his live streams on Twitter, they basically have police cars lined up. So the headlights of one police car hit the taillights of the next police car, and they've got a perimeter around him. And they're like, we've got him in the middle. Here's where he is. And then he gets out. And what goes out, it's got to be underground because he's not flying. The dude hasn't sprouted wings and just, doing the whole Tarzan thing. So that's
maybe he's an alien. Have we thought it? Have we discussed
maybe he's
the idea that
teleporting.
he's an alien?
It's a chance. There's a chance.
All this UFO news, are we convinced he's not an alien? I mean, I'm just trying to start a dialogue. Okay?
Yeah. Yep. Cool stuff, Ivan. Appreciate you.
All right. Love you guys. It wasn't the same this weekend without everybody, and I look forward to. I don't think this ends well. I really don't. It
usually doesn't.
Yeah, the longer he's out, the more desperate he gets, and desperate and nothing to lose is a bad recipe when it comes to peaceful resolutions. But I hope it does, because I don't want anybody else hurt. As fun as it is to watch and salivate, like nobody wants that. So anyway.
Yep. Thank you, Ivan. Appreciate it. Yep. We'll catch you later. Bye. All right. The one thing I think is happening that we're sort of grateful for is that the longer this goes on, the more the word gets out. And as the word gets out, people are probably going to be more watchful. They're going to be more interested. They're going to be more diligent in locking their cars, locking their houses. And as the access goes down, I think that's going to push him to either make a rash decision or push him into an area where he exposes his secrecy will come to light. I'm also afraid it won't end well. He's the Brazilian John McLean, squeezing through ducks to get away. Let's see.
Yeah, 33 positive copy.
Totally spreading the word like crazy. The news is helping a ton. The Twitter, all the people up there that are live streaming this helps. He's watching your channel, and so he knows where the planes are looking for him. KT. This is like within a mile or so of accuracy. So he's and also the delay on Twitter and everything. The helicopter would have passed overhead already before it shows up here. He's MacGyver of the Amazon. Mr. Obertorso says, I'm hopeful for this. I've seen escaped criminals instantly carjacked like 3 times in a row. He's been way more hands-off about his escape, which makes me think he's thought it out, that he has an idea or a plan and he's trying to stick to it. Because sometimes, the idea is you break out of jail, you just run as fast and as far as you can, but you end up running headlong into a barricade or something. Tracy Smith says, I'm your hillbilly. It's been quiet. It's been quiet up there. Not a lot on the scanner. Let's see if we have anything else on Twitter on the ground up there. Let's see. From Nick. Nick should be on the scene here any minute now. Correction, the message from Calvacante's mother was Spanish, not Portuguese. And it does urge him to surrender to the authorities. Here we go. 1 minute ago, Nick says, hearing your unconfirmed reports that residents at Kendall Crosslands retirement community are being shuttled to the main building amid a heavy police presence in the area. Details are sparse at this moment, but I'll keep you updated as I learn more. The Kendall Crosslands retirement. Yeah, it's hard to see anything with all these squiggles on the map. Okay, here's the Kendall Crosslands community right here. So it's right up there. Let's put this on. Look at the helicopter over that. Let's see where that is. That is right here.
Here we are, a group of adults staring at a really bad Etch-a-Sketch drawing. Now this is what you call addiction.
It's not a bad drawing.
Yeah, there's people on the street and Ray Street, East Street, Ray Street, for accident property damage. 2 vehicles blocking.
And they're all over the place. So, Holly Mac, thank you very much for the super chat. We are staring at the Etch-a-Sketch.
Yeah, 61 Paul 3, it's an assignment here, MDC.
Let's see. Casey Smith says, "RA, what do you think about what they're saying about the clerk in the Murdaugh trial? Will he get a new trial?" Casey, if what they're saying is true, if it's substantiated, if we have testimony or statements from the jury that corroborate this information and say, yes, this is what happened, this is what we were told we had to, if she said all these things.
Yeah, 61 Paul 3, it's an assignment here, MDC.
That is problematic. That is an issue. And it could lead to a new trial. And it could also lead to new charges for a court clerk. Yeah, we're ready to shake the Etch-a-Sketch, maybe have a new helicopter take off and fly more sensible patterns.
Yeah, 61 Paul 3, it's an assignment, MDC.
Okay, this guy's at 726 feet. This guy's at 2,000. This guy's at 1,900. Wishful thinking. They do have some heat-seeking cameras. The problem with heat-seeking cameras is they do not see well through foliage. So if there's tree cover, even if there's just a thin layer of something, it can only measure the temperature of the first physical object that it bounces off of. So if you were underneath like a camouflage tarp, you would get the temperature of the tarp as the readout back on the camera. Whereas if you were just out in the open, it would be his body temperature versus whatever's around him. So it is useful. They have said now that he's in an area that's a little more open, that the technology will work a little bit better. The heat-seeking cameras will work a little bit better to try to find him. But they're trying. They are also using drones as well.
I report to your MDC.
Stephanie Poston says, "I just saw on court TV that the clerk is preparing a statement, but she did say that everything the defense is saying is not true. So who knows?" They have used dogs, just not successfully. They haven't been able to catch him. It's not been close enough that the dog can bite him. Yes, ML, what we're saying, we read the little statement that the lawyers for Alex Murdaugh filed. They're asking for a new trial. They're saying that the clerk influenced the jury inappropriately, told them they should not to believe Alex Murdaugh's testimony, told them to, it should be really easy to come to a verdict on this one because it's obvious. Maybe even they're also saying she was involved in trying to get one of the jurors released or kicked off the jury because she thought that they wouldn't vote to convict. Lots of shade being thrown there. I could not do the Murdaugh trial again. If we did it again, there would have to be no financial stuff. Please, 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 no financial stuff in it. And get Tinsley on the stand. We need to hear him. No, I'll be here. I'd like some, though. Yeah, that would be great. Are they still looking in the same place? They're still in the same...
200 block Chloe Springs Road.
They're still in the same area.
Call 47, I'm okay.
Unit 27 call 47, copy.
Trying to see, I can't even find the jail anymore. It's on here somewhere. There it is. This is where they say he escaped from. So if we zoom out and keep that right there in the middle, we can see the helicopters. Oh, there's one of them. He's just a couple miles south. Where's our last copter? Did the last helicopter land already?
Yes, wait, pull to us, time at your MDD.
They've been taken off out of this field here in Unionville, near the fire station. He must have landed. Did I miss it landing? We'll follow this guy. This guy's the second time around he's been up today. State flew northeast. Thank you. Looks like he's going up to Westchester. There's an airport up there. So Brandywine Regional Airport. Looks like he's about to land there. I'm probably going to refuel and then come back down. So we do get a redo on the Etch-a-Sketch. After he lands, we'll be able to clear that off. Matthew, I'm totally on board with this. Is it live right now?
Senator Middleton, Senator Miles, Senator Nichols, Senator Parker.
Okay.
Is that live right now? Matthew's suggesting we follow a trial, and it's a different one than we've normally followed because there does a little bit of politics involved. But Nancy Mamie DeMay, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much for joining. We're going to keep an eye on this manhunt. Let's see. So Matthew Harris, one of our good friends, lawyers, friends of the channel, says, I know we don't discuss politics, but what about coverage of the Paxton impeachment trial in Texas? The stream is provided direct from government website, and it's going to include a lot of criminal trial elements. And then he gives us the link. So it's live right now. They're going to exclusion of evidence. Was that the feed that I clicked on? Is that the correct one? You guys want to try a completely different trial for an impeachment trial? Yes on Paxton, says Patty Girl. KT says, just remembered I've been 3 years sober last week. Woo, woo. That's awesome, KT. Dinah Do, thank you very much. We'll keep an eye on. I'll keep my radar going here. But
because he's the guy.
Let's see. You guys are saying yes. Sure. Let's throw some politics in here. Let's set some ground rules and let's keep our political discussion to a minimum.
On the impeachment rule, especially number 17 on time limitations. Each side of the House managers and the Attorney General Paxton has 1 hour for opening statements, 24 hours for presentation of evidence, 1 hour for rebuttal evidence, and 1 hour for final arguments.
Wow, talk about time limits.
That's a total of 27 hours for each side.
We'll be done this week.
Both parties, the managers and Attorney General Paxton, are in agreement on this issue, which pleases the court. Managers, in this motion, you state, at a minimum, you seek clarification that the time spent by an opposing party on cross-examination will be counted only against the party conducting the cross-examination. Attorney General Paxton's team, you responded that time spent questioning a witness, whether via direct or cross-examination, is charged against the side conducting the questioning. Based on your agreement last week, this is how the clock will run. For example, House managers, when you call a witness, any direct questioning of the witness counts against your 24 hours. When Paxton's team questions the witness on cross, time will be counted against your clock. I also want to note that the clock will keep running through routine objections. However, if I find that it's being abused by either side, I can always use my discretion to give back the time to the other party. To summarize, so we're clear, what everyone has agreed to, both parties have a total of 24 hours for presentation of evidence, which includes direct, cross-examination, redirect, and recross. Anytime a party questions a witness, whether via direct, cross, redirect, recross, the clock will continue to run.
So we'll have video.
And again, in addition to the 24 hours, each party has 1 hour for opening statements, if they choose to make those, 1 hour for rebuttal, and 1 hour for closing arguments. I've also told both sides, if they do not use the full hour allotted for their opening statement, any remaining time will be added to their 24 hours.
Here we go. Let me get some sound going.
4 hours for presentation of evidence. For example, if one side only uses 30 minutes, they will have 24 and a half hours of time. Finally, managers requested to change the rules regarding the use of wireless mobile devices. A rule change must be submitted in writing during trial and requires a 24-hour layout period. Accordingly, this motion has been addressed and no further action shall be taken.
This is a very different court.
Now I will take up motion 24 submitted by the respondent, Attorney General Paxton. The motion is entitled Motion to Compel Discovery from House Managers. This motion was addressed by my July 12th discovery order and August 9th exhibit production order. Therefore, no further action on this motion will be taken.
Matthew,
now I'll take up motion 12 submitted by the respondent, Attorney General Paxton. The motion is entitled Motion to Exclude Inadmissible Evidence. This addresses the issue of political contributions. Because this information is readily available from the Texas Ethics Commission for everyone to read, this motion is denied. Now I will take up motion 23 submitted by the respondent, Attorney General Paxton. The motion is entitled Motion for Notice of Brady Material and Notice of Trial Exhibits. The motion was addressed by my July 12th discovery order and August 9th exhibit production order. Accordingly, no further action is needed on this motion. Now I will take up motion 3 submitted by the House Board of Managers. The motion is entitled Request to Clarify the July 12th discovery order, or alternatively, motion for protective order regarding documents produced to Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr. pursuant to the Senate
Wendy.
July 12th
It's on the
discovery
screen
order.
there. This is an impeachment trial with Attorney General Warren
July 20th
Paxton.
reiteration of the orders of the court. Accordingly, no further action on this motion. Now I will take up motion 1 submitted by the respondent, Attorney General Paxton. The motion is entitled Motion for Pretrial Scheduling Order or Pretrial Conference. This motion was addressed by my July 12th discovery order and August 9th exhibit production order. Accordingly, no further action is needed. Now I will take up motion 4 submitted by the respondent, Attorney General Paxton. The motion is entitled Motion to Preclude Attorney General Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr. from being compelled to testify. This court notes that many factors and circumstances in this proceeding lean more on criminal in nature. The rules require a standard of beyond a reasonable doubt, which is reserved for criminal cases. Exculpatory evidence was required to be produced consistent with criminal cases.
Let's see if they make him testify.
The rules require a plea to the court to be guilty or not guilty, which are the pleas exclusively used in criminal cases. Judgments of the court of impeachment are entered as acquittal or conviction, which are operative terms for judgments in criminal cases. And the House of Managers have repeatedly compared the actions of the House of Representatives to a grand jury, as they prefer the articles of impeachment. Grand juries are utilized only in criminal cases. Therefore, the motion is granted. The Attorney General cannot be compelled to testify. This is consistent with the reasoning and judgment in the United States Supreme Court, Boyd versus the United States.
Okay.
The court's ruling is clear. You may not call the Attorney General as a witness.
You can't make him testify in his own case. Okay, so let me read this.
Finally, I would take up motion 5
Oh,
by
he's got one
Respondent
more
Attorney
motion.
General Paxton. The motion is entitled Motion Challenging Jurors for Cause. That motion is denied.
Okay. I'm trying to read some background on this. This is out of
To
Austin,
both
Texas.
parties, what we will do at this point is, and to the members,
Take a break.
it's a little odd today because we have a break coming close to the lunch break. So we'll take a short 10-minute break at this one because we're going to break around 12:15 for lunch. We'll take a 10-minute break. Be back in 10 minutes. Before you leave, wait a minute, I haven't dismissed you yet. Okay?
They're all
To
headed
both
for the door.
parties, when we come back, I'll have a short statement about the rules. Then we will read the articles of impeachment. Attorney General Paxton will be asked how you plead after each article. And then we will swear in witnesses, those who are here, and then we will break for lunch. And after lunch will be when the opening statement for those parties that choose to make that will be given. So that's the schedule. It's 11:20. Be back on the floor, ready to go at 11:30. Thank you.
Okay, so let me read a little background here. People are saying, I want pickles. Only politicians need a break before a break. So this is an impeachment trial of the Texas Attorney General. So it has criminal elements, but it's an impeachment court. Let's see, years of alleged corruption or stand with one. Okay, let's see. The historic trial, first impeachment proceedings in Texas in nearly half a century, is the gravest threat to date for Paxton after spending nearly his entire 3 terms in office under felony indictment, and later the clouds of an ongoing FBI investigation. So this guy, criminal suspicion has been following this guy like stink on poop, and now it seems to have caught up with him. So we'll see how this goes. This is a rare instance of political parties seeking to hold one of its own to account. So the reason why this is different is it's not like one party saying, hey, everyone on our side is right and everyone on the other side is wrong. This is their own party trying to hold their own person to accountability. So it's not the partisanship that we see elsewhere, which is why I'm interested in it. See, the chamber includes his wife, Senator Angela Paxton, who can attend the trial but is barred from voting on whether her husband should be or convicted or acquitted. Maybe she's a little biased on that one. Wow. It doesn't look like pickles to you. Well, we'll keep our eye on the other stuff as well, but I like to branch out a tiny bit and see different trials and things that happen. Going back to our manhunt, still underway. We've got one plane, one helicopter which has landed here at the Brandywine Regional Airport and is refueling. If I zoom in close enough, you might be able to see it. I don't know where it is. Just kidding. It's not a live picture. But he's probably refueling there, and then he'll be coming back over shortly. We have 2 helicopters in the air. Let's see, one. Where's the other? There's the other guy. The Skyforce 10 is going to go take off somewhere else and maybe go refuel as well. Maybe it's something else they have to follow. Oh, look, they're flying over the town of Media, Pennsylvania. So we'll keep an eye on these guys right here. And I just got delivery of a sandwich with pickles. No pickles. I'm living on the edge. Okay, hang on. Okay, we also have the case out of Florida we told you about early, the Clay County case. It's a death penalty. Let's see. So many decisions. We've got the case. Let me look at the Clay County one real quickly. We might have to bail on our political one. But it's still in jury selection. I've got Mod Chat open. I'm watching. I'm showing phone numbers on the screen. That's no good. Okay, there we go. Let's read the Murdaugh filing if we need something to do. We've read the Murdaugh filing already. Sending the link to the PDF. We read the Murdaugh filing. You guys, we literally just read it less than an hour ago. Ryan Hall, y'all, is tweeting that there's a hurricane to watch for the East Coast that's gearing up. Depression 13 should be a major hurricane. That's news. A beautiful messy ball tweeted to me the Behind the Doors of Justice, the Murdaugh Murders. This was Becky's book, the court clerk's book that she released. Clerk of Court, it says right on the beginning. Clerk of Court. She's selling it for $20 on Amazon. And it seems to be selling. Wow. So we'll follow with a couple things. We have our own weatherman, but I do like Ryan Hall y'all as well. Weather Watch is our personal weather prognosticator. What was that word? Forecaster. Where's everyone watching from? Roll call. We haven't done a roll call in a long time. Murdaugh filing is in the mod chat. Is it more than the one I just read? Motion for a new trial. Okay, let me see. I think this is the one I read. This one, okay. Files Appellate Richard Alexander Murdaugh, pursuant to Rule 29B of the South Carolina Rules of Criminal Procedure, hereby moves to leave to file a motion for new trial based on after discovered evidence in the Court of General Sessions, and to suspend this appeal during the pendency of the motion. Appellant offers a copy of the motion for a new trial attached Exhibit I with his own exhibits, Exhibit A through Exhibit 1, with its own exhibits labeled Exhibit A through Exhibit 1L. As the memorandum in support of this motion and the documents supporting facts relied upon not contained in the record of appeal as required by Rule 240 of the South Carolina Rules of the Appellate Procedure. So that's his actual motion that he's filing to move. Basically, this is the formal requesting for a new trial. Let's see, where's the other attachment? Hey, Samantha, are you able to track down Judge Zambrano? And what feeds are available on this one? Or is anyone able to see that? That's the Clay County case. We're watching that one to see if the jury gets seated so we can follow that. Okay. Sorry, I've got a million things going on right here. Lori Vallo has put in her appeal as well. That happened last week, Dinah. I did not follow that. It was not included on my updates this morning that we released, and it probably should have been.
I want to catch the mean bad man in the rear end. Can I? Ruff, ruff.
Everybody wants to catch the mean bad man, but you are the only one that wants to bite him in the butt. Let's see. So the Vallo, did they file? Let's see, they filed notice of appeal to the murder case. Let's see if we've got the documents yet. I think the documents hadn't posted yet when they filed. They told us they'd posted it, but that's it. Let's see. Has anyone seen the actual Lori Vallo appeal filing documents? See, in a notice of appeal filed Thursday, Jim Archibald, Daybell's lawyer, asked the Supreme Court to consider 16 issues, including whether District Judge Stephen Boyce erred in finding Daybell competent for trial after she spent 10 months in a mental hospital, whether Boyce erred in denying Archibald's request to send Daybell back to the mental hospital rather than proceeding to trial, whether Daybell's constitutional rights to a speedy trial were violated by the prosecutor's request for continuances. No, they're saying she didn't get a speedy trial. Whether Boyce erred when he allowed prosecutors to represent evidence of crimes in the pending Arizona case concerning the death of Charles Vallo, Daybell's fourth husband, and the attempted murder of Brandon Bordeaux, Daybell's former nephew-in-law. Whether Boyce abused his discretion by sentencing Daybell to serve 3 consecutive fixed life sentences without parole. And whether Boyce abused his discretion by ordering Daybell, who is indigent and has a public defender, to pay $165,000 in fines and court costs. He also asked the state to appoint, this is from East Idaho News, by the way. He asked the state to appoint appellate public defenders to take over the appeal portion of the case. So that might take years. I think she's going to go to Arizona first. They're going to extradite her to Arizona on the conspiracy to commit murder and the attempted murder of Bordeaux. So that, I think that's going to happen next in Lori's case, and then the appeal will be worked out. Yeah, 16 different issues. Thank you. Amber just sent me the document from the Vallo about all the things they think the court made a mistake in, including whether the grand jury indictment puts the defendant on notice that she's charged with a conspiracy involving 5 or more people. Can the trial court ignore the finding of that finding instead and proceed with standard conspiracy jury instructions. So it's legalese for a lot of it, but they're throwing everything at the wall to see what sticks. About to send it. Amber beat me to it. Beautiful messy ball. I think you have outed yourself as a document hound. Now that we know what you are, we know that you are able to scour the internet and find anything you want from wherever it's stored. There's massive mayhem in the Murdaugh murder trial. Yes, that's a big thing. They're accusing the court, right? They're accusing the clerk of court, but at the same time, that puts a smudge on Judge Newman, because he can't just be like, oh, I had nothing to do with it. He can't. He should know. He should have known if there was something that happened. So we'll have to see. Are you seeing my legs? You see my legs? Wow. You can see it's No Pants Monday. So. I think we heard the message. You guys don't want to watch the political trial. I thought that maybe we'd get around it because it was not partisan, but you guys said no. No Pants 2023. I'm a big fan of this. Big fan. It is Tuesday. Did I say Monday? No Pants Monday on a Tuesday. This is awesome. This is the opposite of when like you think it's Thursday and it's actually just Wednesday. It's when you think it's Monday and it's actually Tuesday. So short week. Let's see. U.S. Army Sikorsky is inching his way into our AO from the west, landing at Chester County Airport. We've got, let me show you this one here real quick. Hang on one second. We have an inbound chopper. The Black Hawk. This is, I think, the one you're talking about. It's flying around the area. So the area of interest is right down here. You see that this is our area of interest. What's this guy doing? I don't know who this is, but this is just a Piper plane. And then you've got this Black Hawk over here. So he's a ways away, but he could get there in a hurry. And he's flying the wrong direction. So our last remaining helicopter, the news camera already went off and landed. We have another helicopter that's looks like he's going back to refuel. He took off from over here before, from the northeast Philadelphia airport. So now we're chopperless above the area of interest. So now is this time to make a run for it, I guess. Okay. All right. Philadelphia Police Commissioner resigns amid crime wave. It's pronounced shopper, not chopper. Thank you. Shin and chin, shopper and chopper. Got it. Tuesday in German is Dienstag. Dienst means duty. So get your pants on, everyone, and get ready to work. It's duty day. Is Florida in the new hurricane watch? Dodie, they have not made a hurricane watch yet. They don't even know, where it's going to hit. It's just on track to head this direction. It can go so many different ways. They just can't predict right now any contact with the U.S. anywhere. Let's see. Yes, he's still an escapee, Julie. He's still not been caught. Who's the Clay County case against? I want to look that one up. I'm trying to find information on that one. It's with Judge Raul Zambrano presiding over the death penalty case jury seating today out of Clay County. So I'm just trying to find if we can get a feed for that. Let's see, Clay County does have some remote access options. I think I missed a couple of these, but Aaron Patterson just gifted a membership, and that one went to Nursey Dog Mom. Thank you very much. Congratulations. I think we're going to take a little break because my sandwich is sitting here getting uncool, and I need to eat that. And we want to see. I've got to do some homework here offline to see if we can get a feed out of Clay County for this trial. That would be nice. It's in jury selection right now. Wendy, is it your birthday today? We sang to people this morning, but I can do one more, I guess. I might have it in me. It's going to be quick. It's going to be really quick. We basically start with no intro. Okay, that's our intro. Ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Wendy. Happy birthday to you. Was that quick? That was fast. We sang to people this morning as well. But have a happy birthday. Oh, look. And happy birthday to Nancy, Mammy DeMay. Yesterday, happy birthday to you. Happy anniversary as well. That's really cool. That is awesome. Samantha just gifted 10 memberships. Candace Hoff, Reverend Beasy, Vicky H., Linda Dockery, Avery Myers, Ivy Berlin, Kim Newton. Oh, man, I missed it here. Kim Newton, Alice Anderson, and Amanda. And Listen to Learn, all gifted memberships. Look at that, Listen to Learn. You're back in green that quickly. You can tell I'm uncomfy. I'd bail too. I think chat was more uncomfortable than I was with the political one. Link for the jury selection today is in mod chat. Let me see who has that. Can we post it in mod chat again? I'm not seeing the link. Oh, wait, here we go. I'm not sure if I can use this. Okay, here's what I need to do. I need to take a lunch because I have to do a ton of research really quickly if we're going to try to pick up this trial. The escaped convict seems like quite the go-getter. A shame he went astray. He's got some guts and some skills. He does. We've actually got. Let me jump back to this. We've got another helicopter popping in here. Just 1 second here. Let's turn off. There we go. Got another chopper that just came in. This one just took off from this field here in Unionville. I think it's Unionville. Yeah, so this is the same chopper we had before. United States State Delaware Police. Actually, it's a different chopper. They've got two of them. But it's another police chopper. And he just took off and he's ready to start circling. So he's going to be our new eyes in the sky as this continues. I might just leave this going with a police scanner in the background as I take a little break. Would that be okay? As I'm trying to do a ton of research. He escaped cops instead of trying to hurt them. Only stole food, no weapons, instead of assaulting anyone. I think he's trying to slip away without picking up extra charges just in case. You call that a flight path? Yeah, it's a little bit of a flight path. He took off. They're staging in this field right here. And we had another chopper that took off from there, and it went up to refuel. It's up here at the airport. Let's see. I think it's right up here in this airport right now. So it's refueling there. So this means there's a second chopper that was there that took off, and it's just coming now to fly around this area. So we'll keep that right there. So he'll be making some crazy shapes. We get to keep an eye on during lunch. So I'll leave it up. We've got the Sarah Eischen. Sarah, thank you. Welcome to the gallery. Appreciate having you here. It wouldn't be the same without you. Good to have you in green. What town is this in PA? We're in Chester County, Connie Munster. Chester County, and it's so here's where we're at. Let me zoom out just a little bit. We are right above the border. You can see this little hump right in the middle of the screen. This is the border right in the center of the screen with Delaware. So it's right at the bottom, sort of the bottom right-hand corner of Pennsylvania, just in a little indentation in the county of Chester. So here's West Chester up here, and over here we've got like Kennett Square. Those are the two big towns. And then in between these two, in this area, we have where the manhunt is going on. And it's been quite interesting to follow the planes. They think he's sticking to the trees and the wooded areas and things to stay out of everyone's attention, but that's where he's at. 6 days. 6 days they've been searching for him and still can't find him. Okay, I think I've got some. Let me see if I've got some audio from the police scanner. Yeah, I'm looking into this case right here. I have to look into the media access to this to make sure it's something I can use. And I might have to file some emergency paperwork as well. So the trial we're looking into is the Athol Wallace. He is accused of killing a police officer in Daytona Beach. Okay, so I'm going to go on stealth mode, which means I turn this off. I'm going to turn my mic off just for a little bit. And we'll make sure we've got audio for the scanner is happening in the background. We're listening to Chester County Law Enforcement. So we should be good to go. All right, I'll be back while I'm eating and researching. See you in a bit.
Unit 1419, 401 South Main, 401 South Main Street. Same dispatch after difficulty breathing.
Copy. 312, not copy.
Unit 1419, I'll be holding a...
I explain as well. policy is supposed to be signed.
29 policy, copy. 39 Paul 11, check MPC for report. Unit 16 Paul 30, check the ADC for parking complaint.
Okay.
Unit 28 Paul 2, when you're available, I'll be holding a medical call for you. Call 56 West Kings Highway 1256. West Kings Highway 86 for a sick person.
One for flight, location 4108.
Copy. 661 call 1.
6-1.
661 call 1. Suspicious condition area 323 East 323 East Street Road. Less than 5 minute time delay with possible sighting of the inmate. Unknown race male in his 30s wearing a red hoodie, riding a bicycle. Non-direction of travel on Doe Run Road. And I'm going to call that bicycle.
Okay.
Yeah, 39 Paul 6, they're going to be gripped on assignment.
Sir.
Unit 15 call 90, MDC check for on assignment.
15 copy. Platform 20, you should include the call.
Yeah, 15 call 20 copy. Unit 2842, when you're available, I'm holding an erratic driver southbound Old Wilmington Road, south of Ashford, southbound Old Wilmington, south of Ash. 4 minute time delay there. Red Nissan kick. Temporary Arizona registration of 574. Going through stop signs. Calling now by north on Old Wilmington, north of Ash. They can't see the vehicle anymore.
Copy.
I'm going to pull over. Striking vehicle is a red Mitsubishi sedan. Car is an Lexus RX 350. Striking plate is Lima Romeo Delta 6209. Unknown weapons, unknown intox for striking driver.
Copy that. Can you have the RP put their hazards on?
Copy that. You're currently passing Sherbrooke. P65 they're coming up on your station now.
3, I copy.
Unit 67430, NBC check for an FPDI. Copy that.
Six five Paul 3. I copy they're passing Birmingham Road. I'm not going to be able to catch up.
Unit 673 copy. They're available 6-7 unit to assist with this hit and run accident. There's a call from currently at 926 in Daniel Davis Lane.
6-5 Paul 3. I located the vehicle. I haven't stopped.
Unit 6-5 Paul 3 copy. You do, well, it's not been specified. They put no further information. I don't think we have them on the line anymore.
Alright, just hold that one for me then.
Copy.
6-5 Paul 3. My status is okay. We'll be turning on to Cedarman Lane.
Unit 6-5 Paul 3 copy.
Paul 3. Can you have the RP come to the scene?
Unit 6-5 Paul 3 copy. I'll give them a call back. We just disconnected with them.
Paul 3, I copy. Thank you.
Unit 6-5 Paul 3. 10-3. The caller advised that he's on Lambourne your location because he does not want to see the driver of the other vehicle.
3, I copy.
Unit 67780. 780, Green Tree Drive in Wilmington Pike, Green Tree in Wilmington for a property damage accident. It's going to be 2 vehicles not blocking, blue tractor trailer versus Jeep, black Jeep Cherokee. Unit 29 Pulse, do I copy your cell phone or I'm on Jolly Joe roof? Unit 29 Pulse, status. Unit 2 copy. Unit 36 Paul 11. 36 Paul 11. Unit 36 11. Hotel. 4880 West Lincoln Highway with an unknown room number for well-being check. We have someone from Hope County Sheriff's requesting you make contact with the Kimmy Clark. Sheriff advised her and her twin sister are there with Kimmy's 4-year-old daughter that they are involved with narcotics at that motel. This father's phone number is going to come for you if you need it. 11 copy. Six 7 Paul 30. Unit 6-7 Paul 30.
Go ahead for Paul 30.
630 in front of 189 Whispering Pine Drive.
I'm going out on a limb and saying they don't have any idea where this guy is.
Colors U-Haul versus Gray. Down, not blocking.
Okay, guys, I'm back. I finished my sandwich. Sorry, let me pop up on the screen here. Thank you, Ivan, for the super chat, by the way. I think it's more of like the psychological effect. They want to have helicopters going over lots of different areas, so the guy thinks that they're right over him. So they've been flying over like the whole search area this morning. It was a fast lunch. And now I have the hiccups. Now we want a police scanner. Babs, this is an app. This is an app that that allows you to listen in it, and a lot of areas you're able to do this on. I've had police scanners in the past, but Little Miss, I had to make my own. Actually, my son made me my first sandwich, and it was a salad sandwich because he's a huge fan of lettuce, and it had a little meat on it. And then I'd made another sandwich without any lettuce just to make up for it. So it was good. I had two. Oh, there's a red car driving erratically, and the helicopter is chasing it, but seems to have lost it. I heard somebody. I heard somebody saying it was like a chase. They couldn't catch up to it. Dinah, thank you very much. Have a great day over on Brandy's stream. Tell everyone over there hi. I hope it goes really well. What's the app? The app I'm listening to is just called Police Scanner, and it's orange. And here, I can show you this. Hang on one second. Let me actually go over here before I start switching all sorts of documents. Okay. I'll show you the app here. Okay, I use this one here on the right, called Police Scanner and Fire Radio. I think it's free. It might have a very low cost to it, but I think it's free. Right there. It lets you find things by nearby scanners, things at major events that people are listening to. So it's a pretty good app. They all pretty much have the same sound, for the most part, but that is what we're listening to right now. Yeah, it's a good one. It's really fun. Holly Mac, I got rid of them just thinking about it. Just thinking about getting rid of hiccups worked for me.
Where will he strike next? A home, Walmart, other.
Let's see. Let's go back to the map. Let's see. First of all, let's check the police activity in the area. Okay. We are in Westchester, Kennett Square. Okay, they still have these roads blocked off, and that's since about what? Oh, it's updated at 1 to 10. Police activity on PA 926, both directions between Conservatory Road, Doe Run Road, and Parkersville Road. All lanes closed. So this area is where they're doing the searches, or somewhere between them. But this sort of red X, sort of a weird X that forms on the screen. That's where the police on the ground are operating. So if we zoom out just a little bit, you can see that we have... You can see where we're at with Kennett Square over there in Westchester. So the red X is right here. Now we're going to put that same X on the map with the flight radar tool. And it's right here. And let's put the helicopter up. And it shows that that on the bottom part of that red X is where they've been spending a lot of their time flying. So right around the Interstate 1, or the State Road 1. So our news chopper had to go land somewhere, right? Let me just zoom out and see what we have. Got a chopper here. That's not it. Chopper up here. Don't think that's it either. It's way too far away. Our other state helicopter landed down here at the field. We watched it come in and land over there briefly a little bit ago. That's the one that flew so much earlier this morning. It's been refueled. It already went up to Westchester at the airport and filled up down there. Now he's waiting, staging for when this one's going to be done. But this guy's probably got another hour or so of flight time at least Get him before he lands. This one's circling around 1,000 feet, so it's a little higher up. Might have a better camera, actually, than the other one. But they're keeping an eye on that. Watching from Scotland, Elizabeth, welcome. Welcome. Yeah, we have a manhunt going on. That's what we're keeping an eye on right here. We're watching the helicopters as they're circling above. We know they're close to 250 law enforcement officers or, searchers. I think they have some CERT in that as well, some CERT personnel, which are usually community emergency response teams. So it's sort of like half civilian, half emergency response. But they're trained and they do work well with police. So they might be involved in the searches as well. But they're searching on the ground. They've got perimeters set up. They're trying to contain this guy. And really, I think they're trying to keep him from getting in a vehicle and getting away. Could I show the app again? Yes. Which app are you talking about? This one right here? Police scanner, radio, and fire. This is the one I use for my police scanner. It's the audio that's going on right now. It's sort of quiet right now. But it only gets the non-encrypted channels. The encrypted ones are really hard to get a hold of. And this app that we're watching right here, this is Flight Radar 24, and I pay for the silver subscription, which I think is about $30 a year.
Hey, it's wait, faulty status.
Watching for Perth, Australia.
105 North Bridge for North Main for the license plate.
Copy that.
This reminds you of when you were on the run, Ivan. Hopefully it doesn't trigger you too badly. No, just kidding. I'm praying it doesn't turn deadly as the escapee in Texas did months ago. Yeah. And we're hoping this has a peaceful resolution.
Good response out of 2.
Unit 1890, he cleared the route and picked up the pending photo 7.
Copy, thank you.
Yes, there is a reward, actually, wishful thinking. I think it's up to $15,000. Thanks, Greener, for that. And that's for 3 different sources. I think they're $5,000 from 3 different sources. But there's a reward if captured. So, I mean, that's not small change. That's good money. Can we read?
Unit 284, when you're available, walk down to medical call 701 land away for 8 ball.
The recap from the presser this morning, Cachette. We followed this on the Chester County District Attorney Facebook page. So if you go to...
I'm going to switch units. Just hold the medical for...
Let them finish here. If you go to Facebook and search for Chester County District Attorney's Office, that Facebook page is where the presser was released. And basically, they got up and they basically said it's day 6 of the manhunt. We've been trying to find this guy. We keep thinking we've got him. Your police radios are encrypted. Miss L, where are you at? I'm trying to remember what location you're at. Northern Minnesota. Okay, so what happens is the police have to give an encrypted radio to the press so they can listen in. Okay, there's the right of the press to access things, and generally you have to be like a legitimate press agency to have that. But if you can pay the money, police will give you an encrypted radio so you can listen into their encrypted channels. But you usually need a good relationship with them to make that happen. Day 6, and they still think he's in the vicinity. Wishful thinking, they do. He's like 3 or 4 miles max from where he actually escaped. They've been seeing him on trail cameras. Last night they saw him on a trail camera at about 9:30 p.m., and that was down here in this area. That was just outside of the containment area. So he did escape their containment, even though they had police completely surrounding the area with headlights and lights and flashing, just everything on. He got away. He got through. So they know he's sneaky like that. But they've got him on trail camera, so they know he's still in the area. He's not far. He has not stolen a car yet. He hasn't hijacked anybody. So they're trying to figure out how he escaped. They did a count and found one inmate missing, so I don't think it was during transfer. They haven't released how he escaped yet, I think. Probably jumping through trees like a flying squirrel. The guy was 5 feet tall and weighs 120 pounds. Drinking from garden hoses. He's stealing from kitchens. The one resident woke up. The wife woke up and said, "I think somebody's in the house." The husband got up, went downstairs to the landing, and was like flipping the lights on. And I guess he would flip them on, and the guy downstairs would flip them off. And they were like playing light switch tag for a little bit. And then he watched the guy walk out of his house with some food. Yeah, it is super scary. The idea that somebody could be, in your backyard looking to get inside, and he's killed 2 people already.
This man watched Shawshank Redemption too much.
I don't know where he got his ideas, but he does not want to go to prison. He was sentenced. He was convicted for murder. He murdered his girlfriend in front of her kids. 38 times he stabbed her, I believe. Just gruesome, brutal murder.
3647 steer.
Oh, the amount they're spending is ridiculous. These helicopters just to take off will cost $1,000, like for the first hour, $1,000 easy, and then every hour up in the air you've got multiple people. It's spendy. It's spendy. So they've got those going nonstop. They've got all the crews, the command centers, the personnel, the food, all the vehicles, the gas money for all the vehicles that are. It's a ton of money. He stole peaches and snap peas. Yep. He got the good stuff. Can you share his name so we can look up his previous case? Yes. His name, it's a fun one. Hold tight. Let's see. All right, Danilo, Danelo, Cavalcante, Cavalcante, So it's a fun one. Do you think authorities will get his lucky charms? Yes, they are going to find that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, and they'll catch the leprechaun as well. They believe he will. They also have authority to shoot. Reported it's $4,000 per hour just to have the helicopter flying around. Probably with the personnel that are in it and the ground crew and everything else. I imagine so. This is day 6, Sonia. Day 6, and he's made it 4 miles. So he's being very cautious.
That light switch story kills me. No pun. Unheard of here. I love everyone until you make me not red heart man with medium light skin tone shrugging hands with light skin tone pressed together flexed bicep with light skin tone clinking beer mug cigarette.
Clinking beer mug cigarette. Thank you very much, Ivan. That would freak me out. If I knew someone was in the house, I'm like, somebody down there, I turn on the lights, and then somebody down there turns the lights back off. Oh, nope, don't do that. Don't go there. I don't think he was spotted riding a bike. We saw him on some security camera, like walking through backyards, and he was caught on a trail camera. I did not read all 65 pages. I read an abbreviated version, probably a press release type. You want to read all 65 pages? What is the light switch story? Up here on this manhunt in one of the homes last night or the night before, somebody heard something downstairs, woke up the husband. The husband went down to see what was going on. He stopped at the landing from upstairs, stopped at the landing on the way down, and he turned the light on, and like the guy downstairs turned the light back off. They were playing, like, flip the switch at the same time thing. Nope. And then he watched the guy walk out of his house. While you're at lunch, he was spotted on a bike? If it's an off-road, yeah, we've got issues. I mean, it'll be easier to follow, but I think we'd have more helicopters in the air, and they would be making tighter groups if that were the case.
Like Dolly Parton said, it costs a lot of money to look this cheap.
700 Nut Road. Ambulance being dispatched out for labor pain.
Okay, you mentioned Dolly Parton, and I've got something not relevant to talk about, and it's Dolly Parton.
Talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Let me show you something really quickly. Let's see, I want to get rid of. Okay. Oh man, it's sideways. Hang on, I need to fix this picture. 1 second. It's worth the wait, guys. It really is.
Squirrel.
Okay, there we go. Okay, we're going to switch over to... Which camera is that? Media player 2. This is supposed to be Dolly Parton's creamy buttercream cake frosting. You mentioned Dolly Parton. You took us here, Ivan. This is your fault. Does that look anything like her? I mean, really? Does that look anything like her? I think she should sue Duncan Hines for misrepresenting her. It tastes delicious. I mean, I guess I can't. Yeah. Anyway, it tastes delicious. The hair looks right, but I don't know what guy they used to model for the rest of it. Dolly Parton by Lisa Frank.
Yvonne Victor, speaking of Dolly Parton, have you ever seen her shoes? Because neither has she.
I wasn't going there. All right, enough of that. Love Dolly. Nothing like her. All right. Let's see. We're back watching this. I'm struggling actually to find the court information that I needed during the break. I think I need to make one more phone call, and I'm going to need my phone for that. Let me switch things up. Switch to here.
Was there hair in that photo?
Oh, yeah. Okay, 7 on. I've got an ad playing that I have to wait for it clears out. Are there railroad tracks in the area? I don't remember seeing any. I'm sure there would be. I mean, the railroad covers the whole eastern everything up here. Okay, I'm waiting for this ad to clear, which is taking forever, so I can put this up on the screen. Here we go. Now I can unplug this and make a phone call. So let me call Florida really quickly.
Passenger 4, confirm condition 223, Ferndale Lane.
I'm not satisfied.
Copy.
Griffin's press release is at 2:30, so in one hour.
There's just both of you. Increases both on a copy, so make contact. All 7 over here. Yeah, 36, Paul 7, can you go again?
Still attempting contact.
Copy, doesn't make contact.
Sorry, I didn't realize you were just looking over my shoulder the whole time. Here's the, looks like the helicopter's flying back. Look, it's about to land. It's landing in this field. I think we'll probably have another one en route here shortly. So it's flying back to Unionville. Let's see who else we have. Currently nobody else, so he's coming in for a landing. Give him a minute. He's still up at about 1,000 feet. He's way up there. They're just burning fuel right now. Okay, I've got another phone call to make, so hold on just 1 second.
Unit 39 Paul 2, the unemployment office at 100 James Cannon Drive, disturbance. No suspect is refusing to leave the property. Unknown intoxication, no weapons seen. Could be a black male wearing a blue hat, white t-shirt, and blue jean shorts. Looks like he's now leaving in an unknown vehicle with an unknown direction of travel.
Bravo 2 copy. You're saying that he left Barrett?
Affirmative.
Sure.
Andrew 6 Paul 2, copy 2, custody. Go 1 6 Paul 4, check your NBC for animal complaint. confirming your status is okay there?
Can you confirm those hits? Great, copy. Cleared out.
Copy that. Units. I'm just showing to Kimberly Henson. Do you have any of the other individual you have?
And my one.
Get 3 calls. Check your receipt. Verify assignment.
Okay, what did I miss? Sorry. Apple TV wants to use my keyboard. I don't want it to. Okay, we have another plane there. Our helicopter has landed, and a new one has taken off. I think this is our 3rd helicopter. It took off from over here, or thereabouts. I think actually it was still on the same field. I imagine they're all sort of in the same place, not on all these different fields. But he's taken off and headed down south. Not sure why. He's crossing the border there, headed into Delaware. No other choppers in the air, so we'll see. What's the news on the new trial? I'm trying to get some information, but it's tricky because the new trial has it's a change of venue trial. So it was originally in Volusia County, and it got changed to Clay County. And between the two, I've got to get information because I want access to the Clay County courthouse, but there's a Volusia judge that's in charge of the decisions. So it just makes it extra hard. So we're struggling right now. So far, nothing good. Blows my mind that he has managed to invade them. My brother is a canine officer and said this could have been over by now. The area they're in is very, very thick, just overgrown. I don't know. I never would have understood it had I not seen it myself. But there's in the summertime before fall. I mean, springtime you can get in the forest. Fall in the winter you can get in the forest. But in the summertime, you cannot access the forest. It just doesn't work. I see that. Let's see that. Thank you. Thank you. Is this a standing order or just for this case, Amber? And it's not loading. I don't know why. Is it something you could download and then send again? Because it's a locked page that's not loading.
Unit 17 call 34, I'll take it. He's on station. We're welcome. Unit 17 call 34, copy. It's going to be 1231 St. Peter's Road for suspicious condition. Possible sighting of the escapee riding a bicycle eastbound on St. Peter's. Hispanic male. Short. Blue shirt, red shorts.
Ooh, there's another bicycle report.
Yeah.
Hispanic male, blue shirt, red shorts.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
Riding a bicycle. Might have stolen a bicycle.
Unit 41 call 62. Unit 41 call 62. Mainline Health Radiology, 154 Exit Square Parkway, on entrance. Ambulance dispatch out. Person. 62. Unit 67 call 40. Are you still working on that photo assignment?
Thanks, Amber. It worked that time.
Copy.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
Inverter Paul 11 status. We're fine. Copy.
Sorry, I'm reading the media order. Not the best order, but yeah. Okay, so
Small 7.
312
You dispatch BLS for 25-year-old Iowa vest and pregnant.
they better catch this guy. I wasted a whole morning on this one.
Do we secure for EMS when they get there?
See, this helicopter is about to land. Let's see where he's going here. He's circled around. I think he's actually trying to cross over the flight path here. So he's waiting for a plane to move so he can fly across and land at the airport. Nope, he's landing at this helipad. He's landing right here.
36 call 7. The
This is
call
a
originally came in
hospital.
with an unknown number. Do you know?
302.
So it looks like he might be refueling here at this hospital.
20 I got for south. So down around South Park.
Keep an eye on him and see if anybody else moves into the area as well. This is the longest we've had no helicopters over the area of interest. Reading has a lot. If he heads into Reading, PA, they will lose him. Fact. I used to live there. Someone's missing their bike.
I think there's what a copy.
We've heard that they've used drones, but obviously the drones are not going to show up on this. They typically don't use drones the same time they use helicopters. Drones have much more limited flight time. Usually half an hour or so is about the top end you could have a drone hovering for, unless it was a fixed wing drone. If it's a quadcopter, half an hour is about the upper limit. Might be a tactic to flush him out. Michelle, congratulations on the new job. We'll miss you. We'll give you a rundown of everything that happened while you're gone when you get back.
You know, 17 Paul 34. Travis. Second air. Copy.
Is Nick on scene yet? Let's see if we got him. Nick's reaching out to people in the Longwood area. Trying to get connected with Longwood Gardens directly. Trying to get access. So Nick is still struggling to get in.
Yeah, 16-1230, photo parking complaint. Copy.
Is that chopper just hovering there? It might be... usually they turn off the engine to fuel, but sometimes the transponder doesn't send that final one. Oh, look, we just had another guy take off right here from the field. Look, just lifted off. This is our B407. Yeah, he's the one that flew all sorts of flight paths. So he's coming back. He should be doing a couple more patterns. He'll be up here.
Unit 15 Paul 20, copy your stock, West Bridge.
Longwood Gardens is normally closed on Tuesdays, apparently. I was just looking on their on their Twitter feed.
3-4, Paul 11.
Unit 344.
Yes, the spaghetti pilot is back.
Unit 39, Paul 2, check MDC Grip on assignment.
That's funny. Somebody sent me something on the burner phone to the wrong
Paul
person.
11, I copy your stock 1600 block 300.
It happens. Let's see, Stacy. Here's what I need. Okay, so this chopper, this this Bell 407, it's a 2014 chopper, so it's fairly new. It's built in 2014. This is run by the Pennsylvania State Police Bureau of Emergency and Special Operations.
Zero 154.
154, this pass.
154, yes, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Can you go again?
This is incredibly thick forest. That canopy, you can't see through the ground anywhere. So anytime he's flying over forest like that, you cannot use infrared for anything. It's useless. I think the chopper landed here. It's sitting there on that pad right there, that helipad. It'll take off eventually. Come back. Now he's flying along the road here. The Kennett Pike. Is he looking for a bicycle? It's like looking for a specific needle in a pile of needles. Seriously. A little bit of a challenge here, for sure. But if you live in this area around the Baltimore Pike, Route 1, keep your doors locked. This is crazy. Yeah, we're playing Pictionary with the pilot, so if you guys want to make your guess now, this is what we have so far.
Okay, 3-7 East here.
Summers.
Okay, 3-7 Mr. Sheriff, and then we'll be contacting you directly.
Okay, copy.
We know he's stolen some other clothes. He changed clothes.
So there's going to...
Vivian, they're looking for a convicted murderer who was supposed to be serving a lifetime sentence in prison for the stabbing of his ex-girlfriend, which he did in front of her children. Killed her in front of the children. He was convicted, and this is the second time he's killed somebody. Once he did it in his home country as well, and now he's done it here. And he escaped, and so they're looking for him so they can put him back where he belongs. The press conference was very much, everyone be cautious, do what you have to do. Do what you have to do, but be cautious.
Fall forecast.
Well, it did look like the Big Dipper there for a little bit. If you rotate 90 degrees clockwise, it's dog. Oh, I can't rotate this one. A ladle. It's interesting that they're following roadways now. If you look at some of these paths, they seem to be following and tracing roads or paralleling the road. Look, they're all the way back to the prison. I mean, this is where he started from. This is where he escaped from. They're starting back at square one. They're flying around the jail. They're like, okay, let's go back from scratch. Okay, if I left here, where would I go next?
Got 500 block Washington.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Unit 47, call 1.
We're just going to follow this as he flies around since he's going all over the place.
First on phone, copy of this condition, southbound on Doe Run, Church Road, south of Strasburg Road, possible setting of the escape prisoners, all past 10 minutes ago.
Possible sighting, Church Road, and something else. About 10 minutes ago. Now he's going along the river. Turned on Picasso Road again. Yeah, they're flying over all the areas they've flown over before. All the areas where they knew he's been before. It's almost like they're just recovering their tracks to see where he is. No, that's the one exception. You can't turn yourself in and get the reward money. Yeah, garble. The key pieces was garbled. 10 minutes too late, like my YouTube notifications. Yes. Nothing bad can happen on Church Road. The title's always wrong. Let's see. Weekend wrap up. All the news you need to know. Manhunt updates. That's what we did. If he broke in and used a phone, that phone would still track where he called. So he'd have to be pretty desperate, unless he's calling like a burner phone somewhere. And I don't think he has that support system in here in the U.S. National Guard is helping out as well on the ground. Oh, did Brandy change her appearance as well? What did she do? Haircut as well?
Unit 2, 1 Paul 3, copy of South 1000 block West.
Paul 3.
Unit 2, 1 Paul 3, copy.
Oh my goodness. Did you read the whole thing? Like all 65 pages? It's amazing. It's too early in the week to read 65 pages of emotion. I hope somebody gave her a nice tip for that. That is, that's hard work. Oh my goodness. I heard her building got flooded and some of their internet equipment got damaged. She's been struggling to get it working right. And she read it with the emotion. Oh my goodness, I can't wait to watch.
What's up, Bill? I'll be near it.
She's still talking. Let me peek in on Brandy real quickly. There she is. Oh, I just see the yard cam. Let me just say, Brandy's yard cam is pretty pathetic. I mean, what sort of yard is that? Who wants that in their front yard? Just beautiful beach for as far as the eye can see. Man, I'm jealous. Is she reading? I can't tell. Oh, here we go.
Evidence presented during the trial prior to jury deliberations. Ms. Hill's conduct was corroborated by other jurors during subsequent interviews. All right, let's keep going.
That's awesome. She's doing great. She's doing great. We should have, in about 20 minutes, they should have the press conference for Murdaugh announcing all that, or just re-announcing all that. It's not cold at night. It's very warm at night right now. See if we have any other helicopters moving back in.
60 Baltimore, it's up under suspicious condition. Westbound Baltimore Pike, west of Newark Road, westbound Baltimore, west of Newark. Paramount subject walking in the roadway, call concern that it may be the inmate, and then weapons unknown classification.
That was Newark. I wish I knew my my Chester County geography. We'll follow that one. Let's see. Somebody says something about a live view. Can we send the addict out there with a live view? Sure. Let's do it. Let's do it. Big shout out to Brandy, of course. She's doing an amazing job. Mid-60s overnight, that's pretty nice. That's pretty comfy. I can sleep through 60s without a problem. Is it illegal to plant trackers on those convicted? Depends who you are. If it's the police with a warrant, it's legal. If it's just the average civilian, you could be breaking the law. I have a tracker. It's called an Apple AirPod. Not an AirPod, it's an Apple. It's an iTag, whatever it is. Apple Tag, whatever they call it. I can't remember the name of it anymore. But I use it to track my own stuff. New York is high 80s and 90s the next few days. Imagine not too different from there. Probably very similar. It was hot yesterday. It was so hot. Yes, the chopper definitely is corresponding, their actions with what's happening on the ground and the latest information. It's an air tag. That's it. Got it. Air tag. Earwig, skin tag, all the other wrong answers. Kimar, thank you. Air tag, air tag. Cindy Lou, it's surprising. It's surprising if what they say is true. The helicopter is hovering like less than a mile away from the place he escaped from. It's climbing rapidly. And then dipping again. Newark, New Jersey. I don't think so. It's got to be a different Newark.
Yeah, Sam wants to hear.
Yeah, go for one.
The guy that's doing live streams on Twitter is
the
Nick.
same one. Did you copy the warrant from Callan?
Nick the Hat is who he is on Twitter. Nick the Hat. And he's been struggling to get access to the area. He's actually reaching out to people to try to get them to tell him what's going on. But he's still not finding much.
Or copy your stop 1300 off of Glenmore Drive.
And Brian Anton from News Nation just posted a picture of what the presser looks like for the Murdaugh press conference. We're not going to be taking that live, and this is the reason why, as a matter of fact. But it looks like this. Hold tight. It's just a row of cameramen as far as the eye can see. Just zooming down. It's a copyright issue nightmare.
Adam 2, I copy your stop 4 on 6th Street.
Oh, putting a tracker in a prisoner so they can be tracked? There are plenty of science fiction books about that. There are probably ways around that. Think of, what's the one about the tripods? I don't know. There's a book I read as a kid about tripods where they put a tracker in you. They're like these three-legged tall robots. It's like a walking water tower that chases people around. Nick the Hat sounds like a cool Sopranos name. I think it is his gang name. That's his street name. Whoa, Ladybird says United Airlines issued a nationwide ground stop for all flights due to a computer issue. I'm seeing that as well. Equipment outage, according to the FAA. So hopefully you weren't trying to fly anywhere.
Yeah, it's Adam too, okay.
Yeah, 067.
Nick says he's been in the area for about an hour. He's looking for a good vantage point. There's a lot of police presence at various intersections. Longwood Gardens currently has a signpost that indicates entry is restricted to emergency vehicles only. So he might be having a live stream popping up here any minute now. Let's see. That was Sheriff Grady. Unique detail. I think Sheriff Grady's press conference that we heard about that. A dad who was probably messed up on drugs at the time murdered his son with an angle grinder. And this son was just an amazing kid by all counts. He was helping his grandpa out.
03 Politics, taking receivers on assignment.
I do have some friends at Burning Man. I haven't talked to them in a while, but I'm sure they're there. Cheryl, you've probably still got time. Zip on down there. Zip on down. They usually start late anyway. Sheriff says the light. I saw the interview with a resident. He flipped the light switch 5 times off in the basement, and someone in the basement flipped another switch 5 times in response.
Yeah, 3 Adam 1, check NBC for report.
Search has moved to the Pecops. Why can I not say this word? Pecopson Elementary. Good thing these schools are closed, by the way. Yeah, must be pretty bad. Pretty bad.
You don't want 140, I copy yourself. What are bonds, Pennsylvania?
Thank you, Erica. That's it. It's called The Tripods, or When the Tripods Came. It's a good book, especially if you've got a teenager, young teen, early teen. I think that's a good book to read. I think I was about 10 or 12 when I read it. You never find parking this late? We'll just double park in front of one of the satellite news trucks. They're not going anywhere. I kid. You don't want to do that. Yes, Burning Man was a tough one. People still enjoyed it. They still had a lot of fun, and probably had a lot more drugs than not.
You don't want 140, copy.
Sex therapist, the trial's on hold for a week because defense attorney caught COVID. Despite all those masks and plexiglass, life is funny, says Mr. Torso. Ironies are interesting. The problem with the computer tracker chip is that they require batteries if they transmit, and that's what you need. So, like I do ham radio, right? And in amateur radio, you can build like an APRS, an auto range positioning system. It's basically a little tiny box that transmits its location with GPS constantly.
Copy that.
But it needs power. If you have a passive chip, it needs to go close enough to think of like a shopping center where they have like those little security tags.
Condition 450 Burnt Mill Road, 450 Burnt Mill Road. Caller is like an officer to check her house for her. The 3-car garage in the side door does not log and she'll see a call as well.
Well, it's another suspicious circumstance. Well, that chopper has finished making its little inspection, and I think it's going back down to land. I forget what I was saying. Sorry. Can you pull the view out some so I can see what the spaghetti pilot drew? Right here is what we've got. Let me turn off the follow so we can just stay with him. I'm going to just make an executive decision. It's a duck. It's a duck. He's doing the tail right now. It's a duck. I did see him buzzing around the elementary school a little bit. Let's see, that was over here, I think. I think this is the elementary school. It's got the playground in the background, the swings and all that. So they were searching in the trees right around there, Pecopson, and then they turned around and headed back home and finished out our duck. There he is. He's landing right now.
6786, are you in that accident?
Let's check for the other choppers, see if they're inbound at all. We do have one right down here that's heading up. Let's see. No, that's not ours.
4741.
It's 17 years old. It's the wrong brand, too.
You can clear this one. I was able to verify that subject, and it's not the one.
The Tripod Trilogy, White Mountain, Pool of Fire, City of Gold.
Yelling and no one's injured.
John Christopher. That's good.
Okay.
It's a duck giving the thumbs up. I would say yes, but that's not the thumb. It's a big finger to everybody else. Cher, they have not issued a shelter in place. They said in this morning in the press conference that if they have specific information,
weapons, unknown intoxication.
Specific information about somebody about him in the area, that very localized area would get the shelter in place. But other than that, they're just asking people to be cautious, keep their house locked, keep their cars locked, and that's it. Kitty Kitty Bang Bang says, recover addict. My niece lives in the area. She's a dog sitter, has been going in and out of people's empty homes all weekend. So concerned for her and her family. Oh my goodness. Wow. It's a Roadrunner. I don't see a duck. How can you not see a duck, Dodie? Well, he took off again. He flew. Oh no, we've got a different one. This guy landed. No, it's the same guy. He flew back over the landing zone, and then he decided to go back. These guys are just playing around. Like sightseeing, taking tours. They might be doing that. Might taking like governors and officials and things on a tour of the area and showing what they've done. They're using dogs. The area is just extremely dense, and a dog has to be able to get through, and the handler has to be able to get through.
The caller from my call still on the line.
Yeah, the flight hours are
negative. We
racking up quickly.
classified that they were currently up the road from their house, though.
Well, for Charlie, whatever you said.
Here's Skyforce 10. This is our news chopper that came back from Philly. It was with us this morning, and now he's back. They're following probably a different story down in here, possibly a police chase or something. We'll see what he's looking for. Yeah, so he's not our guy anymore. He'll be back if it gets interesting. See this one here out of Philly as well.
3242, pull up.
Don't think he's our guy either.
3242, copy.
And there's our duck. You can gives you a reference point.
Sam, everybody separates us.
It's a couple miles away.
3242, copy.
I think he's just filling out more of the feathers, is what the request was, to have him go back and
Unit 67, Tom 86, are you still out on that accident?
draw it a little better.
Six, 7. We'll call Phil.
Copy that.
If you want to watch the press conference from Murdaugh, Brandy has that live right now. I want to pop over and watch that. And tell her hello from us if you do head over there. Yeah, it's going to take some time. These appeals never happen very quickly. But all his attorneys are wearing sunglasses, so they're standing out in the sun. I think Mr. Harpootlian's reading right now. Who is Brandy? Exclamation point Brandy in chat will give you the link to Brandy Churchwell. She's a good friend of the program and a YouTuber as well. She actually rose to fame covering the Murdaugh trial herself on Twitter. And there she is. There's Brandy Churchwell. So you can click the link in the chat, and that will take you over to her channel, and just mention you came from here and said hello. And she's great. We love her. See a gun with a very strange hammer. Why are we not watching the presser? We're not following that one here for copyright reasons. It just gets sketchy. Because every camera, because every news media outlet has filmed it themselves, they hold exclusive copyright on the video, and it's very easy to get a strike on something like this. Where did RA go? I fell off, but I'm back. And anybody could. It's just a call. I'm playing very cautious right now. I could probably get away with it. She's probably going to do just fine without a problem. But it's just a call on my part. Rudy, yes, Mrs. R.A.
Medical call, Rangers, and yes, 11 West Lincoln Highway, lobby of Enos Manassas Ruffle.
That's a medical call. That's not what we're looking for. Mrs. R.A. cut my hair, and then I shaved my goatee.
60 unit status.
Oh, we're good.
It's just a little quiet right now. That's
all.
all.
We also did try and call him.
This definitely comes under the design flaw category, Adam. But really, all of Pennsylvania should not have any prisons then, because it has a lot of forest. Okay, so now they're flying pretty tight patterns here. Let's see what we have here. This is Lenape Road, Kendall Drive, by Elmwood, just north of Hammerton. This is in that little X, that red X area that we told you about earlier. If we pull it back up on our map.
Reporting. Yeah, pulse.
Copy.
Still have the police activity on these roads. These roads are blocked off. And it's been this lower corner right in here that they've been searching. So let's check the helicopter again. Now they're searching a little bit over to the right, a little further. But still in that same area where the police were active earlier. Hey, Weather Watch. Keep an eye on that tropical storm developing thing. I forget what it's called. Number 14, 15, 16, whatever it is that seems to be headed our way. Let me know if I need to evacuate. 6-volt bus, I think you're onto something here. Playing Baby Shark at full volume from helicopters, loudspeakers on helicopters all night long. That would probably do it. He'd be like, I surrender, I'm done. Just make the music stop. He's the 4th escapee in Pennsylvania since May. Not all the same prisons either. That's not a good record. I had a trial. Husband of a lady walked.
06 out of 2 traffic.
Husband of lady against me walked into jury room with the jurors. No one stopped
Smith
him.
and Hodson. It's a PA tag, unreadable, on a red dot, the coupe.
Wow. Just follow the jurors into the juror room. Three jurors reported separately about the court officer. Doesn't sound good for her. I don't know. This is all their allegations. We have to see the facts. We need to know what happens from the jurors themselves. In the Murdaugh trial, there's still, I can tell you what's going on. Let's see.
Indicates something, and the court would be the one to communicate that. Why? So a bunch of folks told us stuff that appeared to be inconsequential, but in the total context indicated to us that what we've put in this petition about the court is credible. And based on sworn testimony from 2 jurors, and we interviewed a third. My paralegal, Holly Miller, has given you an affidavit or filed an affidavit on what she told us. A lot of these folks just don't want to get involved. But they.
Okay, so they're still going on. They have sworn statements from some of the jurors in the 65 pages. I don't know. The way they said a lot of these statements seem inconsequential, but when you combine everything, it makes sense. It might not be the smoking gun they're trying to make it be. He may be beating a dead horse on this one. Did they notice when there was like one too few chairs, Kathleen? When the extra guy goes in the jury room? It's like, why? Hang on. Where did the last chair go? Why are there only 12 and there are 13 of us? I'm telling you, it's a duck. It's a duck. It's a duck.
And 03 Adam Davis.
Unit 06, okay.
One of the jurors was the egg juror.
Yeah, there's a.
Okay, so she had an axe to grind a little bit, right? Because she got kicked off. Egg juror got kicked off. She had to grab her eggs and go home. And so now she's saying, hey, the fix was in. It's crazy. Nick is live. So he's across the street from the Longwood Gardens. And he's watching the helicopter fly overhead. So he's right here. think Longwood Gardens is. Let's see. I thought it was right here.
Yeah, 15710, copy of half complaint, Johnny Block 4th. What time are you for you?
So by a show of hands, how many of you guys are on Twitter as well?
Copy. You're on Paul 40, I copy your cell phone, or Blocky Pennsylvania Avenue.
Okay, so we've got a few people. It would be awesome if we popped over on Nick the Chat's live stream and just gave him a thumbs up and said, "Hey, recovery addict, suggested you," or something like that. If you aren't already, I see people in there already that are very familiar. I'll keep an eye on his feed as well. At this speed, how do you look for one guy on the ground? This guy's going, what, 44 knots? He's cruising. To find Nick, let me give you his. This is his handle on Twitter.
You know, 1801, number 18, Terrace Drive, 18 Drive. Preference being to search out for a fire.
That's his Twitter handle, so you can search for that and you'll find him.
Right.
Let's see what he has to say right here.
Right there, driving by. So they're everywhere, and they have their rifles drawn at the checkpoints.
So he's given his vantage point. I mean, he's up close to it, but he's on the ground, so he can't see what's happening around him. I mean, it's just a couple 100 yards each direction, and that's it. I'm seeing some comments from you guys. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
You can pop it.
We'll see 7 minutes out of 2000 Eaton Court. Service 3 if you want. We'll let you know for.
He's approaching. Hey, Debbie, yes, I did shave. I washed my face with some strong soap, and it just fell right off. He's approaching 7 days on the run. 7 days. Which, I mean, we've had some that went as long as a month. You found his page but can't find the live. Click on his page and scroll down a little bit. I think it's below the pinned comment. It does seem strange that we, all these resources, we haven't been able to catch one guy, and he's just a tiny dude, 5 foot tall, 120 pounds. Kathleen, that's some serious multitasking going on there. Chopper's got a new area of interest. Just checking out right here.
Unit 06, Adam 2, check MDC first on assignment specific.
This must be the Walmart.
Yeah, 06 out to. Can you preempt that for now? I'm going out on a traffic stop.
It's fun to watch. It's fun to watch this guy flying around.
Unit 06, Adam 2, I copy, been preempted. Where are you going to be at?
Let's zoom in a little bit and see what he does down in here.
Yeah,
This is a shopping center.
West Pothouse Road and West Evergreen Drive. West Pothouse and West Evergreen. Fire department's being dispatched out for a smoke investigation outside.
Hold on.
Got it. Copy yourself. I'm under block Garfield.
He's small enough he can hide. I think he could literally slide into a sewer drain. He's that small.
6-7 units, your status.
Making entry now.
Yep, they're flying around. I think Walmart's just to the left of this. It's directly up from where the helicopter is right now. But they're flying in this area by the shopping center.
Copy that.
It is a Walmart. It just looks like has like a Walmart type parking lot.
Yeah, 06 Adam 2, okay.
Yeah, 06 Adam 2, copy.
Can't believe Murdaugh's lawyers are still going. It's like they're getting paid by the word.
I mean, it's not well written.
What?
That's Brandy.
Not accurate, in our opinion. At least the facts as we saw them.
I like that. What? From Brandy.
Yeah, it's just 740.
If I was on the run,
for one male.
Yeah, you just open a jar of pickles and wait. I'd show up.
He's a 36-year-old male.
Copy, and the scene is secure.
Yeah, we're secure.
They're making wider concentric circles. What would this be called? An irregular helix? Yes, widening it out means you figured out where he is. It's a spiral. I think we're headed around to Walmart. We're going to pass over the Walmart this time, maybe. Here we go, right at the Walmart, right there. Boom, we're on Walmart's property. Right over Walmart.
Unit 3226, copy your stop 900 block park on site.
I'm going to see if I can reach out to Nick and see if we can...
Unit 372, are you still in the school check?
So we can make something happen here.
All 6, I'm good.
All 6, copy.
Yeah, I think he's in a poor spot, signal-wise. He really needs a live view. If only he knew somebody that had a live view. Oh, wait, there's me.
Yeah, 06 out to Paul 2 is going to handle that photo.
Yeah, 06 out to copy. I give it down to Paul 2. Yeah, 29 blocks, I copy and route to the miscellaneous police nature for 45 Green Hill Road. 42 is requesting unit contact with Vincent Borelli at that address. Vehicle belonging to him was involved in an accident at Matthews Road and Alloy Lane in 42 PD. The vehicle's going to be a blue GMC Envoy, Pennsylvania registration, Lima Kilo Alpha 1360. Phone number attached to the call will be the officer's cell phone.
Copy.
It's flying about 741 feet off the ground. Might be leaving his pattern here. Let's see if this holds.
Yeah, 130. Check some DC police information.
Let's see where he's headed.
Heard you.
Don't see any other patterns or any other planes or helicopters up. Got this one plane flying through and it's way up high. About 40,000 feet. So he drew the duck and then he drew the duck turd and now he's flying back home.
Unit 16443 status.
Our scanners are probably right on. It's just the YouTube delay that's causing a little bit of a delay to you. Hey, Weebug, welcome. Been working 2 jobs, 65 hours a week, so I've missed a lot. Miss you all. Weebug, you need to take a break. You're working yourself to death, 65 hours a week. The burner phone command is right here. That'll do it. You can text me or you can call if you want to call. It's a slow day, so we might be able to take some calls.
We're talking about the suspicious condition between the guy and his Dollar General. And it's going to be 350 Scarlet Road. Pre-PSPA. There's a Hispanic male wearing a blue shirt and dark colored pants, hiking boots, walking around the tree line. Things may be possibly a prisoner sighting.
Whoa. Do you guys hear that? Hispanic male walking around the tree line. We had we didn't listen to the Murdaugh press conference. We did read a little bit of the filings. Basically, they've accused the court clerk, the Sherry, I think her name is. She's the one that wrote a book about the Murdaugh trial, of interfering with the jury, and they're saying they want a new trial because of that. And they've got 65 pages of their grievances that they've listed in detail. That was better than the bike sighting, right? But seriously, would this guy be walking along the tree line in the middle of the day? It doesn't sound right. It doesn't meet his MO. Okay, so they flew back to connect the dots at the tail. They're circling. They should be landing in this field right here. That's their field they stage out of. Looks like he's coming around to land right now. Still about 520 feet off the ground. Is dropping 515. Thank you, Unique Detail, for that that beautiful image of myself. Unique Detail.
Unit 41-1262. MDC check for an FPDI.
My claim to fame as far as working too much was this: when I was going to school, I was married. I had 4 kids. Trying to finish up my college degree, which I started late. So I worked full-time, and I had 2 part-time jobs, and I had a business on the side, and I was going to school full-time, and I made it work. Now, my kids didn't recognize me because they didn't see me ever, and my wife, well, she was nice enough not to just run off with somebody else, but it was hard work. We got through it. Two jurors have contacted them to say the clerk basically swayed their judgment. That's what I heard. Okay, it looks like the helicopter has stopped responding. Which means it's not hovering in place. It's probably gone too low. Last reported 433 feet. It probably stops reporting under 400. So it's gone back and probably landed there. We're going to wait to see if there are any other helicopters that come back to the area. We did have one that was down here almost by the river. Let's see, where were we? Almost by the airport. It was going to be right up here by the hospital. Here we go. It's right here. It landed right here, so we might have a helicopter on that spot. Though it could be a life flight helicopter too that they were just borrowing. Got an inbound helicopter up here from up in the north. Ooh, look at this. Where's he coming from? All the way up here from Reading. This is another Bell 407. They like these. Let's see if we can find out who owns that one. It's another state police. Another state police chopper is headed down from Reading. So it's definitely coming down. Coming down to play. We'll watch and see if he lands in his in the parking lot here, or if he takes off and goes to the search area. Looks like they're gearing up for tonight. Never underestimate a guy with nothing to lose. You got to be running out of energy. No, I think he's conserving it. He hasn't gone anywhere. He's gone like 4 miles in 6 days. The guy's just, by his very definition, he's kicked back, taking it easy.
Copy, we head to number 13 Woodchuck Way,
Do you
13
have a list
Woodchuck
of all the
Way.
equipment
Door
to
to the
use for
spring
next
house
streams?
behind.
I know
The
you
colored
went over
residence
it all
is
in a live
normally
a while
closed, but
back.
you can see that
Would
it's
like
now
to go
open.
the same route
Questions are not
myself.
expected.
Could you put it in the description box?
Yes, I can help you with that, Jeff. I don't have a list. Let's see. I can make a link on my link tree for it. But if you send me a text to the burner phone, that might be the easiest way where I could get you a list of that. You don't need everything that I have. I mean, I've got all sorts of junk. Wow, that's overexposed. That's weird. Not sure why it's so bright. But I've got all sorts of junk on my desk that you don't need. But I'd be happy to. Send me a text on the burner phone. Type, here's the burner number right there. And just make sure you don't overexpose your junk. Yes. Good advice. Just include your name, Jeff, on there on the text. And I'll get you a list for you. And I do have 47 cables. And thank you, by the way, for the super chat. I appreciate the support.
2563, okay.
Nikki says, I sent a screenshot from Twitter about a new trial with Judge Werner from the Oh, man, I love Judge Werner. Love Judge Werner. And I love how he broadcasts his as well. So let's see. That might be it depends on the topic.
2573. Husband is going to be Glenn Abel, white male, 82, 6 foot, average build, wearing a blue Habitat for Humanity t-shirt and blue shorts.
A Habitat for Humanity t-shirt. Probably not our guy.
2573, okay.
Nikki, what's the defendant name? Tell me a little bit about the trial, and I can do some digging.
I think he's holed up in a marsh or quarry somewhere. Moves by night. Car theft looming tonight, in my opinion.
Okay, Amber, are you talking about the Clay County one? Because that gives us the same problem we have in Orange County right now. We're struggling to get past the gatekeepers, as they call themselves. I think he's holed up in a marsh or quarry somewhere. Moves by night. Car theft looming tonight, in my opinion.
25 units. Subject drives a green Subaru Outback. Now advising that her husband is driving up the driveway now and that there's no emergency.
No emergency. False alarm.
2563, okay.
I'm going to text you back on this one.
I'll be clear.
I'll look into that. It depends what the subject is for that one, but I'd like to file another one for Werner. I really enjoyed how he handled the Letitia Stout trial. For the Werner case? Is there a media guide for that one? He's in the 4th Judicial, right?
61 miles to the property.
So this chopper is just coming into land as well. So now we have 2 choppers there in the staging area.
Copy.
Paramedics gave him too much sedative and it killed him. That sounds crazy. Judge Werner is the judge that handled...
Yes, in your rebel, we hold a suspicious condition behind number 8 Balmoral Drive, Caller a loud bang, possibly from a tree branch falling, but didn't see anything for about 45 minutes ago.
45 minutes ago, there was a big loud bang in the backyard, and now we're calling the cops about it. This is what I'm talking about. Everyone in the area is very on edge, and they're calling the police about everything. Unfortunately, the delay is the problem. Just sent you a text about your live stream gear. Thanks so much. I'll get back to you, Jeff. I promise. I'll get you that information. I'd love to help out what I can. Okay, so let's see. Amber, thank you.
If Boone posted that. If Boone posted that, copy and route. Westwood Road and South Whitford Road.
Well.
Westwood and South Whitford for property damage accident. 2 vehicles to pick up first stand blocking tracks.
That subject's GOA.
60 I copy.
Nadine says I sent you the text before, Jeff. I'll help you both. I'll do what I can. All right. Amber, you know my next question, right? Doesn't start till the 18th. I need some case information, case name. I can look it up, but it's hard to do it while I'm live streaming. Was it GOA? DOA? Oh no, DOA. That means that he's probably not moving. It's holding very still. Different case. This was not the same. This is not the guy we're looking for. This is not the stiff we're looking for.
6 Paul.
This is responsive copy. You need a 06 Adam. Do I do copy yours? 4 block the street.
You're off clear.
Our Chinook is headed back down.
This is 3 copy.
It went all the way up to
copy yourself. 700 block West Google.
To New London. It was in Connecticut. It's now going to be coming down, crossing. Basically, I think it's going to go straight across the area that's in question here.
Unit 1510.
What's that? Oh, that's good. So nobody's in the air right now. We'll just keep an eye on this. Westchester. There we go.
Unit 6 Adam 2, okay.
They want a hearing on the Murdaugh case, jury tampering. I heard GOA the first time, but I don't know what GOA is. I know what DOA is. Latest scoop on which one? For this search, basically, the more we search, the more we listen, the more we know they don't know where he is. They have no clue. The path the helicopter is flying indicates that they're looking.
102 apartment A. Ambulance being dispatched out for diabetic emergency.
Diabetic emergency. That's not our guy either.
Copy.
The helicopter, the routes that have been followed by these helicopters throughout the day,
Troopers may have been out to already check this address, but tell me if you see anything.
they've been bizarre as far as the search goes. They've gone all the way back to the prison where he got away. They've gone over elementary schools. They've gone over this garden area, the last place that we basically have a sighting of him.
East Street and Nut Road, getting at the intersection closer to the hospital for suspicious condition. 1 minute time delay. Caller drove by a duffel bag on the side of the road. Does not believe anyone was with it.
490 copy.
You know, 17 call 43 status.
3, okay.
He was gone on
You know,
arrival.
17 call 43, okay. You know, 15 call 90. There's a male subject standing by it, looking at it weird. Caller does not think it belongs to him. It's a white male in his 20s wearing all black.
He's looking at it weird. That was the description. Yes, he's been captured on cameras, spotted by law enforcement and by multiple citizens in one spot, but I'm not sure any since last night. Last night, 9:30 p.m., I think, at the trail cam was the last time we've seen him. National Guard is on the ground. I don't think they have anything in the air. Helicopters are to keep him awake. Border Patrol was called in.
They advised PSC was out at number 13 Bullfrog earlier today, and there were footprints by the pond. Most of the else on camera footage, just right nearby you.
Footprints by the pond. Camera footage. What's this? Werner case is a double LEO trial case. I heard it was more than double. I heard it was like five Colorado first responders charged in 2019 death of Elijah McLean plead not guilty to all charges.
4 and 10 radar.
I did not dye my hair. No, I just cut off the white bits.
One from Marvel versus Ampli.
Uniform 1739, okay?
Jeff, yes, this is the trial. I just need the case number and the actual case name on this. Spotted him on trail cams around 9:30 last night, so we have signs of life from then.
Unit 2544.
Yeah, I think he's alive. We know that he's stolen food recently. There's our case number. Okay, thank you.
5 call. Put us a note now. 5 suspicious condition. 2 Hispanic male subjects getting into a dark gray Honda sedan, unknown registration with a pink plate in the front of the vehicle. Caller's no longer on location. No weapons under Nissan.
Five defendants. Can you imagine all 5 defendants? Are they going to be jointly defended, or are they going to have individual lawyers? This might be an appeal. This might be crazy.
16 is also be holding 8 miles. That one for you now. Unit 41 Sam 39, travel time on Bush.
Okay.
There are 32 counts in this case with all the different defendants. 32 counts. I'm going to have to type this out and say like et al. Because I can't fit all the names in here for the defendants. I think it will be a good trial.
Unit 15, call 90, your status?
2 for the first trial, September 18th.
Call 9, our status is fine.
Unit 15, call 90, okay?
If the phone is solving. 256, you can put me out of the Sunoco.
Copy.
Yeah, I'm working on the extended media request right now. I'm
Sam 3, that vehicle's going to be GOA.
I just need to make sure I get all my information.
Unit 25, Sam 3, okay?
What time's the proceeding? Do you know when it starts?
Unit 6, call 40, your status?
40's okay.
Cruiser Chris, it's too early to tell on that. I mean, they're just allegations right now. I just need to have a time of proceeding. It's required. I'm thinking, what, 8 or 9? When did it normally start? Our area of interest still is chopperless. Zoom out a little bit and we see our Chinook. Our Chinook is headed inbound. It's going to pass right over Westchester, it looks like. It's a little bit outside the area, but U.S. Army en route.
Put me out at a pit stop. Be underneath the railroad tracks across Union.
Yeah, there's a ramp to a copy.
Paul 6, you can put me out with them too.
Yeah, there's a Paul 6, copy.
Do I use the Colorado versus Randy Rodema? Is that the best case name for this?
Unit 06, Adam 2, I copy your stop. 500 block Garfield Street.
9 my time, so they started at 7 a.m.? Now, I don't think the Chinook is actually coming to this. I think it'll just pass by. But it will sure rattle them a little bit because they're loud. Jen, it's pretty sad. I'm hoping they do catch him here right away. I'm hoping tonight. We've got our fingers crossed. A solid week on the run. He'll be all Chinook up. Okay, so this is a district court, right? Warner's 4th district. County is El Paso. Type of expanded media coverage. WebEx audio and video.
There are 3 unit status.
Do we know the schedule for Judge Werner for this case? I need to have a time frame that the case is supposed to start.
Unit 06 Adam 2, okay.
And it's the local time in Colorado in El Paso County.
Copy. Unit 29 call 2. Summary time still okay?
I believe we're talking about the Colorado v. Randy Rodema et al. It's 5 first responders accused of killing someone with an overdose.
Did you copy the traffic stop?
Okay, the military transport is just coming into the area where they've been searching. It'll be over in just a moment.
62 Paul 4 copy.
It's flying very straight and has not turned. It's also flying at 1,500 feet. So it's low. For a Chinook, 1,500 feet is not very high off the ground.
In the area 1100 Potsdam Pike.
Okay, I'm going to put 8:30 on here, but hope it doesn't get rejected for improper time.
Yeah, 254.
It says I've got 24 hours advance notice.
Unit 39 Paul 2, check time to see. Hold you.
National Guard was called in. They're assisting on the ground. Please include a description of the pooling arrangements. Please include certificates of service. Gayla May, thank you. Let's see. I have to include the email addresses of all the attorneys on the case. Doesn't that seem like something they should do?
Call 6, and you're Vallo, holding 40 specific.
Okay, so he's flown over the area. He's not slowing down. Definitely woke him up. He's at 1,500 feet. So I'm sure he heard him. We'll clear the Chinook off.
Call for your trigger MDC for phone assignment.
Call.
I think I'm frozen. No, I'm just thinking and typing. Sorry about that. Let's see. Hello? Is anybody on? Let's see. I do need a full-time clerk. I can't afford one. Copy paste. I'm trying, but the forms are just not friendly. I was trying to pass a robot check, and it asked me 3 different questions. I apparently got them wrong. Nikki, we're trying. We've got a few more things to sort out. I tried to submit it. Now it's asking me to put the email addresses for all the lawyers on the case in a field. Provide the names and contact information, preferably email addresses, of attorneys for all parties to ensure they're served with the request. Okay. Keep an eye on your DMs. Okay, I'm trying. And I am telling them that request is to rebroadcast WebEx audio and video. No pooling of feed is required for this. So we'll see. Oh, awesome. Gally May is right down the road from the courthouse there, the El Paso County Courthouse, I believe. So, yeah, in a pinch, we have some inside help. Alive and well, what's happening? Well, we're still watching. All the helicopters have landed. They have not found the dude. He's still missing just as much as he was before. But the helicopters have landed. Let's see if the police activity is still in place.
Yeah, there's a gun. So I copy your stop on Middle Street.
Here we are. Zoom in. Yeah, police activity is still in place on these cross streets, these two roads that intersect each other. Most of the searching has been done either here or here. So that's where they think he is. I mean, if I lived down here, I'd be nervous, though. Hey, Jane. You may be small, but stabbed his girlfriend 38 times. I'd be terrified. Yeah. Adams County Court. Sorry. I was thinking 4th District. It's 4th District in the Adams County Courthouse. Isn't that what you're in Colorado, right? The one we're talking about? I might have mixed up my cases. Let's see. Just put in NA and pray. No, you can't do that. We need. Here's the problem in Colorado. When you file to share the video like this, to rebroadcast the video, both parties get a chance to weigh in on it. And generally, it's like, yeah, whatever, it's cool. Unless they have good, solid reason not to, they pretty much have to respond that way. Yeah, I can't quite put my finger on it. It's just not there anymore. We're still manhunting. Jamie C., we're still waiting on that request. Sometimes they can take up to 2 months. We have not got anything back. All I'm waiting for them to tell me is how much I owe them so they can give me the video, and they're not even telling me that. Not much happening around here. Our Chinook has left the area. It's all the way down there in overflying over Washington. Almost. I mean, it's headed there. It's headed towards Baltimore. But it'll be down here crossing I don't think it'll fly over Washington. There's a no-fly zone there. But he's military. Maybe he'll get to.
Just 1 onions there.
Still didn't catch him, Holly. No. Well, I think nobody's covering it because nobody has seen anything. He disappears, like he goes underground, literally, like he might be in the sewer system. All right. Here's what we're going to do. I've got to get this case sorted out. I'd love to get another case with Judge Werner. Hey, Amber, if you're still on, what was the... I see we've got this slated for a month. Does it go longer than that? They called out the Italian Air Force. Where's the Italian Air Force? They have those little Alpha jets, don't they?
Jeffrey Paul, Cypress Street at the intersection of South Mill, 1% South Mill for a property damage accident, 2 vehicles.
Our helicopters are sitting on the ground right here. They've got like a command center set up out here, and they're just sitting on the ground, just waiting. We've got at least 2 on the ground that we know of that have both refueled and landed. Okay, so Lori, I'm seeing this. 17th Judicial District Judge Mark Warner, not Gregory Warner. Okay, so a different judge. It is Adams County.
Jeffrey Paul, 6, step back to Hawaii. It'll be a black Subaru Forester versus a black Dodge Ram, not blocking.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was
Sorry.
terrible. I apologize.
C-130 just flew overhead. Is it this guy?
Column plus 62, copy.
Hey, look at this.
Unit 3, copy 3, still working on that bonus pin.
This guy's doing something crazy.
Copy.
It's a little Piper. It's a tiny little 4, might be a 6-seater, 4 or 6-seater. Took off from out just by Westchester. Flew over the area, went down here and did a little loop-the-loops by the airport. Might have even done some touch and goes. Let's see. He did. Looks like he might have even buzzed the runway doing some touch and goes. Took off, came back up here. Now he's going to fly over again. Amber's still here, cheating on the exam for us. Virginia Little, they have 65 pages of information that they say they have evidence on, but it's not what they provide doesn't necessarily mean it's evidence. They just say this is what we found, and it's written with their spin on it. So until we get a little more, I'm not sure. But basically, they say they have 2 jurors who said, something's up here. That's about it. And one of them was the excused juror. Greeners, when were your student pilot days? Yeg Lady, I believe, is one of them, yes, for the Murdaugh trial. The helicopters have landed. They refueled and flew in. They just flew in another one from Reading as well, and it landed. So I think we have 2, possibly 3 helicopters staged. They're probably going to be pretty busy tonight because that's when their equipment's very useful, where you can see better with thermal than you can with your regular vision. But flying at night is also difficult. So we'll see what happens here. Let's see, he's flying around the area. No choppers, still no audio. The scanner's been extremely quiet. We're listening to the scanner right there. Nothing happening. The roads are still blocked off. This was the latest update at 3:30, just a couple minutes ago. Still police activity, all lanes closed. So these 4 roads are still closed. That's still the area of interest. And we just don't have any planes or helicopters really covering it, and it's these 4 roads right there. So we'll keep an eye on that. Thank you, Amber. Thank you. If you can find out the time, that would be great. Nick the Head is live. He said they last saw him at Hickory Hill and Meadow. He's close by now.
He said they last saw him at Hickory Hill and Meadow. He's close by now.
Yeah, he's very close. He was down by the I think he was down right down here, sort of on the map where we are right now. But he was down by an intersection there watching all this happen. Let's see. Thanks, Kayla. I appreciate that. Nick is live. I need to reach out to him to see if we can.
Unit 1612, yeah, copy yourself. 2 block number 11 Avenue.
It was Unit 1612. We are watching, we're watching what used to be a manhunt. It's day 6 of this manhunt. A fugitive from justice. I guess he was convicted.
Unit 2812, can you call on this go, please?
He was convicted, and then he broke out of jail. He was supposed to be serving a life sentence, but instead he's out on the run. So he was convicted of killing his ex-girlfriend, stabbed her 38 times in front of the kids, and he was convicted and sentenced to prison. He's killed somebody in his own country as well, so this is at least a twofer, a two-peat, a repeat, whatever you call that. Dangerous guy. Even though he's only 5 feet tall and weighs 120 pounds, but they believe he's in this area. He's been spotted on trail cameras. He's been spotted on security camera footage. One resident even saw him in their house. He stole, I believe, peaches and apples and some peas from them, and he ate those, I assume. That or he fed the neighbor's cats or something. I don't know. But they've been flying helicopters over this area for quite a while, and the helicopters right now have landed. They're actually over here in Unionville, and they're in this field right here. So we have 2, possibly 3 helicopters staged in that field, ready to take off again. They're state police helicopters, ready to check out this area right here where the roads are blocked off. So from, let's see if I can drop a pin. I can't. Let me go to the other map right here. So here's our map with our 4 closed off roads. The police have closed this traffic. You can't drive in or out of there. This is part of their perimeter they've set up, and they have other police on other roads as well. But this police activity has been going pretty much most of the morning. It was just updated again this afternoon, just a few minutes ago, 15 minutes ago or so, that these roads are still blocked off, and this manhunt is still underway as they try to find him. The Piper belongs to Brandywine Flight School, so it is a flight student. Let's see, where did he go? Did he escape already? Where's he at? There he is. He probably took off right here from the Brandywine Regional Airport, where he goes to school. And he'll probably be landing there again as well. Okay, we have a chopper in the air. Something headed this direction. Let's see if this is close enough. Oh, Skyforce 10. Skyforce 10 might be headed back up. Skyforce 10 has been covering a lot of stories, including this one repeatedly, sometimes flying circles around here. Right now, it looks like he's headed to the same area, even though there's nobody else really around. So we'll see what happens when he gets up there. Yes, Skyforce 10 is headed there. We're tracking that right now.
Yeah, 3246 MDC check for... Okay.
Vivian, heat detection does work at night. The problem is ground cover, like tree cover. The canopy overhead blocks that thermal imagery. So unless you can see down to the ground where the person is, the thermal imagery is not going to help. It basically provides a barrier that it can't break through. Kayla, did Nick say that this was a new sighting? Would this be like the number 7 sighting? If it is, I expect a helicopter to launch from that Unionville right away. Not seeing anything take off quite yet. But Skyforce 10 is about to cross out of Delaware airspace and into Pennsylvania. We'll see what they focus on the area. Ooh, that plane just jumped into view. What happened there? Little Cessna Skyhawk.
Copy.
That's nothing. It just it teleported onto the screen from off the screen. Austin in the clerk's office isn't sure of what to put, whether she's trying to redirect me to someone that can help me. Okay, thank you, Amber. Appreciate that.
Yeah, 16-1230, correction. I actually don't have you on anything. You're supposed to be on a traffic stop.
Ask the criminal to wear blowtorches, then it will work. Why didn't we think of that, Emwa?
Copy. 6-1 units, been here with the no less accident driving east pike east for 2 vehicles, walking, patient to be...
Is Nick having a tough time streaming? We need to work something out with him. That would... I'm sitting here with a live view that would make his live stream possible in 4K with no buffering. But I don't know.
Unit 27-47.
Phone's overheating. He's out in the sun. He's trying to charge it.
47.
I know the pain. I've been there.
Unit 27-47. East Monthouse Road, State Road. East Monthouse State Road. For a traffic complaint. Caller's vehicle disabled. Okay, it's going to be a white Hyundai Sonata.
Amber, they are asking me the last form question for this application asks the certificates of service provide the names and contact information, preferably email addresses, of attorneys for all parties to ensure they are served with the request. So they have to be served with my request to live stream this. So I need the names and email addresses of all the attorneys for both sides. Could have been an aircraft just turning the transponder on. Let me see if I can. Just realize that Amber might not be able to listen to me right now. Hang on.
Unit 4, Paul 65. Paul 65, copy. 33785, copy your stop. 5.1.
Thanks, Amber. I sent you a text as well. Is Nick on YouTube now?
Paul 65, copy.
I'm not seeing him on YouTube at all. Okay, we have another helicopter taking off as well. This is out of Unionville, lifted off from that same field where they've been staging. So our news camera is already there on scene. We can see him right down here, flying some pretty tight little circles around the Longwood area. This is where he was last, I believe, he was last seen. And we expect this helicopter here to swing down as well. This is a state police helicopter. Gary, yes, I washed my face and it fell off. That's what happened. I'm trying to connect with him on Facebook as well. He's basically on everything except YouTube. Okay. He's on Instagram, Snapchat, Twitch, Twitter, LinkedIn, TikTok, but not on YouTube. Nick! Oh, man. And he provides no contact info. Okay, looks like the state helicopter is not going to help in the search. They are headed outbound. in the direction of Downington. Let's see if there's an airport in the line that they're traveling in.
Unit 06 Adam 2, I copy yourself. Unit Block South.
Downington, Eagle. Not seeing any airports. We'll follow that one for a little while and see where he goes. News, on the other hand, is still hanging pretty tight, doing some circles around here, around the this area of interest. These gardens are beautiful.
Unit 67 Fall 30.
67 Fall 30.
Unit 67 Fall 30. CVS Pharmacy, 1501 Paoli Pike. Ambulance being dispatched out for a single episode.
50, clear my patrol checks in at the main clear 30.
Copy.
News helicopter covers several states, and they really keep it hopping. Carrie H. tried SMB pickles this weekend. Not sure she's a fan. Oh, man. They're not for everybody, but they're for almost everybody. The gardens are second to none. Second to one. Second to one garden. And that would be your garden. Nothing like getting supervised on the front of the courthouse. Hope you're enjoying the call. Let me know how it goes when we're done here.
Unit 06 Adam 2, status.
Grizzly TC has been using him. Grizzly's done a good job chasing this case for quite a while.
Unit 06 Adam 2, copy.
You're welcome to everyone to live stream him on Twitter.
Waiting check. Caller witnessed an unrestrained child sitting on the lap of another person in the second row of a gray Honda Odyssey. Pennsylvania registration Lima Fox 8050. Vehicle left approximately 10 minutes on the direction of travel.
Oh, okay.
Unit 27 Pulse 40. East Street Road and Street.
Carrie, just
property damage. It's going to be third party. Caller's wife is in VRP. Two vehicles, unknown if it's blocking. The caller's wife will be in a white Toyota Highlander, and her information's in the call.
not sure where this helicopter's going. It might be needed somewhere else. Didn't like the pickles that were spicier. Make sure you don't eat the pepper. The pepper is way too spicy. The heli just froze for a minute. It's updated. It's moving out. It may be on another call. These are state police helicopters, and there are other calls that happen across the state, and so they might need them for a police chase or something like that. Wonder if he's headed all the way up to like Scranton or something. Got another helicopter taking off. This one is a state police helicopter also, and it looks like it's headed to the search area. So we'll keep an eye on this guy, see what happens. We're watching a helicopter chase. Yes, we are. They're out to help search. It's a needle in a haystack, really, unless you have the leads that the police officers have. Basically, the only thing that's going to help with this helicopter search is, A, if they get extremely lucky. And by that, they mean they just happen to be flying over a clear open field while this dude's booking it across the middle. That's the one way. The other way is if a call comes in from somebody who says, hey, I'm watching my security camera, and right now there's this dude in my backyard, and he matches the description. He's got the bags and the T-shirt and everything. It looks like the same dude. And he can give the address, and then the cops can be right in. That way, if they know exactly where to look, that'll help, or if they just get really lucky. And I think they're going with the just get lucky method. How far away is all this from the jail he escaped from? Oh, let me show you. Let's go on a quick tour, shall we? So here we are down here at these gardens, which are beautiful. Actually, they're right down here. Here are the gardens. This is where I think the last place they saw him, down here at these beautiful, look at those pretty flowers and everything, the water. Landscaping look immaculate. So he's down here, and we're going to go just up and north a little bit to right there. That's it. There's the correctional facility he escaped from. You can see it's got a nice fence out there in the yard. See the shadow from the fence and everything. Looks pretty cool. I don't know how he got out, but that's a completely fenced-in facility. Got walls and all that. Nice. And he made it to right there. So we're talking less than 5 miles. Less than 5 miles. We're up in Pennsylvania. This is the escaped inmate, and he's got a heck of a name that I can't pronounce right, but let's see. Hang on, I'm responding to a quick question.
Yeah, 41 Paul 62.
Paul 34, we have.
Paul 34. Mile marker 1.4 southbound Route 100. 1.4 southbound Route 100 for an erratic driver. A red Ford work van with a roof rack. Unknown registration. Swerving. The operator is a white male. Yeah.
34, okay.
Unit 67 Paul 30.
67 Paul 30.
Unit 67 Paul 30. The freshest medical. 1380 Enterprise Drive in the clinic. Maybe I'll speak to Chester for hemorrhaging.
Paul 30, okay.
All right.
Unit 34 Paul 11, copy your staff, 1600 block Timberton.
I tell you, if your garden looks gorgeous from satellite, it's got to look really good on the ground. All right, thank you, Amber. We'll get this submitted with your help. This is actually day 6, Parrot Court. Day 6.
Unit 41 Paul 65 staff.
Jim Bob, yes, these are your tax dollars at work. This little professional etch sketch of your helicopter path. 6 days on the run. We're approaching 7 days. I think tonight it will turn over to 7 days.
Unit 41 Paul 65 status.
65, I'm good.
Copy that.
Rosie, we're going to try to cover a trial
3411, okay.
tomorrow. We're working on
Yeah,
stuff right now
3411, okay.
to try to get trials lined up. They change. I mean, even the sex therapist trial just got delayed for a week because dude got COVID. One of the lawyers got COVID, so. Debbie, it's going to be a mad rush to get to that point, and it's going to be crazy. If they find him, if they know they've got him pinned down.
Yeah, 08, tell me, do you want to copy your stop number on a block line? Road.
There's a trial that starts tomorrow in Clay County in Florida, but it's actually a change of venue, and we're struggling on that one. Debbie, that's what he's waiting for. He's waiting for you to log off so he can walk out and be like, aha, here I am. This is our Skyforce 10 news chopper that's following the other chopper around just to see what's happening. This is the equivalent of when you're out ice fishing and you drill a hole and there's like the entire lake available to everybody else, but they see you and they come out to be like 10 feet away from you and drill their hole there because they think you must know something that I don't. It's like, no, I just stopped here to drill a hole. But it happens. But this news helicopter just moves in on the police helicopter saying, oh, you must know something. In this case, they probably do. Any idea who is flying that bell? The bell is being flown by, this one is being flown by the state police. The other one is news media, so I'm not sure. They've got their own pilot. Yes, I've requested the original footage for that chase. The footage I saw was watermarked, and so I've requested the original footage for the cement truck pouring cement during chase. Hopefully we'll get that back. I think it's like, it only costs like $15 for the entire chase, so it's a really good deal on that one.
Unit 67, Tom 86.
The crash is going to be the state's 352 northbound, just south of 926. No injuries reported. Errors. The line definitely needs to be towed.
Copy that. I'll give him a...
I only have one complaint about Arkansas.
And let know it is blocking.
They don't give out their footage to people who aren't residents of the state, so I can't get it.
Unit 0, you tell me, do you want to...
Nick's on the move. I'd like to know if I can use his video, if he's cool with that, if we promote his channel, or if there's some sort of licensing agreement we can come to.
All two.
I'll send him a direct message.
301 Watchtown Pike for a traffic complaint. Roadside assistance for a disabled motorhome in the Murdaugh. It's a 35 long, 26,000 pounds Class A tail.
Okay. Yeah, it's going to be all conforms.
Second call 4, copy your traffic stop in the unit block of Mac Road.
Let's see. Good to have such things in writing. Yes, definitely. Yeah, Arkansas Trooper is, they are based in Arkansas. They're able to get those requests all the time. But we need somebody in Arkansas that can get those for us, and I haven't found that person yet. You're welcome, Unicorn Master. I wish we had a little more interesting stuff today as we're just watching a plane fly in circles over a map.
Do you have a better telephone number? The phone's not serviced. 32 call figure.
I like that. I'm going to text him directly and possibly just give him a little, show him a little love, just to see if it's okay.
32 Sam 2, okay. Yeah, 32 Sam 2, okay. You know, that's full 4, okay. Unit 17, call 34. Okay. Unit 17, call 36. South Hanover Street, 1660 South Hanover. There's going to be 4 vehicles not blocking. Unknown injuries. The caller is fine now. The caller's going to be in a maroon Toyota Corolla. All right.
Yeah, that's also a local channel. I need somebody, Arkansas Red Cat, maybe it's you. I need somebody in Arkansas that could be my go-to source that requests the videos and gets them for me, because Arkansas will not answer a FOIA request for me. They only hand those videos out to Arkansas residents. But I'd love to be able to get those. Debbie, you left. Last we heard, they had not caught him, so it must not be you they're waiting on. So you can see the large circles that the news chopper is flying. They're sitting about 1,800 feet. The police helicopter flies about 1,000 feet, and they're flying little tighter groups in this area.
Unit 32, call 2. Call taker advised that per the recording, the phone number is typed as given, but they did add the number that the RP called from. Copy, thank you. Unit 15710, copy your stop, 800 blocks Black Rock Road.
Nurse for God, they're not sure until they catch him that he's still in the area, but he's been consistently there. So they found him on trail cameras, on security camera footage. We haven't had any reports of stolen vehicles out of the area. It just seems like he's laying low and sticking to the trees as much as possible, and it's just very difficult to find somebody there. Megan, it's been a busy day trying to get things lined up. Sometimes this happens in the background, and sometimes it happens on air, and today it's been on air, so I apologize. Tucker, thank you. I'm trying to work with Nick. I've reached out to Nick just a little bit to see if we can do something together somewhat. We'll see what that looks like, or if that's a possibility. I don't know how much he stole. They just know that the family that knew that he was in their house knows those were missing. They didn't say how much. Kitty Kitty Bang Bang says, my niece lives 10 miles from Longwood Gardens. She's done dog walking for the day. I'm breathing a bit easier. Most of her clients are on your map. Oh, my goodness. That is nerve-wracking. At that point, I'd be like, hey, you need to walk your own dog today. I can't do it. The police, it's a problem until they catch this guy. Or she needs to take someone with her and have some little more support or backup, because that's just dangerous.
You want 5, Sam?
Well, Elizabeth, it was crazy,
157 copy.
but it shows that he might have a plan that's more into laying low than he might be more confident in his skills of just staying hidden if he's just looking for food. If he was panicking and he's looking for a way out, he'd be looking for car keys, he'd be looking for weapons, he'd be looking for hostages, anything that would help serve to get him out of the area if he thinks it would help. Usually that doesn't help, any of those things. Usually it just it gives them another way to track him. He's like, why haven't you caught me now? I just waited outside the jail for 4 days and you guys couldn't find me. Yeah, you can't leave pets on their own. I realize she's got an important job. That animals and people depend on her. So.
Sam, 2, what do you have?
But if there was a way that she could have some support.
Possibly saw the escapee wearing a helmet with a gray hoodie with a face mask, riding on an unknown colored bike 10 minutes ago.
Whoa, helmet with a face mask 10 minutes ago? So
Okay, what direction?
Here we've got a possible tip.
He's going westbound on Pothouse Road.
Okay.
Westbound on Pothouse Road? Is that what I heard? We heard a helmet with a face mask. Now this seems weird because on a bicycle with a helmet with a face mask, that's weird. To see somebody with a full face mask, typically it's reserved for a motorcycle, but if he's on a bicycle, bikes don't get reported as stolen as usually. That's right. It's how often do you go out and check to make sure your bike's still there? I mean, you ride it once a year, and that's right after your New Year's resolution, and then it's like, oh, I'm done. Well, in a full face mask, that would be to conceal his face so that people don't recognize him. So the two don't go well together. So this might be a more credible tip, and it was only 10 minutes ago. So now we have a possible tip. We're waiting for, obviously, for the police to respond. Looks like as soon as that call came in, they've taken the beeline. They might be responding to this. Nope, they're just flying in circles still. Was it Pocopson Road or Pothouse? I heard Pothouse. She needs a skirt and a wig, you'd be scot-free. Maybe glasses as well. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Just those two choppers.
You know what? Call one.
Hang on 1 second. Let's see what's happening.
Call one. You know 1-8 call 1665 East Cedarville Road. 165 East Cedarville Road. Ambulance being dispatched for difficulty breathing.
It's just a medical call. That's different.
You know 17-1243 when you're clear. I'll be holding a small assignment specifically for you.
43 copy.
Yeah, it seems unlikely that he's going to be on a bike, but if he was on a bike, him wearing a full helmet would, to sort of hide his appearance, so you can't tell his face, that would make a little more sense, but it would also stand out more. So that would, if he's riding a bike with a full helmet, he's got to be desperate to get out. Yeah, it's
17 Dave 36.
It's a big county for sure. We've got a lot of different information.
Yeah, 17 36.
This phone assignment was for 43 specific.
Affirmative.
Okay.
Okay, so just to give you an idea on the map here, if I show you Chester County, all of it. See, it goes all the way down to the. It goes down to the to Delaware, so it comes all the way down to here.
15-20.
Over to Oxford, and beyond. So about the left of the screen, the bottom right by the Jane Deer Girl comment.
Oh, for 2-6 for call.
That's about as wide as.
The call actually last solvent in the area of West Pothouse and Ross Lane.
West Pothouse and Ross Lane.
Okay. Came down West Pothouse on that Ross Lane. Got nothing showing.
Copy that.
Let's see. Trying to see where Ross Lane is.
Unit 16 and 1 secure. One six. Yeah. 30 South 3rd Avenue, 30 South 3rd Avenue for disturbance. It's going to be the level of disturbance. I'm threatening to call her over the phone. States that she's on her way there, and she's now there, threatening to harm the caller.
Gordon, what are you trying to say? Did I miss your comment? That's a lot of green. I heard motorcycle helmet on a bike. Thought they meant bike helmet, not a motor. It had a face covering, though. Boxing helmet may be more suspicious. a topo map for the area of interest. Let's see if I can pull that up. Hang on. I thought I had topo on here. Let's see if I can bring up. See if Google Earth will give me a topographical map for the area. Okay, this is where we are.
Unit 29 Baldwin at Wendy's, 34E Lincoln Highway for a property damage accident. 2 vehicles blocking. It's going to be a silver Lexus SUV.
So you got some terrain here. You got some mountains. You got some hills and valleys for sure. Zoom out just a little bit.
Sector Unit 50 advised I'm holding a suspicious condition at 13 Canterbury Drive, 13 Canterbury Drive. Callers draw someone hiding behind the house.
Ooh. Canterbury Drive? Sorry, I'm making everybody dizzy. This is the gardens, the area where they were, this is the parking lot for the gardens, the area where they last saw him. "13 Canterbury Drive." Should we do a quick check on that and see where that goes? That's the wrong place. That's nice, but that's the wrong place.
Unit 26 Ball 27.
Ball 27.
Unit 26 Ball 27. Tires Plus, 10 Township Road. Fire department's being just on a jump for a vehicle fire.
Okay, here we go. Let's get back up to where we wanted to be. Okay, so this is Canterbury Drive.
6246, I'll be in a row.
Unit 6, 16 interested.
And here's Longwood Gardens right here. Canterbury Drive is right here. So this is very, very possible. Let's see if the helicopter is going to come in and help on this one. See, where is Canterbury Drive? See, we're right down here.
Yeah, man. You can send that candle.
Next 244, okay.
So I'll have that little jump.
There's Canterbury. So this is a very rugged area. It's less than a mile. I'd say it's about a mile from the gardens he was sighted at. So that seems like a possibility. This is great stalking. I mean, streaming. Thank you. Yes. And it's all legal.
Unit 67 Paul 80, copy your stop, 1000 block Bloomington Pike.
I wonder where our helicopter went.
67480, that's good.
Yes, you can pull your copy.
We had that chopper headed north towards Scranton area.
Units responded to 291, Canada Drive, switch over to West PG.
West PG. Man. See if I can get another feed here.
Unit 34, Paul 11.
Paul 11.
Unit 34, Paul 11, Conestoga Road and Kimberton Road, Conestoga, Kimberton. For a traffic complaint, it's going to be disabled, small white SUV blocking traffic.
34, Paul 11, okay.
Okay, I don't think they'd be using Maryland's. Well, they might. They might be using Maryland's feed. It's quite a ways away, though. I think they'd use Delaware before they use somebody else. Is that right by the Walmart we're flying over? Yes, it is. It's very close to the Walmart. There's a lot of people in the air at the same time. The helicopter is playing the message to surrender, according to Nick. Nick is live again. Let's see if we can hear the message.
Let me see if I can get a better shot for you guys. So we're on Whitewood Way.
Nick's on.
Wood. So we thought we can find a way to.
Let's see. Might see if I can get. See if I can get his feed. Fun and funky. Oh, look what I got. Hey, from England. Good to have you here. That's 5 months. 5 months of support. Thank you so much. Appreciate you very much. Hey, let's just let's take care of that dude, because some people are just wonderful. And the best part is he had to be a subscriber.
Hey, 3750. 1 Barker Circle, 1401 Barker Circle for a well-being check. Subject is Eileen Grissett in her early 80s. She was evicted from her apartment and is currently staying in her silver van. We're trying to find a place for her.
And the roads are closed.
Trying to get Nick's attention. He hasn't responded to my message yet. Yes, I do think the tip was valid. All right. Please tell me he's still in PA. Worried about my friend in Maryland. Yes, so far we think he's still in PA.
Unit 15, Sam 10, copy your staff, unit block of main.
Nick the Hat, Tower Girl. NIKTHEHAT. Nick the Hat. Shih Tzu Dad, yes, you're a subscriber. You have to be a subscriber to chat. That's how we sort of filter out some of the spam bots that aren't smart enough to subscribe. But occasionally one gets through, and that one did. Nick's having some major phone issues. He's got, what he needs is a live view with 4 cellular data modems. They have used dogs, but they're when they say use dogs, they're not just letting dogs go to saying sick them, and whoever they find that they bite. They can't do that. The dog has to be attached on a leash. Usually it's a fairly long leash, but the leash is attached to an officer, and the officer has to be able to go with the dog, and it's just too rugged and rough to do that.
Do we have a better address for this specific vehicle?
Hey, Gail, can you link me to that? I'm good with that if he did, but as a content creator myself, I just want to make sure that he's on board. Right now he's having major problems with his stream. Let's see.
People are distracted by the helicopter message. The car almost got rear-ended in front of us. We're waiting for some more activity from the helicopter.
Copy.
So there's 2 helicopters.
Let's see if I can bring in this video feed as well.
2.
Unit 1449.
Unit 15.
Unit 15, Sam 10, okay. Unit 1449.
Okay, so now
26 Sam 2. The car fire, please.
Trying to get this in.
Unit 262, copy.
They're bringing some refreshments for the troopers.
Here's Nick. We're going to show him real quick. This is Nick's live stream on the ground. Nick is in PA. I don't know if he's from PA.
As you guys saw, they're very professional, very nice, not hostile in any way, respectful. So they're doing the best they could. Obviously, they're trying to
Unit 1449.
peaceful resolution. Now, if he's in this area, he's going to hear the message. If we're able to hear the message, he's going to hear the message. If he's in this area, and the helicopter's a bit far, so it's a decent speaker.
Available
Yeah,
1-4 unit.
And the helicopter is playing the emotional message from his mother. Her voice is crackling. It sounds like she's very emotional, pleading for him to surrender to the Pennsylvania State Police to have a peaceful resolution. They don't want anybody else to get hurt.
1449 traffic stop.
Including him. They don't want to kill him, but that if they have to, they will. Yeah. Which is likely why the mother's voice is
Pennsylvania, Mike Delta Papa.
It's a mother pleading for her son not to be killed.
So Nick is on the ground here underneath the helicopters. He can hear the helicopters hovering over.
Copy.
Let's just see where they're at. Wow, it is thick terrain. It gives you an idea if he shows the ground.
So we are on.
Find Nick on Twitter or X. Nick the Hat. NIKTHEHAT.
So we're right by this Regalwood. Let me get in the shade a little
right
bit.
here. Nick the Hat on Twitter.
Regalwood.
And tell him you came from here. That would be great.
Whitewood Way. Now Parkersville Road is right over there.
He's got some connection issues. He's struggling to keep the connection open.
Unit 650 status.
They have not found him, but they still think they know where he is. They think he's in this area, right? Every time the plane or the helicopter comes in, I keep calling it plane, like it's a fixed wing or something. But every time the helicopter shows up and starts flying these laps, they're playing this sound, this tape of his mom begging him to surrender in Spanish. And it's got to be definitely loud if you can hear it over a helicopter.
Unit 671240, your status on the well-being check. Available 67 units, check on 671250 at 1401 Parker Circle.
671250, I had that right.
Oh.
25CN3.
Unit 25CN3, proceed priority. Unit 0,
Got his feedback here just briefly.
Yeah, I mean, the road is so hot that literally
1449 okay.
Your shoes will stick to the ground.
The tar is melting the road. It's smoking hot.
Extremely hot out today.
Someone called in with the person hiding behind a house. That was 13 Canterbury. That is close by. It's probably a mile from the gardens.
Audio again from the helicopter. So we were on our way to Longwood Gardens we were attempting to get to the rear of Longwood Gardens by taking back roads. And we came across this and heard the message. So we pulled over to go live so you guys can hear the message as well. We haven't heard it in person in the last 5 days that we've been covering this. So this is the first time we're actually hearing the message from the helicopter. Now this message has been played several times throughout the weekend. And it yielded nothing. So we're not sure if he hears it and he is just opting not to come out, or if he doesn't hear it because he's not in the area. We don't know that, but the sightings were pretty concrete yesterday. So it's very likely that he traveled from where he was spotted to the area of Longwood Gardens, which isn't that far of a hike, especially if you're on the run and you're wanted from... You're a convicted murderer, obviously you're not going to be worried about the distance, and it's not that far for the locals, at least they know. You can pull up a map. If you pull up a map, we're at Regalwood, which is not too far from Longwood Gardens. Now, again, that's Parkersville Road. Yesterday we were at the end of the road where this ends, and you guys saw a trooper stationed at the three-way, and you saw a trooper to his left and a trooper to his right. Now, this is the road that last night all of the troopers were coming down for the most part, or I'm sorry, 2 nights ago, they were coming down here for the most part. Last night they were going straight to Waterglen. So this is still part of the perimeter, which is interesting. That road was part of the perimeter yesterday, so if he's here, he's still within that perimeter that they had established yesterday, give or take half a mile, I believe.
17 units available. I'll be holding a report for you guys. We're okay. Just hang on for a second. Do that. You know what? 20 copy your stop and see if there's violence done.
Now, law enforcement's doing a great job. They've been very kind with us, at least.
Kitty Kitty Bang Bang. He's
they are
behind
very serious. They have
the
their
gardens
guns
somewhat.
ready to go in case he pops out of any wooded area. If he does not clearly surrender,
He's at
they
Regal
are
Wood.
authorized to use lethal force, which is what the mother, I'm assuming, is also possibly saying. I'm not sure what the exact message is, if anybody knows what she's saying or if anybody has an idea. I know that she's pleading for him to peacefully surrender. So far, that wish has gone unanswered. Doesn't seem that he wants to peacefully surrender. This weather might actually force him out. I mean, it is deadly outside if you don't have water, Gatorade, something. Like, you have to stay very hydrated to be out today. And I don't think creek water is going to help him much.
I can't find him on the map.
So that intersection over there is
Unit 82, call Robert 10, copy your stop.
Parkersville Road.
Parker.
I'll get you guys the exact intersection in a second. Hong is setting up a tripod so that way we can put the phone up and not have to hold it.
Okay. Parkersville Road. Okay, I think I found him.
You know, 1449, copy. I'm check for 318 Broad Street.
So guys, I'm gonna keep the stream going. I'm not gonna say much. Hong's gonna hold the phone because I'm gonna help him with the setup. You'll hear the message if they play it again.
Copy. 151220.
Here comes the chopper to him.
You know, 151220, okay.
Oh, that's Skyforce. That's the wrong chopper.
3411. 3411. Alrighty.
Okay, so he's somewhere on Regalwood Road here. I think he's down further this direction.
Call Robert 10, okay. Unit 82, call Robert 10, copy. Unit 3411, go ahead.
This traffic hazard's got to be in West Vincent. Fine.
Copy that.
That can't be him.
You can decide.
We're in PA now. We're still in the same area. We're still right here, sort of, if you look right between Kennett Square and Westchester, we're down sort of right down in here. I don't know how he escaped, but he did escape. He's at Whitewood Way in Pocopson.
So I'm going to let Hong speak to the officer just in case he wants to say something. I'm not sure if he wants to ask us to move
Okay, that would put him right here.
down a little bit. But
this is the intersection of Whitewood and Pocopson.
yeah, it's bad out. It's
really brutal.
No, he's cool. So they are actively pursuing this guy. I mean, the resources are immense. You have the Pennsylvania State Police here on the ground, and it is a very large presence of police. And let me remind you guys, the Pennsylvania State Police is among the top law enforcement agency in the country. They're very thorough with their work and professional.
Not Keystone Cops in any way.
These guys wanted to come to a peaceful resolution. To a peaceful resolution, but if they cannot get him to surrender peacefully, they are authorized to use force, deadly force. Now, keep in mind, he's not accused of murder. He is a convicted murderer, so the same rules do not apply in this manhunt. You don't have a guy that's accused of murder. The man was convicted and sentenced to life in prison for the murder of his girlfriend in Chester County, Pennsylvania. He stabbed her over 30 times in front of her children. So this guy is a very twisted individual, and he's very violent. So the community has a very heavy police presence, and it's a very large community now that they are
not very far. He's only gone about a mile, but he did escape their perimeter.
They're now covering. It went from a large
The timing was
presence
perfect.
in that little 1 mile stretch to now a large presence in general. I mean, it stretches miles. I don't know how many officers are involved. 100 and 150, if not more, just securing the perimeter. Every street that we pass, for the most part, has a trooper stationed. Every neighborhood has a trooper stationed. These guys,
they've got 250 people on the ground at any given
and he comes
time.
out, more likely than not, he's going to be spotted by law enforcement at one of these intersections. And that's the goal. The goal is for him to come out and surrender. Perhaps the weather will help.
They're struggling with the feed right now. Yeah, the pattern they've been flying. They've been flying this pattern, playing
for sure.
Playing a recording of his mom begging him to surrender.
Water from anywhere, from the burglary that he committed. I know he took food, but he's not carrying around a case of water. So you have to think, maybe last night somebody mentioned he might be using garden hoses to drink out of, and that's very possible. Not everybody here has a Ring camera, and those that do, they are providing the footage to police. Here, you never know what can come of it. It could be him, it could be a deer, but they want to check every single bit of information that comes in, just in case it is him. And at this point, he might get sloppy. He's tired. He's likely hungry. He's thirsty. He's not able to sleep well. When you have an army of police officers chasing you, you cannot sleep. So they're doing a great job at keeping the guy awake and on the move. But he does slip their radar. But you have to keep in mind the area. Now look at the wooded area right here, for example. It's with thermal imaging, you're not going to be able to get much of anything. It's covered completely on top, and then you have a creek that runs through the middle. So we're right on the perimeter. We're on Parkersville Road, and the street we're on right now is right before Whitewood Way. I'm not sure what this stretch is. I'm waiting for Hong to finish up his chat with the officer so I can grab his phone and check his map.
Okay, this is Whitewood Way right here.
But the troopers here are very nice.
And it's a dead end, and it tees into Pecossin Road.
Some information, some background.
Right here.
No
So
investigative
it's not Parkerville,
details, of course, but just a general idea of why
it's
it's so tough.
Parkerville's right over here, so he's on Pecossin. He's right about here in the middle of the map.
The
is what we're
conditions,
looking
the weather, although for us it's
so you can see as he's here in a helicopter.
Very hot.
It's this one right here, which is the news helicopter right now. That's circling. So that's not the one playing the sound effects.
Convicted murderer. This weather isn't going to deter him from moving. It's an adrenaline rush. He knows if he gets caught, he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison. His mother is pleading for him to surrender, but keep in mind, he could likely understand that even if he surrenders, he might never see her again anyway. What are the chances that she's going to come and visit him in Pennsylvania from Brazil, and how often? How often can he call her when she's overseas if he's in prison? So maybe this message isn't going to do anything except remind him why he doesn't want to go back to prison. Or it could be the opposite, where he wants to turn himself in for some strange reason. But for him to escape from jail, I don't see him just waltzing back in. But you never know.
We've got the other chopper coming in from
she's in Brazil. So the chance of him seeing her in person are slim to none. The chance of him speaking with her on the phone
Northeast Philly Airport.
Slim to none. Unless I don't believe they allow international phone calls. I don't know, but that's what we have so far. We're going to stay here for a little bit, just because it's a shaded area. It's a little bit of an active scene. Given the fact that we now know that's Parkersville.
Nick is right here.
End of it yesterday. That's a very interesting thing to know. Shows that the perimeter is actually still.
He's actually right in the center of the screen, in the shade of these trees a little bit. Just backed up just a tiny bit.
Far away.
The last legit sighting Gailey made was last night at 9:30, as far as the trail camera went, and that it's him. I mean, you could see all the facial features, everything.
You can hear the helicopter.
There's a
circling.
solid picture.
And it's a very quiet community we're in right now. This is out of the ordinary for them for sure, to have a police presence like this and to have a checkpoint like this. Like, here you go, watch how this happens. So the officer is going to check and make sure she's a resident.
I'm not sure if they're checking trunks and
if
vehicles
she's
yet.
not, which I believe she's not, so she's going to have to turn around. Even if she lives on a street that connects to this road, if it's not within a certain distance, it looks like they're not letting them go. They would have to take another way. So they have reason to believe.
Yeah, that's 6 days.
Keep in mind,
is a long time to be on the run.
Longwood Gardens isn't too far from the prison for somebody that's on the run for murder. It's not a far run for him to go, especially if he's trying to get out of the country.
Okay. So we've got another helicopter on its way in. Thanks for spotting that for me, guys. Looks like it's about to join us. So you look at this down here.
The scanner. The scanner, I don't believe that we have access to the private channel that they're on right now.
Recovery
I'll
addict.
double check
Your
for you
long
guys in a
hours and
second.
hard
Let me
work
see
are
the
so
exact
much
area that I'm in
appreciated.
so I can
Thanks from
let you
all your
guys know.
peeps here in MN.
Thank you, Minnesota Nice. Appreciate that. Hoping we get some action here tonight.
So we're right here.
And this comes to a conclusion.
So the red is Parkersville, which is right here where that trooper is stationed. And you guys can see every car, every body that's coming through, they're dealing with the state. So you've got them asking you twice for identification. You've got one there.
If they're too deep
and one
on the
here.
On the checkpoint.
So this is definitely different.
Thank you,
from
Ladybird,
yesterday.
for the super chat.
See if
Very
that
much
creek
appreciated.
leads to the prison. Which it looks, see now you can see the amount of waters of body in the area.
Bodies of water is what he meant to say. It's hot out there. We need to cut him a break here. He's cooking on the street. Need to see if we can get Nick a little gift from us.
And again, we're on Whitewood Way. Can you grab this for a second?
We'll look at that. We need to get him a gift. Mayless Mom, thanks for gifting a membership. Went to the Unicorn Master. Congratulations, Unicorn Master.
Are you serious? All right, we got competition, guys.
ABC's here.
All right, so 6 ABC.
The cop says heads
So
up.
we
We've
are
got
still
competition.
here.
Literally 6 ABC looked to see where Nick was and said, oh, I guess we can go there.
You can see there is a presence of law enforcement.
There's no indication whether or not he has a weapon. We know that he committed a weapon in the crime that he was convicted of, or he committed an assault with a weapon in that crime, but we don't know that he has one now, although he's had opportunity to get it. Hey, Nick.
Every car that's coming through is getting searched. And it's hot out here, guys. I'm saying, like, it feels like 110.
It's brutal.
The ground, when you step on this, your shoes, in my case, I wore boots just in case we were going to go into any areas. I didn't realize how hot it was until we got on the ground. But they stick to the asphalt. It's extremely hot. Channel 6 is here. They're actually right behind us. They just got here.
Well, what's happening is they're getting ready for evening. We know this guy moves at night.
Of course, that's a
this is
pole
when
right
we've been
in the
able
way,
to see
but
him moving a
we're
couple
trying to make
times.
sure we stay in the shade so the phone doesn't overheat on you guys again. So for those of you that are just joining us, the helicopter was playing the emotional message from the convicted murderer's mother, pleading for him to return and surrender peacefully to law enforcement. We're going to try to pull up a scanner for you guys, but I'm not sure if it's...
The scanner we've got is not the scanner they're doing the ops on. Okay, we have the county ops, which is where calls are coming in. The suspicious calls are coming to that, and then it's getting routed over. But the ops channel is encrypted, and nobody's going to have that. It's possible some of the big channels, ABC, they can afford a encrypted scanner and might have one, but most of them are not going to be replaying that feed.
I'm trying to pull the scanner up for you guys. So as you guys can see, there's a drainage pipe or like a storm drain right over in, oh, I'm too zoomed in. In that direction over there, there's a drainage pipe, the kind that we saw last night. I showed you guys in person, and they are all over this area.
Okay, we're trying to
I'll
get
check
him.
my messages in a second.
Yes, please check your messages. I've sent you some. Okay, they're closing in.
For those of you guys that are just joining us, we are at the perimeter on Parkersville Road and Hopkinson Road. I'm sorry, I'm messing that up.
He's right here.
But yesterday we were at the end of this road to your right. That was where we were. We were straight down.
He was right down here.
Down there at the end of that road.
Now he's up here.
This spot we stumbled upon because we were trying to find back roads to Longwood Gardens, and on our way to Longwood Gardens we heard the chopper, and as soon as we came around the bend we saw the police, so we immediately parked and started the live shot because we haven't been able to capture that audio since they started playing it. I believe maybe 2 days ago they started. Po Copson. I'll get it. I have to write it down. So we wanted to grab the audio of that helicopter, and we finally did. Though it was very muffled, it sounds like the mother was crying almost, pleading for her son to return and end this peacefully. The mother obviously doesn't want anything to go down. The state police will.
See if we can boost his audio just a touch.
Got that. So let's check and see if there's any update from anybody that...
Hang on 1 second, let me reset it for just a second.
The helicopter was just playing the message from the mother, asking for a peaceful surrender.
From the mothership.
Sorry, guys, I'm just going through some texts to see if there's any updates from any of the people I have working on the ground.
Nick's the only one really on the ground that's sort of a freelancer out here doing this. He's not with a big news channel. He's a freelancer. He's been in this market before in production. Knows what he's doing.
So there's an unconfirmed report that there might have been a third burglary. Now, this is not confirmed in any way. I'm just saying that from what I'm understanding, I received a message from a resident.
He's only on Twitter.
Who says that the state police... Let me read the message 1 second.
Thanks, Allie. We got it. Sorry about that. Every time I mess with it, it pops back
I'll just
up.
read it direct. My mother was talking to one of the troopers when she went out to pick up some groceries, and she said they had mentioned that this morning they had someone from the area of the other neighborhoods he was found at, not sure if it was Waterglen or Ballantree or nearby, come home from the holiday weekend to find their door open. So there may have been a third break-in over the weekend that was just discovered earlier today. Take it with a grain of salt, though. Sometimes my mom can mix up some details, but just putting it out there that it might be possible that the guy did get into another home. We do know that he burglarized 2 homes.
6 days.
One of the burglaries was quite bizarre. When he arrived to the house, he flicked on the lights, and the homeowner, it was something with flickering lights. It was a very bizarre burglary. The second one, he emptied out the guy's fridge and left. So when they responded and asked what was missing, it was food. There were no firearms reported missing, but people won't know, authorities don't know if he has a knife. Nobody keeps count of how many knives they have at home, so it's possible that he has a knife, but keep in mind, even if he does, he's exhausted. At this point, it's in this weather, if he was to make a lunge at an officer, they're going to, regardless of the weather, they're going to shoot him. I just don't see this guy having the energy to chase down or an officer or make a run for it in this weather. But we've been wrong as far as thinking that the perimeter was airtight when he was able to make his way out of the perimeter. So everything at this point is on the table. We really don't know, other than what we're told about the burglaries that are confirmed. 2 of them are confirmed. The third one is a potential. That's from a resident, and they said take it with a grain of salt. But what we know is he escaped on Thursday between 8 and 9 in the morning, and he's been on the loose since. That's pretty much the only confirmation. And it looks like a lot of the authorities here are actually watching our live stream as they drive by. They're giving us a thumbs up, and they briefly speak with Hong here and there, which is quite interesting.
It's about
so
9
the
degrees up there.
helicopter is still overhead, and I'm not going to say for any certainty that he's in the perimeter, but the perimeter hasn't changed. It expanded a little bit. As you can see, Parkersville Road is still closed, and the chopper is above us with the message it was playing. And we're very close to Longwood Gardens, to the rear of Longwood Gardens.
He's confusing the choppers. It's the right now we've got the Sky 10 chopper over him. We have the other chopper, the new one that just showed up. That's just a recent arrival. This one's coming in, and it's a little bit west. It's right over the gardens. Nick is way over here. The last chopper. This chopper is going to refuel. It's going to land.
No, when I say perimeter, I mean that they have officers placed around a very large section of the area. Obviously, Waterglen is still an area of interest. That's still shut down. Roads throughout the area are still shut down. So they do have a perimeter per se. We're not saying that they have them cornered in, which they don't as far as I know. But there was a sighting of him on a Ring camera. I'm not sure if it was at Longwood Gardens or nearby, but it's a very heavily wooded area. There are creeks that run toward it. There are
the voice you're hearing is Nick.
Nearby,
Nick the Hat.
The residents earlier today were told to stay home or have a shelter or a shuttle drive them to where they have to go.
Nick the Hat is the voice you're hearing. He's on Twitter only. He's not on YouTube. He's not on some of the other channels. He's given permission for people to reuse his broadcast. We're doing that way. We want to thank him for that. Nick the Hat, if you're on Twitter, he deserves a follow. This guy puts in the work for you. Seriously, it's 90 degrees up there, high humidity, and he's going to be out here probably live streaming until about 3 o'clock in the morning as the search continues.
But he was able to get from the perimeter to the area of Longwood Gardens, but it's not that far from where the sighting was. And for a convicted murderer, it's not far at all, with the adrenaline rush, knowing that if he runs into anybody, they're likely to call the police, knowing that if he sees a cop, they're likely to give chase.
We're going to turn him off just for a minute, just the volume. Kitty Kitty Bang Bang, there was actually a news conference we carried almost live, within an hour of it going live. It's on the Chester County District Attorney Facebook page, if you want to watch that. That was carried this morning, and we carried that. We showed that on this channel as well. They talked about the trail camera footage from last night and where that put him. So we have a little bit more recent update than this.
You need like the military to sweep these woods, and even then you need some immense manpower, and all that would do is really, I'm no expert on that. I just know that you need a lot of manpower to cover these heavy woods. You can't just have troopers going in 10 at a time. The woods are very vast, they're large, it's very hot out. The weather conditions are insane right now, and it might be the weather that gets this guy to come out of hiding. How long can he survive before he passes out, before he could have a heat stroke if he's not drinking, you know? So we don't know.
In the area of Woodland Avenue and Walnut Street, Woodland and Walnut, near the railroad tracks. Car believes she saw the male walking down the railroad tracks toward West Grove. Fire department. Hispanic male in his 30s, 5 foot tall, dark hair, wearing a green shirt and gray sweatpants, carrying a gray backpack. Keeps looking over his shoulder.
Okay, this probably is not him. Woodland and Walnut Street in PA.
Does the caller still have eyes on this male?
Negative.
Okay.
Sorry, that call came in.
No, one of our dispatchers took the pulmonary advisor. There was no time to let him call came in.
These tips just are no good. They're too late is the problem. Okay, so walking down the railroad tracks, that does not sound right. Okay, you think of what he's done for the last 6 days. 6 days. He's stayed undercover. He's moved at night. He's stayed to tree lines. He's stayed, in very well protected areas. He has not stolen a car. He has not been on the roads trying to hitchhike. I just don't think that's him. This is somebody else. I do differ from Nick a little bit on my assessment of the situation, where I think that this suspect is not going to pass out from the heat. It may be that where he was raised in Brazil or whatever, this is a nice summer day. Okay, and he's just acclimatized to that. He might be fine with that. It may be that he's hunkered down and conserving his energy and staying somewhere cool, maybe somewhere near water, where he's staying cool during the day and then moving at night because it's cooler. That's also a possibility. I don't think this guy's just going to give up like the weather just whooped him, and he's like, all right, I give up, just give me AC. It's not going to happen.
2 a.m. Officers were instructed to use a different channel. Now, out of nowhere, at about 4:49 in the morning, a trooper, which I tweeted earlier, you guys can hear the audio, he came on the radio and said, this is a state trooper. And the dispatcher asked what was the nature of his communication with them, and he said that our canines have now picked up a scent of the suspect in the area heading toward Longwood Gardens auxiliary parking lot. And then the radio went silent, so it looks like they went back to their private channels.
He was on the wrong channel. That's what happened.
I don't want people coming out here to try to find this guy and take on the role of a law enforcement officer. They don't want the public to come out here with guns and look for this guy. And perhaps they're worried that people, they have access to that frequency, they'll be able to go to that area, and perhaps if they get into the area, they might get mistaken for the suspect. And at that point, they don't want to shoot somebody. They don't want to shoot anybody, period. They don't want to shoot the suspect. They want him to peacefully surrender. That's their goal. Ultimately, the Pennsylvania State Police.
Okay, so as Nick goes on, he's going to keep filming that. I think he's stationary. He's got his phone on a tripod to try to get a better signal. But that's one of the checkpoints right there on the perimeter that we see, and this is the second checkpoint. So people get checked twice by 2 different officers to make sure they're allowed to come in. You can see officers patrolling. They do have firearms with them, long guns as well. It is brutally hot, brutally hot. I mean, look at this. This dude's just. I mean, they can get in their car to cool off. Yes, if you find Nick, send him a message. Tell him thanks. Let him know that we thank him for the work he's doing. He's doing a great job, and I'd like to make that thanks a little more official in a financial way for him. You know you've gone big time when you have trolls in the chat. No, it's the trolls. They just seep in everywhere.
Tom, maybe your status on your traffic stop.
Do you think he had help getting out of jail? It's possible, but you realize the guy is tiny, okay? So options are available to him that are not available to the normal person. And some tiny people, let me just say, nothing against them. I'm not one of them, okay? But some tiny people can make some pretty amazing things happen as far as body contortion and getting in places. He might have just seen an opportunity that worked for him that would not have worked for anyone else. Thank you, Dodie. Appreciate it. Think another person broke out of the same jail? Can I spell his site one more time? Yes. We're talking Nick the Hat. Let me put it in chat here. And he's only on Twitter, so this only works if you're on the X app. And it is NIKTHEHAT. And his last name is much harder to pronounce than that, so he abbreviates to Hat. Nick the Hat. And it is right here. That's him on Twitter. When you go over there, just let him know that Recovery Addict on YouTube sent you over, and that we really appreciate him. It's nice. It's nice when our community can thank him in mass. And also it helps if we were trying to say, like, get an interview with him at some point. If he knows that our community is interested in what he does and supports him, that makes it a little easier. It sort of greases the wheels for that. I've not caught him yet. We're still on day 6 of the manhunt, and it's still going. What's the update? Unfortunately, the update is everybody's gearing up for what they think is his next move. He is trying to move. He is moving away from the jail. He did move. He escaped their perimeter yesterday. They think they have a new perimeter where they think he's inside. I would like to start a fund so we can get you a helicopter for stuff like this. That's going to be a big fund because we'll also need a pilot. I'm no good at flying helicopters, even the little model ones. He came out with a plan and ducked out of line without being noticed because of his small stature. He like tucked himself into his pocket and just zipped out of there. Trolls count as engagement. They do. Yes, thank you, Tower Hill Girl. This is Nick's actual name. Hatsifastasthiao. I don't know how to even say that. I don't know. I butchered it. They did have him cornered until he wasn't there anymore. But just listening on Nick just a little bit. We've got the scanner going as well with the county calls. The thing about the county calls, we realize this is not the ops channel, right? This is not the encrypted channel that all the work is taking place on. But the calls that come in from the public go to the county and they get dispatched from there. And from there, they get transferred over to the ops people. So we get to hear the calls where people say, somebody's in my backyard, someone broke into my car, I'm missing this, my fridge is empty. You know, those are the calls we're going to hear on this channel. And that's why we're listening, even though we're not hearing the strategic planning from command center to the guys on the streets about what they're doing from moment to moment. No new trail sightings have been reported yet since 9:30 last night.
Grandpa 11. Location. Yeah, Grandpa 11. They are currently shooting. Can they go in? Yeah.
20 minutes is enough flight time for me. Let's book a flight. Let's do it.
Go, Dick. You guys are doing a great job.
Thank you.
Yes.
Turn that pulse copy.
Are you really? Yeah, this is the best spot right now. What's that? So they were just playing the message.
Kaylee, thanks for the update. Skyforce 10 looks to be bailing on it. Let's see where they're at. Skyforce 10 is probably going to refuel. I'm guessing they'll want to be back up here for tonight. There's going to be a little more action, I think. There's no extra time. He had a life sentence. So he gets life sentence. So he has nothing to lose.
Pulse medical call. First aid, Andrew Road, 35 Andrew Road. He wants to go out for family.
Alright, K10. Clear it out, please.
Got it.
Mailed himself out of prison. How many stamps does that take?
Yeah, 15140 status.
15140 is okay on this time.
Copy that.
Nick is talking. There's a truck or vehicle that's pulled up next to him, and they're saying, hey, you're doing a great job, keep it up. He's getting a big attaboy from a viewer, which is always awesome. So they're discussing things. He'll be back here in just a minute. Probably fit in a flat rate box. I'm thinking a medium flat rate. Okay, but Rudolph, didn't he have like caches and things like that? He had all sorts of supply caches he could sustain himself with. McFly, I'm wondering if that's political. It doesn't look good on leaders, on political leaders, when there's a breakout. Jail breakout. It doesn't look good on the sheriff if somebody gets out of the jail. It doesn't look good on the mayors, or the governors. It's a bad look, and maybe that's why they're not covering it. Lois, the officers are running a checkpoint here where they're checking IDs. So you basically need a driver's license that says you live on a specific street within the area that this officer is blocking off in order for them to be able to go in. And if they're not allowed, if they don't have that, they have to turn around. That's what you're seeing. Officers are turning people away, saying you don't belong here. Sorry.
There
goes that truck.
I'll be with 612. I will be not having a portable sensitive truck.
Samantha just gifted 10 more memberships. Melody Bennett, Weebug, Mystic Mama, Molly Shepard, Cheryl Boyce, Dave Umberger, Natural Empress, Colleen Kelly, JM, all gifted memberships. Thanks to Samantha Terry. You are the best, Samantha. Thank you so much.
Would you like off the top circle 100 block lunch road?
Oh, it's toasty, hot and humid. If you've never been in a hot and humid location, it just you can't imagine it. If you're used to a dry heat, you can't imagine how oppressive the heat feels, how close to you the heat feels. Whereas in a dry heat, it's more like the sunshine is where you feel hot. But here, it just seeps through your clothes and just cooks you. Taylor, welcome. Glad you're here. We're watching a little bit of this manhunt. Kim Newton, woohoo! 4 months. Thank you so much, Kim. It's hard to breathe. It just it saps your energy too. Oh, look, I'm getting Brandy's retweets. It's awesome. Thank you, Brandy. More cars getting turned around at the checkpoint here. Yeah, it's hot. It's hot there. 90 degrees and humid. These officers would love to sit in their air-conditioned cars, but every time a car pulls up, they have to get out and talk to them. Yes, they've cordoned off this area. It's blocked off. If we look, let's see, where are we at? So this X is where we're looking. If we go over to our map really quickly. Head up to the red state. These roads right here that are highlighted in red are... Oh, they added another road.
We'll be pulling up here into West Grove Road in a minute. Paul 5 had to redirect back to our station for final station.
Sometimes it shows up as this road underneath the marker as well, but these roads are blocked off.
She was looking out her apartment window.
Schoolhouse Road is open, says McFly, all week, but the schools are closed.
It looks like she was driving home in time.
Kim, thank you. Just gifted Cindy Lou a membership. Thank you so much. He keeps calling Uber, and the cops keep turning them away. Yeah, new Ubers can't get in. I don't think you're going to get pizza delivery guys in there as well. The circled area is where this helicopter is flying. That's its flight path.
So I'll just post up here on top.
And it doesn't mean that they're necessarily going over it. That's Longwood Gardens. Like if we zoom in here, you're going to see just some amazing gardens. These are beautiful. These are absolutely stunning. This is one of the last areas they've seen the suspect. Just incredible, beautiful gardens there.
You know, 110.
You know, 1510.
110. Oakwood Manor Apartment, Building 8, 1050 West Bridge Street, Apartment 28, Fantastic. Male versus female verbal. No weapon.
It's not the flash that she gave you.
60 I copy.
Just the one helicopter here right now.
The areas that's off the tracks into the borough somewhere.
They have not caught him yet, but he might move tonight. He's been moving at night, and he's been moving south, so maybe he's going to continue that trend. There is water around there, but the creek water is not generally safe to drink. You can get some nasty little bugs from creek water. And if that's all he's had to drink, he could be doing poorly.
Boston, Allison, unknown difference.
This is a convicted murderer who escaped before he was about to start serving his lifetime sentence in prison. He stabbed his girlfriend 38 times in front of her kids, his ex-girlfriend. Killed her in front of the kids. Was convicted. The jury took 20 minutes to deliberate and determine his fate, but he escaped. He escaped from a prison a facility just a couple miles north of here. He escaped from right here. That's where he was being held. He got out there, and look how far he's gone. I'll keep it on the screen so you can see. Yep, right there. That's it. So just a couple miles is all he's gotten.
All right, guys, just so you guys know, I'm plugging in the phone, and then a lot of neighbors are just coming up to us about the coverage. They're happy that we're here showing everybody what's going on. There's no I'm not speaking because I'm trying to make sure that the phone stays plugged in, so that way it doesn't die on you guys. So a few neighbors have actually just drove by. One of them doesn't live in this neighborhood, but they saw the stream and they wanted to come and say hi, and that's been happening all day, which is interesting. The people in Chester County are extremely oddly polite and grateful. I've never seen people like this. I mean, they're pulling up to us. Every scene that we're at, they pull up and they bring us bags of like Gatorade, water, whatever. For those of you that are watching, just so you know, we have a whole cooler full of drinks and water, food, so don't go out of your way for it. But people are bringing us stuff which is oddly polite, as in I've never seen a county this nice and coming up to you out of, it's not usual where the media is welcomed in this sort of fashion, especially when it's a town that's a smaller development, a smaller community, but the county has been really, really, really nice. And when I say oddly nice, I'm saying that because I haven't experienced that in 10 years that I've been, or 8 to 10 years that I've been doing this. So they are very, very nice people, and they're happy that they're getting answers at least.
I can't file it without the email addresses,
Amber. Of what's going on without interruption.
They said they won't process it without them.
Whatever other footage is coming out, it's usually delayed by some time. Like you guys just saw, Channel 6 pulled up behind us, and they did a couple of shots from here.
But it also says
headed out to another location.
They need 24 hours notice before the lights.
For now, we're probably going to stick it out here because it's a good spot. It's in the shade. We're at the Parkersville Road again, and we're not too far from Longwood Gardens. We're actually pretty close as we can get from the back. For those of you that are just getting on here, we were trying to get to Longwood Gardens by taking a back road, and we wound up coming around this bend, and we noticed a trooper over there, and then we heard the message being played, the mother pleading for her son very emotionally to come out and surrender. They want to end this thing peacefully. They don't want to shoot him. They don't want to kill him. But if they have to, they will. And that is the message that the state police have relayed to the public and to the suspect, the perp. They're looking for him actively, and they're telling him, look, this is your chance, surrender. He could be passed out. This heat is extreme, so he could be passed out.
Okay, let me mute Nick just for a minute. The voice you were hearing, that's Nick the Hat from Twitter. He's live streaming from just outside the perimeter. Nick is doing an amazing job. If you're on Twitter, I recommend you follow Nick the Hat. It's NIKTHEHAT, just like it sounds. Just NIK is his name, Nick the Hat. Recommend giving a follow, and do say that we sent you. That would be awesome. CG in Texas says, so how big is the middle of the SpaghettiO schematic? Here's the middle, I believe, is 200 acres. This property, these Longwood Gardens, I believe it's 200 acres. That's an idea that gives you a scale of what we're looking at here. They're flying around sort of the border. Looks like most of it is actually like right here. That should be about 200 acres. I don't know how much of that tree line is included in the acreage on the property because I don't have the right tool for Pennsylvania. I only have that for my own state. But that's a big property.
So that way it's not pitch black where we're looking. That way you guys can see the activity, and we're at a safe distance. As you guys were hearing, if you've been on the feed for a little while, the trooper actually came over and spoke with us. He's very polite. He told us we're cool to stay right here, and I think you guys heard that live. I'm pretty sure you overheard it. I walked away and let the trooper speak to Hung. I didn't want to involve him on the feed, just as a courtesy. He's not a spokesperson or anything, So his job is to secure the perimeter. But he said that we were able to park over here as long as we're not in traffic. And then he actually said we should park in the shade so we're not overheating or anything. And he asked if we needed anything, and then I asked if he needed anything. So these guys are very polite and welcoming.
Thank you, Nurse for God. 4-month anniversary
To
today.
us. Obviously, they're not going to be that polite when they run into this guy.
Thanks for your support.
There are 2 options: surrender or be killed.
Nurse for God also gifted 5 memberships in addition to
So give me a
that.
couple of minutes. You're not going to hear me. I'm going to
Okay, sounds
make
good.
sure everything's plugged in.
We'll get Nick. He's making sure the phone's charging, that it's in the shade, everything else, so he's going to keep the live stream going. Ladybird, Taylor Elliott, Trina Dickerson, Ash Axiom, and Dakota Parker all gifted memberships courtesy of Nurse for God, who's been a supporter of the channel. A supporter. I think you've been here for long over that, but a supporter for the channel for 4 months, an anniversary today on that. So thank you very much. He will desperately need some cold liquid in that heat, so he may have passed out, as Nick says. It's possible, but he's been popping into houses. Okay, so he may have showed up in somebody's backyard and drank from the tap and got all the refreshment he needs. These houses, a lot of them, if you zoom out and you check out this, first of all, this is a very nice neighborhood. Okay, this part of town, there's some very, very wealthy houses in this area. And so he could have slipped in and drank out of a faucet from an outside spigot or something and disappeared, and nobody saw him at all. It's possible. It's very possible, as a matter of fact, the people who didn't think that anything happened on their system, if it was not set up to record properly or alert them properly, might find video of him going through their yard that they never knew they had down the road. For your information, the football field is 48,000 square feet, an acre is 43,000 square feet. So the area inside the circle is around 200 acres. So yeah, that gives you a rough count. 200 football fields. I think the actual property, like the property is bigger than this. Like it goes further over here to the right and might include some of this open space in there. It's a big property. Lots of cars wanting to get in here. Usually the areas that are really nice say, you're not building a prison in my neighborhood. But it's possible that the prison was there first. I do try to read everything. I really do. It's difficult when chat gets a little exciting. So if you flag me, see see nobody's done it here recently. Well, here's one. DMB flagged me. So you can put @recovery addict. That shows up in bright orange on my screen, just like you see it on your screen. So if you've got something or a question that you're trying to get to me, that's the easiest way to do this. How do you become a member of the channel? You can either type !gifts. It looks like Karen did that already for you. And click the link and make sure the slider is moved to the right. And then you can just hope that a gifted membership is handed to you. YouTube determines where they go. Or you can type !join right here. Samantha did that as well. And that's if you want to purchase one yourself, that's an option. State chopper is starting to loop a little west. Let's zoom out a little bit, see what we've got going on. We've got this chopper is still following. We have another chopper taking off right out of Unionville. See this guy right here? Looks like he's landing again. Looks like he's coming into land right now.
Making sure that the phone stays charged throughout the live, so we stay on until they find him. Like we did for the past few days, we're going to be here until 1 a.m. unless something develops at another spot. We'll move. But for right now, since the helicopter has been in the area, we're going to end up waiting around here. And as it gets a little bit cooler in a little while, I'm going to take you guys over there with the permission. If I get permission from the state police, obviously. I'm going to take you to that storm drain before it gets dark. If the state police give me permission, I'm going to ask them if I can show you guys the storm drain so you can see how these storm drains connect and how they make good hiding spots. And I want to show you how yesterday, for those of you guys that were watching, we had photos of a state trooper standing above a storm drain looking down with a rifle drawn, just in case the suspect came out of that drain. So they were very confident that they were onto him last night, and the sightings appeared to be legitimate. So it sounds like he was able to evade them, and it's possible. Now, this isn't confirmed or anything. This is just a possibility.
Thank you,
when
Mama.
police were responding to the sighting,
and gifted a
they
membership
were going
as well.
at a high rate
Thank
of
you.
speed and in groups. So when the 7 state police officers drove by us, and they finished driving by us, they were going probably 50 to 60 miles an hour once they got around the bend. So when they got around the bend, he could have popped out behind them and just crossed the street, because they're not going to be looking in their rear view mirrors as they're flying bumper to bumper up a road. They don't want to rear end each other. They're looking straight ahead and they're getting to the scene. So you never know if the suspect...
Losing connection there from him. We'll see if it connects again. Okay, Amber, let's see.
Timed it so when they flew by, shoes stick to the asphalt. It's like melting the asphalt.
It's super hot.
So this guy is, if he's in the woods or if he's on a road, which is unlikely that he's on a road in broad daylight, but if he's in the woods, it's still
Do we know who the other
very
site
hot.
is?
It might be cooler in the woods. I'm not a nature expert or any of that. I'm not a hiker, or I'm not into sports, so I'm really not sure of the weather conditions inside of a forest or woods.
It's still
so
hot.
I don't know if it's cooler in the woods or not, but there are creeks that are in there, so he could be laying down in the water so he cools off. If he doesn't find a way to cool off and hydrate, he can have a heat stroke, and we don't know his condition, and people are saying it's much cooler in the woods, but how much cooler can it be compared to this? Is it very cool, or is it still...
It's just, you're just out of the sun. It's a tiny bit cooler. It's still muggy
weather,
and not as much airflow.
So I'm going to show you guys a storm drain. There's one right over there. See where the trooper's walking? To his immediate left. That right there is one of those like storm drains. That's what somebody said they were called last night. And it goes from this side of the road to the other. So yesterday on Water Glen, they believed that he had entered. This is not the storm drain on Water Glen. This is an example. They believed that he entered like from this side and could have been going to the other side, which is why they had troopers above that storm drain. So if he popped out, they would have said, "Let me see your hands," and they would have shot him if he didn't clearly surrender. And his mother's message is very, very, very...
It's very emotional and heartfelt.
Emotional. Can you guys hear what I'm saying?
I can hear you.
They have to refresh the feed. Not in the drain, no. It's like, when I show you, you'll understand. It's not a drain. It's almost like a...
culvert.
A cave that is a short cave, but it's cooler, I'm sure, in there. There's a little water flow in there. So he could be there. Now, what scanner are you guys referring to? Because on the scanner we've been using, it's not a tunnel. It's like I would call it maybe a 10-foot. I guess you... I'll show you in a little while, if I can get permission from the officer before it gets dark, that spot. But when it does get dark tonight, we do have lighting, so we'll be able to light the area up.
Okay, we're giving just a minute here as I'm trying to let me get the helicopters back up.
Dispatch 65114, is that on the same scanner? Can somebody go through the DMs? Huh? Can you check the DMs for the scanner? No, there's a different one. If you guys want to DM me the scanner, Hong's going to check it. Media. So he'll check it for you guys.
Okay, I'm filling out my form.
Sounds good.
Here while we're talking, just 1 second.
So we are on Whitewood Way, and straight ahead is Parkersville Road. So this street right here, let me double check for you guys.
So I need the email address for the prosecutor.
Update. I just texted a law enforcement source to see if this is legitimate. So I'm hearing that at 4:45 on the dispatch, he was spotted in Willow Glen. Is that the same as Water Glen, or is there a Willow Glen? And they're saying CERT team is on their way. I'm going to find out if that is true. Willow Glen is different? Okay, so I'm going to ask my law enforcement source if this is something, because he would be responding to it if it's something of any significance.
Willow Glen is South 52.
So my source at the command post says nothing yet. He says he's at the command post, nothing yet. So if there was a tactical team going in, he would be gearing up. So he hasn't heard anything yet, but he is at, let me find out where the command center is to make sure it's still at the same spot.
Brazilian news.
And if it's right near me, that's very,
it's
funny how ironic it is how we keep finding these spots that are very close to the perimeter. I'm asking him if CERT is going, because this guy is not CERT, but he is a tactical law enforcement officer. He's very, very, very reliable. He's been involved in the investigation since the outset, since the federal government got involved. I'm checking with him again. Heading in. So I'm going to play you guys the dispatch that I received. Check the time, 4:54.
There are residents you can hear in the background there. They're taking a selfie with Nick right now.
However, we can all help each other in this world. Thank you. Nothing that exciting. And all of a sudden we have all this excitement.
The residents are like, we live in a quiet area. There's never any excitement like this, and suddenly, you know, the world is flying over us, and everyone's watching. So where is this on the map? Let me zoom out a little bit, and I can show you. Okay. Now everyone should be able to at least recognize some of what they see on the map here, because we've got the Gulf Coast and Florida and everything else. We're going to zoom into Pennsylvania. We're going to zoom all the way down here to where the action's happen, where Nick is on the side of the road going live.
Some action going on.
Officers looking at this storm drain over there that Nick was just telling us about. There's some dog barking as well. So we're up in Pennsylvania. Spotted. Yep. Jeff, we're going to see how long, as long as it's productive and we have some information that we can provide to people. I think I'll cover that. The dogs sound like they're not police dogs, but more like private pets. So that sounded like a goose or something. What was that? Peacock? Nick has had some trouble pronouncing some of the names, so I don't think he's very close to this. Release the geese. They'll get him. Oh my goodness. Have you ever been chased by a goose? Man, that's not fun. Amber is amazing. She's a true document hound. Yes, one bit my hubby in the butt. They're mean. They're mean and they're scary. They flap their wings, and even though they're all made out of feathers, literally the softest stuff on earth, right? Goose down. They're made out of feathers, but man, they're scary. Danilo Goose, that is. The Danilo is who we're chasing right now. He's the suspect. Yes, we're playing that game. Polka dots for the geese, of course. Thank you, Weather Watch, for that one. I don't know exactly how he escaped. I don't think they've released the details of that. You had a pet goose in college. Were you living at home, or did you have one in the dorm? Geese are proof that the dinosaurs were probably very vicious because they inherited those genes. Never been chased by turkeys, although I've chased a turkey with a nice beverage, a cool glass of milk, eating a turkey sandwich. Okay, that was a lame joke. In vet school. Okay, so that's allowed. That makes sense. Locals hearing from guards he climbed gym equipment onto a sub-roof. Scaled the fence onto the roof.
All right, guys, I'm still here. I'm just setting up, just so you guys know.
Nick's going to be in here for the long haul.
The stream stays on. The police are very welcoming, as you guys can hear. I'm sure you guys can hear in the background. I was just speaking to an officer who said that his significant other is watching this live. So it's good to know that the
Nick has support.
Families of the officers are also watching this to make sure that
their loved ones are safe. Yeah. Okay, so his feed went down. He's trying to keep it up and going. He's got all sorts of gear to hold it steady. It does look like it's frozen.
Their family
sometimes.
members are safe, that their husbands, brothers, sisters, mothers, daughters, fathers who are working are safe. That's a dog over here. You guys can see. I'm not sure if that's a fed, or I'm not sure if it's just a neighbor. But that's I'm not sure if it's an officer or a neighbor. I'm sorry. But I'm going to... So right now we are at...
I can zoom on Nick's location for you. If I can remember where he's at.
This location, Oversville Road. We were at the end of that road last night. So we are on Pocopson and Parkersville, which isn't too far from the area that they're going, I hear. I haven't heard for a fact that there is any movement going on as far as from the command center. I haven't heard anything back, except nothing yet, and that was at 5:48 p.m. Nothing yet. So they haven't left the command center. Tactical teams haven't left. CERT might be coming, but the tactical teams haven't left the command center, so they're not sure if that is an actual sighting.
I cannot find where he was at.
And I'm going to find that dispatch for you guys to play it. It's at 4:44. So let's see if we can pull this up. I'm going to get it right by the time we catch this guy. So it was at 4. $4:45, thank you. I was going through messages. Let's see.
JM, thank you. We are listening to Nick the Hat from his live Twitter
so
feed.
I'm going to play what we have. Did that come from... which handle did that come from on the scanner? Was it... One second, guys. I'm scrolling down. There's a lot of radio traffic. I'm trying to get to that 4:45 timestamp. Here we are. So. $65149. So I'm only seeing 65145. Okay, that's what it is. 65145. Let's check. And then after I play this, I'll leave the scanner running for you guys as I finish setting up. here's what we have coming from that earlier.
34, okay, just hang on for a second. 10-4.
It's so loud.
All 400. The door available units heading this way. It's a pretty big dense street.
I can't make that out.
Copy that. You know what, my call 20, copy your stop. 300 block Wheeling down.
Okay, I'm seeing 20 around to you now. Just be advised, they have footprints heading towards Willow Glen Road while they're tracking with K9.
Footprints
About the
headed.
URT team around to you.
This was last night.
You guys
Footprints headed
heard that?
towards Widow.
We'll play it again for you.
It is 2573, priority.
Okay. That was footprints headed towards Willow Glen.
Okay, I'm seeing 20 around to you now. Just be advised, they have footprints heading towards Willow Glen Road while they're tracking with K9.
Footprints
About the URT team around to you.
heading towards Willow Glen Road. Let me just get that correct. I'm going to play it again because it's pretty low on this for some reason.
It's really loud on our side.
20 around to you now. Just be advised, they have footprints heading towards Willow Glen Road
I think it said Willow
while they're
Glen.
tracking with K9. About the URT team around to you.
Willow Glen Road. They have footprints heading from the tracks toward Willow Glen Road. They have canines out as well. They did request CERT. I haven't heard back for any movement. So we're gonna find out in a few minutes. Yeah, Willow Glen Road and canines are tracking. That was earlier, guys. That was earlier. I was just playing that for you guys to understand, because people were mentioning it. It's 6:04 right now. That came in at 4:45, but my guy at the command center says nothing.
Okay.
Nothing yet. So I'm asking, does that mean there is no update, or you guys are on the ground looking for an update? And you can see they're traveling rather fast. You guys can see that.
They're booking it. Helicopter is veering off pattern here a little bit.
So we're gonna do the scanner in real time instead of going back and forth. So this is at 6:04.
Check area 106 South Church Street. Area 106 South Church. The caller states there are skateboarders out on the street, causing a noise disturbance with their trip. Ongoing, he would like to stop. Yep.
Helicopter is back now, just so you guys know.
The helicopter is going back over him because he's over here. You can hear the helicopter flying by because Nick is right here on this street, right in the center of the map, right there. He's in the shade there even. So that helicopter is going to go refuel. Looks like he's headed straight back to where he came from. Let's see. Oh, we've got another one. Not quite yet. We've got helicopters on this field right here ready to go. We'll see if any of those take off and join the search. Okay, I did hear the scanner patch is 65145. That might be a code for a specific scanner. Let's see.
Unit 2-1 Sam, just be advised when available. Holding a harassment complaint at 67 Catherine Lane. 67 Catherine Lane.
Skyforce 10 coming back from the south, says Kaylee. Here it is. It's refueled. Came back. Let's see where to refuel at. Oh, down here at the airport. Refueled. Now it's headed back up. It's up out of Delaware. It'll be returning to the scene here. Got a small plane coming from the north. I don't think that's related. Mark, the reason they can't find him with thermals is because the thermal cameras are not able to see through the tree canopy. And it appears the suspect has either been going underground in sewers, like storm drains, or he's been sticking to dense forested areas. Sherry, they are confident.
Call 2 at Lionville Elementary School, 526 West Euclid Avenue in the parking lot. For a property damage accident, it's going to be 2 vehicles, a maroon Volkswagen Jetta.
So just to give you guys some perspective, I'm still trying to set up, but here you go. This is where somebody said, so we are actually at this side of, right here is where we are. And this is where law enforcement are going for the possible sighting. Here they come with lights. So there is some activity right now. And some, yeah, they're coming up. Let's see if we can get them going down. So there's a chopper back in the air. Somehow we always end up being at the center of...
So they're running down here. What was the address they gave?
I don't understand how. We were looking for a spot all day. Next thing you know, we're here. So it's not too far behind us. And while we were arriving here, we saw the train tracks that everybody is talking about while we were arriving. So the address is 357 Chandler Road is where they're going. Let me pull it up on the map here so I can show you guys. I'm going to show you guys where we are. We are a 3-minute drive and a 19-minute walk. But let me show you the drive just so you guys can see. Here's where we are. Here's where they're going. And as you saw, the officers are coming this way. So they're coming towards us. So we are right here and they are going this way.
Okay, so.
And it is a 3-minute drive, a 1 mile distance. Again, another 1 mile distance. Just like last night, we were within that 1 mile, which is pretty insane that we keep getting in the middle of this unwittingly. Okay, here's CERT, guys. Here's CERT.
This is crazy. These are the search crews. They're trying to surround the area where they've seen this possible sighting. So this would mean it's a credible sighting, right? They're putting some weight on this. They're saying, yes, this might be a thing.
That's CERT, guys. That's CERT that just drove by, and that's actually, I think that's the only footage you guys are going to see. The news, Channel 6 was here for about 5 minutes, and they left. So that was CERT. And I don't know if there's any other media agencies in the area, but you just saw live. Right now, CERT just drove by. They aired their sirens as they were coming around this turn. The time right now is 6:11 p.m. We're not that far from where stuff is going down. And again, for some reason, we keep getting stuck in the middle of the manhunt, unwittingly. We were looking for a spot all day, and we wound up here. And you guys that have been watching, you know that the officer came up. We talked for a while. He wanted us to park in the shade so we don't get hot. And he knew that my phone was overheating, so I'm assuming he's watching the stream. And as I was charging the phone, you saw another...
What's the address he gave on that 357 Chandler Road?
Spouse who's watching. And it's a very interesting stream for them as well, because they want to know that their loved ones are also safe amid the search for a convicted murderer.
Okay, so
they want to know that they are not alone when they go to this. They're traveling in groups. They are traveling like an army of officers that are coming. They have helicopters. They have troopers at every intersection. It's not one guy going. It's cars from every direction. Now, we are just at this direction, okay? So there are many more that would be coming from down there towards it, which is...
Okay, this is so close, guys. This is so stinking close.
Keep in mind, like yesterday, they sent 12 state troopers to the scene at Water Glen. And when they came by, there were only 7 that came by us, which means the other
so if we zoom out,
came from the other direction. So
Nick
this
is right
situation just
here.
became very fluid. They believe they have a sighting of the suspect. I'm going to have...
Nick is right here.
We're going to be texting a law enforcement...
What's the easiest way to get out of here? Because I got to go to group 1.
I've got no clue. I'm not from around here.
Are you the live stream?
Yeah.
Yo, what's up, man?
Yeah, I'm not from around here.
Are you?
Yeah, yes.
I'm getting off work at every road I take.
So,
It's
behind
incredibly
you, there's-
close.
that might have that shut down too.
Oh,
Is
it's
that?
shut down. I had 5 feet behind me.
Okay, so you guys heard that. So right behind, so the suspect was spotted just up this road. The convicted murderer that's on the loose was spotted apparently by I don't know if it was by a resident. I'm not privy to that. I didn't look into it. I was charging my stuff. You saw the police response. He says, somebody that just drove up to us, he's asking us for directions. He says he can't get out from down there. That means that area is completely blocked off at this point. That shows that he can't go this way and he can't go this way. We are in the center of the manhunt. We are blocked in. You cannot leave from here and you cannot leave from there. There is no exiting at this point. Here comes another state trooper. But keep in mind, we've been getting these sightings day after day, but we have only seen them respond in force like this heavily. I want to say 3 times out of the 6-day period. 3 times they responded like this, and every time they had a response like this, it panned out to be something. They found a trail of him. They found a scent of him. They saw movement in a restricted area. Every time they came flying by, the 3 times that we've captured throughout the 6-day period, there was a major development. It wasn't an unfounded sighting. It was a founded sighting. You're not going to have a CERT team respond until you know that it's likely that he might be in the area. Last night, it was very likely that he was in the area due to the amount of tips, and it's not far-fetched that he made it from there to Longwood to now here. It's not far-fetched at all. We're not far. As I said earlier, that right there is Parkersville Road, which is the road that we were stationed at the end of.
There was a 5-2 PD.
Listen to the police here. Something about a stolen red vehicle. I don't think this was related.
That was nothing. So what it is this area is now like essentially quarantined off. You can't come in, you can't come out. And this was totally unexpected for us. As I said, we were looking for a back entrance to a road of Longwood Gardens to try to get a vantage point of what's going on the ground. We saw troopers blocking every single road. It was very hard to get through, understandably, given the circumstances. They don't want a bunch of members of the media surrounding an area and making it hard for impeding with law enforcement. They do have media staging areas, and they do allow the media to pull over if they need to get footage. But at this point, no other network is going to be able to get to this location.
Okay, the helicopter is almost directly over the sighting location now.
Angle of this
it's
is
going to go a little bit further forward.
So if they can get it from the air, that's great.
This is Chandler Road going up and down through the middle of the screen right here.
And let's see if we can FaceTime. Anybody that lives in the
area,
area,
around.
Send me a DM. And this is bizarre. This is the second time they saw the suspect on the road that I'm on. Pretty soon they're going to think I'm his brother. He keeps coming toward us. We're
going to follow the helicopter for a little bit on this
cornered
one.
in. So this is the second time in 2 days that we are on the road that they have a sighting, essentially,
Thank you,
of
Corn
the
Dog.
suspect. Not just a sighting, but one that warrants the response of CERT. One that warrants the response of
a helicopter. He doesn't know
a
that.
Massive police response.
Doesn't know
one
the helicopter's
that warrants
there
the
as well.
response of the helicopters.
Yeah, there it is.
This isn't your average
Now,
tip.
I realize this
they
helicopter
are
is way
apparently
out from
moving
the road.
towards the location. You
but
saw CERT drive by.
It's actually easier
working
to see
find out
some
more
areas
right
from an
now
angle
to
than it is
see
from
if we
directly
have
above.
Anything from the command center. And as soon as we hear something, you're going to hear something. But he is not far, apparently, from where we
Corn Dog
are
gifted
right
a membership
now.
for Becky New. Congratulations, Becky. Thanks, Corn Dog.
The center of CERT is SERT. It's a special team that is trained for situations like this. We might be in the center of it once again, like we were last night. Here comes another guy.
Yeah, they're moving. They're sending all their available units over here.
So now that it got a little bit shady, like it's more shaded out, we're going to try to move a little bit closer to the road to show you guys what's going on, okay? So we're going to focus on keeping the coverage going. So bear with me. When I become silent, it's because we're making a move to make sure the charger's working. Again, we have lights. So
yes,
we
had a report of a sighting.
It's
right here in the center of the screen.
Obviously,
the
now we know
helicopter
we're going to be staying here. There is no getting closer, and there is no way we're going to get farther.
This house right here, this is where the sighting was. This
closer
group of trees, literally, this address is where they saw it in his backyard. And the helicopter is making loops around the area. They've got a large police response responding to the area, trying to find that. See if that pans out.
0602. I'll be en route to Route 1 in Chandler.
He sat up till 4 a.m. in Ireland following this yesterday. Yeah, Nick the Hat. Nick the Hat is the source we have on the right-hand side of the screen. He's given people permission to use his stream. We want to thank him for that. First of all, we want everybody who is using the X app, or Twitter as it used to be called, to go over and find Nick the Hat and subscribe. Follow him. Give him a thanks. Let him know that you came from the channel over here. I'll also do what I can to see. Another helicopter just moved in.
And I am texting somebody that would be with the tactical teams moving in. When I last texted him, he said nothing yet. And that's what he said last night. And then he went silent because he was responding to the scene. And he arrived rather quickly from the command center. He's currently at the command center, so he could be traveling. We're asking for an update. As you can see, here goes the officer going back to that storm drain. That is the storm drain that we're talking about. They are guarding those areas to make sure that he doesn't pop out and try to evade them. I'm going to make sure we're charging, just so we stay
Copy, I'll check with them.
with you guys. We don't want to lose anything that's going on. We want to keep a continual a shot until it kicks us off, and then we start back up. Let me remind you guys, if the feed cuts, and I'm not telling you, like if I don't say that I'm going somewhere and the feed is cutting, if the feed just cuts, refresh because it's coming right back on. That's been happening rather often. The feed has been cutting on us. And I'm not sure if it's for the amount of time we're on or if it's something to do with the
6
location
days.
and the,
6 days.
service, but the service seems pretty good. I'm not sure for you guys. I'm sure it's not lagging or anything.
Additional units, 2100 block of Pretty Bridge Road. We got a perimeter set up surrounding it.
This is still a big area to set up a perimeter around.
Additional units, 2 assist, 6-5, block West Bridge Road.
Six days nonstop, pretty much. Yeah. The officers are only letting people in that live in that area, and they have to show their driver's license, basically proving that they live there. My son just brought me a delicious salad. I have sustenance. Some of the sightings are from civilians and some are from police forces. So we're getting both. Cindy's crazy. What we have is we just heard that there was a sighting. It's right here on Chandler Road. Right here. Let me show you the actual location.
Yeah, you can log him off. You said to me.
This house basically was the caller. He said,
choking call at 4 Walmart Drive for 21-year-old male.
we're going to listen to the choking call, sorry. They said that they spotted him in his yard. There was a credible sighting right there in the yard. We saw a huge police force rush past Nick. Nick is right here on this road, right here. Nick's on this little tiny road that says Whitewood Way. He's standing there by the stop sign looking down at the police officers who are walking back and forth at this culvert down at the end of the road. Okay, they saw the police officers race down Pocopson Road down here to Chandler Road, which was right here. Hang on. Right here, there it is. To where this house was spotted. So they've rushed around this area. The helicopter's now flying, so they're giving visual support as well in the area. Let's see. Here he is right here. He might be hovering. Ooh. If it is hovering, that might be a good sign. It's not hovering. It's just a slow transponder. This happened moments ago, like less than 10 minutes ago, Laura. Now, if he is in this area, I mean, look at this treed area. There's continuous trees
Just to keep
all
you
over
guys
here.
updated, what we're doing is we're trying to get a. We have larger cameras, and I also have a monitor. So what we're going to try to do is zoom in down the road and show the monitor to you guys. That way, you can see if there's anything going on down there as far as we can see, in case we can't zoom. Okay, I'll zoom out a little bit so you guys can see the bridge. I don't have, so when I'm live, I can't play anything. And Hong is working on texting every one of our law enforcement sources to see if we have any information on who is moving in and if they have a trail. So the scanner can be found if somebody puts it in the links. That's where you guys are going to find the scanner. Again, I'm going to go quiet for a second. We're not muting it. I'm just putting up a bigger camera and connecting a monitor so we can zoom in and you guys can get a clearer picture of some areas. Let's see. I'm going to see if we can get the scanner on. But it's not that loud, that's the problem on this. So what I'm hearing is, now this is coming from a very reliable source, nothing apparently sighting on the other side of Route 1, Chandler's Run. That's what I'm hearing. Chandler's Run. People are saying confirmed. Let me make sure, because I'm not going to say there's anything confirmed, though, but I'm going to make sure.
This live feed is this might be this. This might be the takedown. Cop has eyes on him in the pond. He's in the pond.
I'm hearing that there's an unconfirmed sighting in a body of water on Chandler Road. So, okay, and that's coming from somebody else, but okay, here we go. We've got more officers coming. They are racing to the scene right now. Something is unfolding.
It's going down right now.
What the last I heard is, and this, I'll give you the time that I heard it. So it's 6:26 right now. Here come more officers. You guys are about to see, this is a state trooper. He's flying up right now. Or no, that's not a state trooper, but it's an officer. So at 6:23, I got a text from a law enforcement source that says nothing apparently sighting on the other side of Route 1, Chandler's Run. I asked for more information, but now his phone is not receiving messages, which means, again, that he could be gearing up. Last night when his phone stopped receiving messages, he was gearing up and getting ready to go.
Copy, they're pushing east. Okay, that's why I thought just checking, thank you.
And now traffic is heavy because they can't get out. They can't, I mean, perhaps they're letting them make a turn here and a direct turn again, but that road is generally closed unless you're a resident, and behind us is now shut down from what we're hearing.
Listen to all these, hang on.
Yeah, I believe you're going to want to take 926.
What I'm going to do is connect
Yeah,
the
you're gonna take
monitor
926.
to make sure that
Across
you
the
guys
road.
can see up the road as well.
Sam 20. Copy. They're pushing east. Okay, that's what I thought. Just checking. Thank you.
Copy, yeah, they're requesting all the cars on Bridge Road while they're pushing east. Engine 3, Pulse 6, your status on Bridge. Do you have any cars with you?
Pulse 6, my status is fine. Just made contact with a trooper. I'll be down, right past the trooper, across the street.
Britton's
Engine 3,
Bridge.
Pulse 6, okay, it looks like you're going to be in the 2200 block. 6 area units, I copy your scene. Should be there in about 2 minutes.
Drum roll, please. Seriously.
It's 46, third call, 46 EMS, 974 Kingsway Drive, close to Kings Highway, Callan Township.
Yeah,
Units working the Chandler Road jobs, be advised they have footprints in the creek.
03 Pulse 6 to the 60 units. We come down Bridge. I'm currently the last one on the perimeter. Just head past me.
Copy, right.
So those of you that are just
Yeah,
joining
my
us,
bad.
I'm
I
setting
read
up
the bridge is
a
closed. Unbelievable.
second camera so we can watch the monitor to see behind us as well. It has a much better zoom so we can know if something is going on up the road, which there is. It's a very fluid
Footprints in the creek.
situation right now. As you guys just saw live, for the second night in a row, we are in the middle of the police response to the area, which is not far from us.
Well, if you're on the line, cops are ready.
Copy.
Arrival utility 24-2.
60 Pulse 6, they're going to receive for 8 minutes.
62 cents, you can send that to station.
3630, you want me here?
Copy.
I've tuned into a different feed. I'm not sure if you watched on the.
So for some reason, the trooper moved his car.
Yeah, you got quite a few cars from that circuit.
The trooper did move his car.
Units on Bridge Road, just be advised they are tracking east of the creek.
Perhaps there's a police response coming, and if
They're on his tail.
Okay.
Jump on.
2530, can you hold up traffic for us, please?
They're moving the perimeter. This is an escaped murderer. He's convicted. He's supposed to be serving a life sentence, and instead he escaped, and he's on the run. He's only a few miles from where he was being held in custody.
Unit 67 Pulse 51 status.
Pulse 51.
They're tracking east of the creek. Yes, he's been spotted. Unfortunately, it probably won't be much different than what he normally would have gotten.
Engine 23, what are you guys going in?
Unit 2110-1.
2110-1.
Unit 2110-1. 67 Catherine Lane, 67 Catherine, so that's harassment. The male is harassing the, on a cell phone is harassing the caller, possibly a scammer. Claiming he was with Comcast and stated he'll arrest the caller.
Dave, it's probably down in that area as well.
I'm trying to filter the talk groups.
Hey, Tom. 2-3. Are you guys coming back in off Newark Road, or are you going off of Rock Run? Yeah, we're going to head back. The spot we usually drive from is currently dry.
Alright guys, so we're still here. You saw
Okay, so you're off of Newark Road. Sirens coming from the south, I believe. And they're coming back this way.
So bear with us. And we're making sure
To
the
go to
string
that other
stays
spot where
live.
we
We
set
have to
the
make
tower.
sure that the power source
Copy
is good
that.
to go.
No changes
I'm still
until we
working
clear the police
all of that
oncoming.
situated. I'll give you guys an update in a minute about where we are for those of you that are just joining us. So you guys have a better understanding.
Let me show you this. The feed I just linked. This is where I'm now getting my scanner feed. This is the trunk system. It does have the encrypted. It is a trunk system. It's not encrypted. It's a trunk system that has many talk groups in it. I know it's a little confusing, but a lot of different people use the same channels, and a talk group allows multiple agencies to use the same radio waves without talking to each other.
That's normal. You guys remember how it got quiet before. This isn't something unusual. It was very loud and quiet yesterday. So
Yeah,
this
Jerry,
is,
County 1.
there is movement, of
Finch
course,
Park,
but
111 West Street, by the bath.
Here we go.
7543 myself and 7543 you. 7543 are around 65. 7543, okay. Not sure which way you're going to be coming in. If you can, get to Route 1 and come up Burgessbridge Road to them.
Patch 65149. I'm going to tune out everybody but them.
Find which is for what.
Yeah, Jerry, County
So that way we
1.
can make sure we get all the
Finch
angles
Park,
covered
111
from behind
West
us as
Street,
well.
by the bathrooms. For disturbance, there's 5 to 6 juveniles that are turning on an outdoor faucet and leaving the trash in the park, making inappropriate gestures to our caller.
Copy. 03 Pulse 6 direct. I'm getting you additional perimeter units.
Okay, so I found the one. So
Now we're just listening to that talk group. 65149 is the talk group. Okay, we're going to zoom in a little bit on the area. The area that made the call was right here, this house, and apparently he's booking it out of there as police are coming. They've got footprints in the creek. This Barnett's Run could be the creek. It goes over here to another little creek right over here. It's a creek. I'm not sure which one they're in, but they're in this very area. Okay, Amber, I see both emails in chat. Just 1 second. So if we use the Jason case,
Zero 16 3 still around. I just arrived.
Because he's the guy.
Amber, you're amazing.
I've
by
got
the
any
way.
units still en route. Head to Route 1, Burgessbridge to assist with traffic control.
And the date is still the same. It's the 15th for the start date, right, for this one, Amber?
645, I'll be en route. Yeah, there's 645, okay. 0645, copy. You're going to Route 1, Britain's Bridge.
Correct. I probably got a 20-minute ETA.
Copy on 20-minute ETA.
Okay, so he's going right down here. That was the destination, Route 1, Britain's Bridge. This is Britain's Bridge Road right there. You can see in the center.
6171. Are there any units on Hobson Road?
So they're making a big perimeter. They don't want this guy to escape again.
Negative. I think they're set on the perimeter there. They're just requesting additional units to Route 1 and Britain's Bridge right now.
65 Adam 2. Yeah, have a couple cars lined up on Hobson Road, just west of Britain's Bridge. We don't have any units there yet.
75 units direct.
6 Adam 2, copy direct.
Units are 6 Adam 2, okay. Be advised, I do have 2 75 units. They should be coming south on Britain's Bridge. They'll probably be the best bet.
75 Paul 13. 75 Paul 13, I copy for Compton Britain's Bridge.
In 75 Paul 13, okay.
Okay, this is Chandler Road right in the center of the screen here. There are, let's see if I've got any pawns. I'm gonna need my power adapter back. I'm not seeing it at Chandler's. It's probably something in here.
You mean this?
No, that one, that part. So I can do both because I've got a live feed going from it. Is that cool?
Okay, but I can distill this part.
You had the other part. Now I need power because I'm almost dead. 35 and it's running HDMI.
35? You got knowledge.
But it's pushing HDMI, which sucks the battery.
Okay, I just have to do a quick search on the
Okay, they think we might have him cornered. All right, what time is it there? It's 6:40 where I am. Are they in the same time zone? Yes, I think they are. Eastern time zone. So 6:40 p.m. Sunset coming up soon. I show 7:30 sunset. He lost his connection to his back. Thank you. I'll pull the new connection.
Give me a second.
Sorry
I'll
about
show
it.
you right
Thanks
now
for the
with
heads
that.
up.
Here comes another state trooper.
Nick the Hat.
And another one.
Nick the Hat
so
is
here's
the.
Where they are heading. That's behind us. That right there is a shot from behind us.
A little confusing, but it works. That way they have trouble panning because they're on a tripod. It's just really hard to follow the action that well. Okay, so Nick knows that the action is actually behind him. He wanted to go up there and see the storm drain, but the action's happening up here at the creek. As we can see on the map with the helicopters hovering around the creek here.
No, that's not good. We gotta move it out of there.
Gina, the yellow chopper is a news chopper. I can show you in just a second. It's right here. Yellow chopper is Skyforce 10.
75 Paul 13, myself, and Paul 3 are out at Constant Britain's Bridge.
And basically it's just following around the police helicopter just to see what action they can see from there. So if you see that N10 logo next to the yellow chopper. N10XV. That's a news chopper.
It's a 5 Paul 13 and Paul 3. Okay.
So I've got a text in with another law enforcement source.
He had been actually convicted less than a month before he escaped.
03 Paul 6 at 2153, 2153 Britain's Bridge. I do have a large barn with an open door.
Copy, open door in the barn. One more time with the address. It's 2153 Britain's Bridge.
Paper 2153.
2153 Britain's Bridge.
Copy, all units. They're going to be out at 2153, 2153 Britain's Bridge, open barn.
Okay, so that is right. They're right where they're at. It's right here. Large barn with an open door. It's right here.
So I'm hearing that there is a second active scene pushing east up at 357 Chandler Road through the woods, heading at an open barn door. That's actually bizarre. Now I'm kind of wishing we did do the live stream on the way here, because we passed that barn. And it's massive. It looks like an airplane hangar. It's a very large barn. Very large. And it's not too far behind us. I'm not sure where the perimeter is behind us. So I'm going to stay here.
KT, sorry, I'm trying to get a little bit of salad. I'm trying to eat dinner. KT, you're talking about Chandler Road. Chandler Road is way over here. Let's see. Where are we at? There we go. Here's Chandler Road. 357 is this address right here. That's where the original call came in that he was spotted. But then the police moved in. They said they had footprints east of the creek, and they're over here. So the police are flying around this area, and now we've got an open barn door right here that they're sending all the officers to.
Yeah, it's working at Chandler Road job. Be advised, we got a call 250 Chandler Road, 250 Chandler Road, Pennsbury Township.
Behind.
They have a pool house door that's wide open. We were transferred to Admiral. Copy.
9345.
It looks like the trooper moved his vehicle so that way other responding officers can get by quickly. He's still checking. He's not checking for identification, so it looks like they actually.
9345, command.
At this point.
9345.
I'll be parked in front of 250 Chandler. Waiting on this minute.
I'm going to show you guys that one more time.
Yeah, it's working at Chandler Road job. Be advised, we got a call.
250 Chandler, parked out front.
Chandler Road, Pennsbury Township. They have a pool house door that's wide open. We were transferred to Admiral. Copy. Her cameras went off showing him. That's why she wants somebody to go.
Oh, 250 Chandler Road. Their cameras went off showing the suspect.
Back info for her and name and description of him. His name is Tehran Boyer.
So I'm not sure if we can get any closer than where we are.
So 250 Chandler Road is right here.
So what the radio said
that pool,
at
that's the one we're talking about.
6:45 is right here. Let me pull that up for you guys. This is 645.
Yes, working at Chandler Road job. Be advised, we got a call 250 Chandler Road, 250 Chandler Road.
You're hearing audio repeat because Nick is playing back what we heard originally coming over live. DeB, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much. Good to have you here. Fox 29 News has good coverage of the police.
So if this turns out to be something and he doesn't peacefully surrender, you guys are going to hear the gunshots, I'm assuming, because we're very close. I'm going to see where Fox 29 is out of curiosity, but at this point, we're not going to lose this spot unless it's a much better vantage point.
Are they showing it on YouTube?
Yeah, 61, stand one. Stand one. Yeah, 61, stand one. Two copy, the sheriffs are going to be out at the 250 Chandler Road, 250 Chandler Road. Got a report that the pool house door is wide open.
Let me see if...
Negative, they're requesting additional.
So if Fox 29 is
right
showing
now.
something closer,
Alright, I'll see what I can work out down here.
Yeah, Fox 29 does have a better angle. Let me show you
Right
just
now,
really quickly what
I'm
they've
not sure,
got.
so I'm checking. And then again, we don't want to have the same angles. We want different angles. So in case the guy comes running out this way, he pops out, you know? And for the past 2 days, we've been
Okay, Fox
rather
29.
close to the
Last
scene.
units go on one more time.
Hold on a second. Let me figure out how I want to do this. Switch to camera 3.
Alright, go ahead and start to 250 Chandler Road.
This is Fox 29's view right now. They've got a lot more action.
Open pool house out back.
But I can't imagine he's going to hang around
Go on YouTube and type
very
in
long
Fox 29.
with all this action here. He must have split. Fox 29 Philly has that feed on YouTube, but they're just sitting at the road.
I mean, feel free to go to their stream or stream both. I'd rather be here. If they're already there, there's no reason for us to be there because this guy is good at getting out of their little radius. So chances are he can get out of it again, and if he does, he might come this way. We're gonna have. There's no reason to have two angles
up here
that are the same. So we're not gonna be over there.
I want to get. Let's see if I can take. Let's take 6 for a minute.
Yeah. So where Fox 29 is, I'll show you guys. It's over there, which isn't far, and they're gonna either be pushed back, and I'm sure that they're not close enough, otherwise law enforcement would have cleared them from the area. So I mean, and there's heavy traffic coming out this way.
6.
See, I don't need the same I don't need the same content as Fox 29. We're doing all right. So anyway, what we have is a massive police response for another possible sighting, and it sounds like a legitimate one, just like last night. We saw this already. We saw the pattern. We saw how they responded last night, and it echoes the response today. I don't recall the exact response time yesterday for the CERT team that you guys saw driving by. Perhaps it was similar. Perhaps this was quicker. I'm just not sure on that. But we are at the intersection of, let me find out for you because I'm not from here.
Just working.
Yeah, 93 stand 5. You gotta have 2 units coming to you from Westchester University.
So we're on the intersection, at the intersection of Pocopson Road and Parkerville Road. Pocopson and
I'll be on
Parkerville.
at 250 Chandler Drive.
Copy. What unit was that out? 250 Chandler
I'm
Road?
going to mute him for just a minute.
52 David 54.
52 David 54, okay. 93 stand 5 is already at the address. He was sitting on it. I also have 275 units around Kingsville.
Squirrel.
Okay, something just happened. Can I scoot out of the way? I can move this. Not sure what the helicopter's doing.
It's called now passing Hickory Way. For pleasure.
I'm not a cat.
I don't know if this camera angle is on Chandler or on Brinton's Bridge.
Go ahead and keep heading south. Go to Burton's Bridge on Route 1. Meet up with the troopers. They'll be able to give you further from there. Yep.
Let's see. I can't make Nick's feed much larger because it's large. Well, yes, I can. Hold on one second. I have to.
6 Adam 2. I'll be out at 10:50.
Yeah, 06 Adam 2, okay.
Let's see. Here's camera 2. Let's make him a little bit bigger, and then I'm going to crop this a little bit. Crop the top. Crop the bottom. Does that work? Can we see that a little bit? And then I'll bring the helicopter back so we can see that's happening.
Seven 5 call 13.
675 call 13.
7 5 call 13. The pool house has been cleared already. We're available.
Pool house cleared, so
Copy,
Chandler is not.
250 Chandler Road. Pool house has already been cleared.
Okay, so they have not got him yet from the pool house.
We're on Pocopson Road and Parkerville Road.
Let me get rid of 1 second. Let me get rid of my. You don't need to see me at all. Let's see, where's box 4?
And we've got just a pickup truck. What did he say? We just have cops flying by him right now. Why doesn't he FaceTime?
Enter 6 Ball 2. I see you're just arriving. Do you need any additional cars?
Does he want to FaceTime just so we can have an angle to see what's going on over there?
You want to FaceTime us just to see if we get an angle to see what's going on? How does he do that?
I've got lots of tools that make this possible. Okay. Now let's get our helicopter back. There we go.
Here, Matt, I'm going to put you on speaker and I'm going to put you here so you can narrate what you're seeing, guys. So I'm here with Matt.
Just stop nearby where I'm at.
So, Matt, start over and tell everybody where you are and what you're seeing.
I'm on Creek Road. There's no way in hell I'm going to be able to get to on Brinton's Bridge Road where he's at, where there are all the actions happening right now. So I went over here to the other side of the river, following the creek, which is what he's been following, at least from what I'm aware. So I'm over here right now on the other side of the river on the road. It's very marshy there. There's no way I'm going to be able to get near the river with that. There's a cop that just passed me, stopped. He's circling back, and it looks like he may be. No, nope, there he goes. They're taking off. They got 4 people in that car, actually. So here they're heading back towards the bridge. It looks like one of the helis is hovering in place right now.
And I can hear the helicopter behind us.
Well, I'm watching him right now. He's hovering in place. I'm trying to figure out if that's the police heli or not. If it's the police heli, that means that they... Give me 1 second.
And if the helicopter comes in our line of view, we have a larger camera by us, so we'll be able to zoom in and get that on the monitor next to us.
One moment. Trying to figure out which is which. All right, I have one flying right overhead of me right now. There's another that's hovering in place. Do you have access to the radar?
No. Are you able to FaceTime?
Okay.
Do you have service to FaceTime?
Let me check.
Let's try a FaceTime.
Okay, police chopper just flew overhead of me.
Yeah.
There's still plenty of cars going along here. Oh, cop just, you
So
can hear
Fox
him probably.
29 is off. So I guess they were told to back up, which could be something.
Man, I heard
developing in the
75
area.
unit on the radio was real low. Couldn't understand
Are
him.
you able to FaceTime us, Matt?
75 unit just calling. Copy, Pole 13.
I just had a guy drive, the UPS driver just go and stop and say I think they got him back there. So I'm getting back into my car and I'm going to go investigate.
Got him as in spotted, guys. He's not in custody or anything.
And
I'm texting as we speak.
Stand by for
another
further
law
orders.
enforcement source.
For you out with 61 Sam.
Are you able to FaceTime people? People are asking if you can FaceTime. No, those dogs barking are neighbors.
Antic Circle 40. You're coming in really low.
I'm just responding to comments. The dogs that are barking are in the yard here, and they're barking at the police officers. Matt, are you able to FaceTime us?
Sam, have them come to the rear of 357 Chandler, unless they're needed for the perimeter.
Fox got told to push back to get out, clear the area.
Units available from 25 Chandler Road. Start to the rear of 357 Chandler Road.
Hey, everybody coming over from Brandy Churchwell's channel. Thank you very much. Welcome, 13th Jurors. It's good to have you here. We have a live feed from Nick the Hat. Nick the Hat is on the ground in the right on the border of the perimeter area.
So we are trying to.
He's on the right-hand side. We got audio from him and video from him. We're also watching the helicopter who's flying the area. We got a lead that the suspect had been spotted near Chandler Road. That lead seemed credible. The police responded en masse. The helicopter also came directly over, and it's been hovering since then. They found footprints next to the creek. And no, the red helicopter we're following. This is actually this is the state police helicopter. The yellow helicopter, the N10 XV. That's the news.
Resources, Burnsbridge.
That's news.
I'm in the middle of the perimeter. I'm not sure. Today want to check all the way down to 1.
They're saying all resources to Britton's Bridge. This Britton's Bridge. This is the address we're at.
Alright, hold up 1 second. Let me flip this around.
Yeah.
This is Pecos. Let's see. Britton's Bridge is right here. Sorry, let me get this off. Britton's Bridge Road is right here underneath all this. They're sending everybody here. They're sending cops as far down as where it connects with
where
1.
You are.
Down here at the bottom.
I can't describe it honestly.
I can tell you where he's at. He's on Creek Road. He's right over here.
North of the cliff from me.
Right over
and
here.
You guys
Creek
are
Road.
seeing this.
The river runs along here, so if you look here, there's the heli.
Yeah, the heli's going right overboard.
There's the heli coming this way.
We're seeing the helicopter right there.
I've gone down this river plenty of times. It's fairly deep at sections. Other areas are pretty light. I don't know. Right now, the river's pretty low, so one could get across it really easily.
Boost his audio a bit.
Actually, the river's right here in front of me. This is the river here, and you can see right now it's really low. So you can get across this thing really easily right now if you need to. Wouldn't really slow you down much.
Get stage there for now. We're getting an additional car.
Really above me.
Yeah, we got
several officers here gearing up.
This is traffic control.
I'm using my binoculars right now because I'm so far away.
I got footsteps up on the cliff.
They're showing that they're up here for an outside scout. This area here, as you can see, the fields are
north of the cliff from me.
Wide. The grass isn't too tall. So
we're out at
one would have to crawl here to make it through without being noticed.
Yeah, 7513, okay.
I don't know if this house is actually inhabited anymore. This is an old house by
Sorry, we're switching all this live.
Famous painting group. We got some more cops showing up here. 2 more police cars just pulled in here. We're probably going to have even more. I probably don't want to get much closer. They're here probably in anticipation of the same thing that I am if he crosses the river. So the last thing I want is for him to cross the river right now. If he does that, then he has more free reign to all this wooded area over here. So they want to hold him here. So right now they're all set up over there in the distance. I don't see them making moves. They're not rushing anywhere, so there doesn't seem to be a sense of urgency for them. So the action may be somewhere else. I can check I don't know if I pull up here, will it stop FaceTime? No, it doesn't. Let me go and check flight radar, see where the helis are at, where they're circling.
It's a little crazy with the feeds going up and down and trying to get everybody on here. If I can bring...
So I see one up here. Let me go back.
I need more cables is what I need. I've got 47 cables. I need 48, and then this would work.
Up in the distance in front of me, I have one circling back around me on my right. See if I have any more vehicles coming this way.
So this helicopter is the one that's going behind him, over here on his right, circling back.
There's all the troops in their vehicles right now.
We have 3 helicopters here. They brought another police helicopter right here. This is News 6, ABC 6. This is Skyforce 10. So 2 news outlets and 1 police copter.
I have somebody yelling me, hey, get off the private property now, even though it's not her property. Now where I'm calling the cops are right over here, man. So
this guy might get in trouble. Yes, if you're on private property.
They don't have very far to go. I'm pretty sure the police can see me right now as is. I'm in a bright, pretty high visibility shirt right now.
There's our suspect.
So I'm going to say screw that. This is not your property here. I know that for a fact. This is public land because these fields are they've not been cut in forever.
I wouldn't trust that.
Heli overhead right now. Unless she wants my car off the property, which I think is the case, which I'm going to go to. So give me one moment. I think that's the issue.
612. Okay, so while he's moving, we're still here at the scene.
Little drama.
All right, Matt, why don't you give us a FaceTime back as soon as you...
Yeah, not a good reason to assume public. You want to definitely verify that.
I'm going to divert you. 1314 Bridge Road, 1314.
Okay, so we're still here. I'm just going to be quiet for me plugging in.
Police 31.
That's fine, that's fine.
Oh, here, rustling in the
background.
background.
What I'm doing is I'm setting up lighting just in case it gets dark. So we have a lit up scene. We're going to keep the stream going as stuff happens.
Can we give another unit to shut off Britain's Bridge and get a lot of traffic coming down there?
Okay, they're shutting off Britain's Road. Britain's Bridge Road is where all this action is. Fox has the angle there. There's a lot of people parked there.
I got no one right now.
They're looking towards the creek.
6244.
We've got 2 news helicopters. I'm just checking to make sure there's no other helicopters inbound.
1314. I'm out of 1314.
Okay, airspace is getting a little crowded up here.
1314.
He believed that he could be heading through those kind of drains, so it wouldn't be. I mean, it would be quite shocking, obviously, if he popped out. But
I'm leaving my car at the end of the driveway. It's a common driveway. I'm walking up.
He might be moving in the creek. We're not sure where he's going. Last night they thought they were sure where he was going.
You want to start that way?
Out of the area by the time they caught on, so we don't know if he will evade them again.
I saw them bring in a, well, the one cop that was over at the distance there has left, but if you look over here, you zoom in, they brought in a vehicle to actually clear these fields here right now, something pretty interesting. Let's see if he starts, where he's going to start. But the cop that was over there turned off his lights and came back, which means they probably don't think that he's here, but they're doing this in preparation. But that's something interesting I thought I would just share right now real quick before I move. But I do have vehicles overhead.
Nick the Hat is our stream on the right-hand side. Nick is on Twitter. He's live on Twitter. Appreciate you to go over there and give him a follow. He's at Nick the Hat. N-I-K T-H-E-H-E-T.
Between that property and the Thompson Road.
Lots.
Copy.
Around 3,000.
Adam 2, where you at?
Close coverage of this, but that cop that was there, he's coming back, so it means that what happened here is stopping. I got yelled at by whoever lives there on private property, even though I don't believe anybody lives there.
Doesn't matter. It's still private property, dude.
19 people live there forever.
Nick the Hat. Nick the Hat on Twitter. It's shaky because Nick is holding a camera, his phone up in front of the camera to see a FaceTime video. And the guy there is pretty tense as well.
4-75 units. If you guys are coming across that backyard, you can come downhill a little bit. You'll see me down here. Copy that.
They did say they have footprints by the creek.
Right now, that's where the whole Manhunt's at.
Matt, you want to let these people know where you are?
What?
Where you're at right now, where you're standing?
I'm along, what is it, Creek Road or something like this? Creek Road? Yeah, Creek Road.
The helicopter's right over him, right here. He's right here along Creek Road. The creek is right down here. He's looking at it.
There's a news chopper as well flying overhead.
It's actually the police chopper.
I'm just trying to anticipate where he would cross. I need to know where his general location would be on the other side where he's chasing. Nick, have you heard anything on the scanner lately?
I'm not in the scanner. People in the comments maybe.
Oh, you use the phone. You're sharing this right now for the scanner.
Yes.
Okay. They stopped whatever cutting they were doing right now.
0642, your status is 1314 Burnsburg.
Yeah, Burnsburg is on the other side. Yes. Well, that's because there's cops lining that whole road right now. They're trying to, Yes, he is. I'm over here in anticipation. Get past that and get to over.
We're to the rear of the road
Gets past the river.
0642, okay, still checking the rear.
This might be over here very soon.
They have all the cops lining that road right now. So he's somewhere there. I'd imagine, I feel like that guy there has some firearms. So he's kind of engaging on himself. Yeah, there's no way you could get over to the other side there. I'll see if I can maybe get close to the river and be able to have a view of what's going on the other side. But looks like my connection here is really bad.
That's all right.
If I was scanner, then he's kind of been over there. I think I'm losing.
612 here in the woods.
Okay. All right, guys. So that was Matt. Matt is in the vicinity of the search. Apparently, he is
0612, I only got the woods. Go again.
Bravely walking around.
In the woods.
We've got an officer in the woods. I'm turning Nick off just for a minute. They're in this woods along the
Go
creek.
in with your message. I'm hearing someone in the woods.
Baby deer in the woods.
Baby deer in the woods.
Deer in the woods.
Baby deer in the woods. Okay, that is not an indicator of the guy didn't go through. Baby deer will stay in place until you almost step on them. Okay, so he must have jumped on top of him. Granted, it probably scared him to death because they're very good camouflage. But baby deer in the woods. Is the baby deer 5 foot long and 120 pounds? That's the question. And does it run on 2 legs? But let's go back with Nick for a second.
We're trying to make sure that we have the lighting and everything set up in case it gets dark before they capture him. We're going to try to light up the field over here at least, just so we have some lighting and it's not dark.
We've located Bambi.
So give me a second as I do that.
Now, what would be useful is if he stumbled across some birds that take flight easily. That would indicate that nobody had gone through there recently. So if there were a whole bunch of pheasants he flushed out or something like that, that would indicate that, you know, the birds have been settled in for a while and you're the first person to come along. So you're probably not right on somebody's trail if you scare a bunch of pheasants out of the brush. Baby deer, not so. That's not a good indicator.
Now, the helicopter you're hearing appears to be a news helicopter. It's not a police helicopter that's overhead.
Thank you, Chalk Baby. The credit really goes to Nick the Hat on Twitter. If you're on Twitter, please go over there and give him a like and a follow. Tell him thank you from us. We'll be sending him a thank you, a little financial one as well. But appreciate what he does here.
And 0672, are you back in your car?
Yeah, we'll be clear at 1314.
Copy. You have the mobile command number. Give me a call.
Copy.
If you don't have it, let me know. I'll send you down the message.
Yeah, they shouldn't give out mobile command on the air here. If they do, I'll try to mute it before they give it out. It's not a number that needs to be handed out. So 2 news choppers, 1 police chopper now circling the area. They are right here by this creek on Brinton's.
There's another state trooper. This time he doesn't have his lights on.
Brinton's Bridge Road.
So they seem to have the manpower they need at the scene. Otherwise, you would see them swarming faster. So we're setting up lighting. Just so you guys know, when I'm quiet, we're setting up the lighting to make sure that when it hits nightfall, we don't have to do it then, just in case something pops off. Obviously, we're here. So if we hear screaming, yelling, an alert, messages, anything through the scanner, can you, I'm going to also have we're going to text a couple law enforcement sources. They haven't been getting back to us, which is a little bit unusual. That means that they're probably in the field and more focused on the work. So we're going to know if it pans out to be nothing. We'll know rather quickly. If it pans out to be something, I guess we're going to learn that in real time. Unless I get a text that says captured. If I get a text that says captured, you guys are going to see it first.
Yeah. We had some really, the audio you're hearing is Nick the Hat. Nick the Hat, that's our live stream. Well, there's a nice view of the mobile command center for this news truck.
All right, guys, we have Matt back with FaceTime.
There it is. All right. So we got guys on standby right here. Hold up. Once this guy moves here, he's really interested. You got a guy here. There's guys with binoculars on. They're here doing exactly what I was expecting here. Over there, it looks like the road's closed down, possibly. I saw more guys out of the car. We got police showing up here, so they're exactly where I thought everything was going to happen.
Police are moving a ton.
The first place. So yeah, we got these guys here. They're waiting. They got the binoculars. I'm going to go actually grab my binoculars as well.
Hey, are you Nick?
I left my water bottle here, so I had to come back anyway.
I live right down there.
Yeah?
Yeah. You should set up at my house.
So, that means if they're here right now, it means they're expecting, like, this is in the radius with which where he's at. Stuff stopped over there. I can't tell if
This
it's
lady
stopping
just said,
traffic or not.
are you Nick? You should come set up at my house.
I don't know. Ask the trooper.
So. But they got binoculars. They're just lying here and wait. Looks like everything there is stopped right now. These people are. I got some people here saying
I need Nick's Venmo or his PayPal.
Move your phone. Move your phone and put it on Do Not Disturb. Sorry, guys. We're just going to put the phone on Do Not Disturb.
I don't believe he killed the guard. No, he didn't kill a guard.
Yes, I live in Margaret Drive where everything's happening. So. Really? Yeah, no, it's game changes instantly. Sorry, let me first move and let you in. Yes. I was blocking the people that live here. Let me move my vehicle for them.
And there's a glare. That's the problem when we zoom out.
Hold up. 1 second. Let me make sure I'm moving out.
All right, Matt's going to move his car. We want to keep footage going as it happens over here. As soon as he has a shot again, we're going to show you.
It's gotten awfully quiet. He doesn't like donations, but I'd like to talk to him.
Alright, on my right, look at all the guys coming out right now with their vehicles with guns drawn. I'm gonna hop out again, now that I moved. Oh, everything here is stopped over here right now. So I'm at the outer perimeter. Here all these guys are. Give me a second, I need to get a personal picture for this.
So Matt is in front of what appears to be tactical teams getting ready.
I'm going to turn everybody back on this station, so I'm getting a lot more talking.
Here's pulled up right now to me. Whoop, let me stop.
Yeah, 3975, copy yourself, 3400 block, Lincoln Highway.
That's not it.
Let me get Matt out of the picture.
The guy just pulled up right next to me. These guys are all here. So I tell them this is my spot. I was been
Yeah, 3975, copy yourself, 3400 block, Lincoln Highway.
I predicted the right spot. Yep, those people. So it looks like they're letting people by there. Given that all these guys just showed up here, my goodness, there's a lot. Wow, look at all of them. Okay. I've been told to move, so I'm going to move to somebody else's property.
So he's been told to move to another property, so he's moving up.
I don't want you on my property, but all these other people.
So Matt's moving up.
Looks like they have a, I'm not going to, no, I can't. Maybe. Again, I'm going to, no, I really can't. They have that other road on the side blocked there. I don't think that there's anywhere I can be.
Random lady walking.
These guys are very annoying. Let me see if I pull off over here. This is a very, very fancy house here. I really do not think they'll like me being here.
The difference is Nick is behind where the guy's
So right now it's only audio, so we're gonna leave it with audio. That's fine, Matt. We're gonna leave it with audio because I'm also setting up lighting, and that's very important right now. So you guys are gonna keep hearing Matt.
Alright, I'm over here. Somebody else's property. This is the nicest house in this entire area. It has like huge glass windows and everything in front of it. They now have all these trees though. But I'll see if those people get on my case again if I go over that way. One second. Did I leave my water bottle there again? No, I didn't. I brought it with me. Okay. Looks like right now this road's shut down. So I'm in the middle of where the road's pretty much shut down because I see nobody coming from my left at all.
Available 65 on WPG.
Nobody coming from the right, so I probably really shouldn't be here.
Oh, 65.
One guy said get out of here. I don't know if they'll like me being seen over there. I'm going to explore on my right a little bit here. Carefully because the road, there's no curb on the road. I definitely had a good hunch though when I told you earlier I was wondering if they'll be here because he's going to try to cross the river.
Down a creek road between West Street Road
my hunch was right.
House.
Let me go and check real quick to see.
They saw someone in the area there. It's going to be between Creek Road and the creek in the wooded area.
Here comes the helicopter.
So they're searching a wooded area right there, very close to where Matt is. It Matt? Matt is.
Which means that he's probably in this area. So this road right now, actually where I'm at, there's a bit of a gap here if you look. So I'm surprised they don't have any cops right here right now.
52 David 54. I'm on Creek Road. I will hunt down there as well. 5 David 54. Thanks.
6-5 Adam 2. See if another unit can handle that. I got my units on the perimeter.
They're watching the open fields with binoculars.
They're trying to maintain the perimeter and do the search.
6-5 Adam's okay.
Hold up, let me just look here, see what it looks like.
Yeah, 5 David 64.
Make sure I'm zoomed in on this.
5 David 54.
Got 3 vehicles there. There's even more in the distance. I'm going to see if I can go back there.
Got it right.
All those guys
5 on perimeter right now. You need another unit to assist you? Yeah, 10-5 out with the marshals now.
One officer there is probably not going to like it.
Yeah, 5 David 64.
Jimbo.
Yeah, I probably can't stay here much longer. I'll see.
The search is literally going towards him.
People here normally aren't as snappy with like get off our property. I think the issue right now is that everybody's just stressed. Like when that family pulled in, you don't know if you heard what the wife said, but she said that it's crazy. I mean,
Shield, get off my lawn.
20 minutes, and now it's like this.
Have not got him yet. They're still searching.
Obviously, it's evolved really.
They've got a very small area they've tried to surround.
Where it's still happening, really stressed. So there's the heli again. That's the police one. So it looks like potentially, but I'm not certain. Given how many troops they had over there, they're probably already gone over towards the bank of the river. If I had to guess, I can check and see. I'm gonna try heading over there when there's less vehicles, though.
Matt better not be wearing anything that looks like a suspect out there.
The officer now he's now all in ammo-esque stuff. Looks like I'm seeing one car moving now. Walking off that road.
He's going to run into one of these waiting cop cars with the doors open and just drive away.
Not blocking that roadway anymore. I might be able to find a closer spot.
I don't condone Matt's behavior right here.
I'm going to go to that. That way I'm in a closer area over there. I see a police vehicle moving really slowly. It looks like he might be going into Black Pit. No, okay, I missed my opportunity. They're blocking that. So, given how they're blocking off that side road there, I can imagine that means they'll be blocking off the other spots as well. So I think it's probably best if I just stay here. If I want to actually stay on the scene, I probably need to stay here. He just got out of his vehicle after blocking the road there. Surprised I still saw vehicles coming through. They must be people that live along this road, though. There's not many. Let's see if I can get a better view. That guy's still getting himself set up. It's tough to see from this distance. I do not know if this will work. Give me a second. I do not know which lens this is using.
Not that one. That one. There we go.
Aha.
This is amazing.
There we go.
It's a iPhone into a monocular.
How's that for a telephoto iPhone lens? My hands are very shaky. I do apologize for that. Not much I can do.
We live in the future. This is awesome.
Well, let me get this situated first.
It is working out. Okay, here we go. We've got a view.
We'll be back with Matt. Let him get situated.
Well, no. I'm just trying to get my lens. I was trying to figure out my binocular lens here. If I could get it lined properly.
He's basically put the binoculars on the other side of the viewfinder.
There we go.
Or on the
That's
other side
good.
of the lens. So now he can see.
That?
Yep.
There in the distance there. That one guy that told me to go away he was originally in black. He's not in black anymore. He's putting on all of his I don't even know what kind of gear they call that. So Nick, do you know?
It's Hong, and Nick's setting up lights right now.
Okay.
Can you zoom in, maybe?
Can I zoom in?
On the phone?
No, not in these binoculars.
He's asking if you can zoom in on the phone.
That made it 10 times worse.
Yeah.
I'm already giving you a 32x zoom on this.
Okay.
It's amazing he's able to hold it that still, honestly. Tactical gear is the word he was searching for. Thank you, Selena K.
He's not responding, though. I am surprised at just how big of an area here right now, though. It's just left open. And I can only assume that's because of all of this here. Not sure if that band's related. Probably not. You see this heavily wooded area here? They're assuming that he won't go through that. I don't know if that's a bad assumption, though.
Can do a quick pan out and see if we have any other helicopters coming in.
See if they get out and get anything out of there.
And up here, let's see, there's one coming. Sirkolsky. Looks like another Chinook. but that's not coming here. That's going to pass
No,
by.
he's pulling up, so he's part of whatever's going on.
612.
0612.
It's getting to the point where we can't see what's going on with
More police vehicles.
all this. I'm
I've
just going
not
to
seen
open that
another
up.
civilian car come by here, so
There's going to be a resident and a F-450 coming out of number 4 Chadwick, pulling the trailer. He's verified.
I don't know if I probably could get out. I see another police vehicle coming towards me. He's probably going to tell me to go and leave, I imagine. So let's see what happens. I might have to leave, guys. He's probably about to leave. Oh, they're stopping here. Probably because it's a hard spot. So they're the ones that are filling in this gap that I was looking at right now and I was watching.
Film the officer.
No, so I see I need to leave here.
You got 9398 headed to 35.
I predicted there. I was waiting over where they're all at for a while, and then everything moved over here. So I bet you guys are expecting the cross, looking at the river. Yep. Which way is better to leave?
They're basically saying we don't know where to go.
But I can detour around.
They're not telling where to go.
Water Glen Drive, where everything was going crazy yesterday. Yep.
Okay,
I feel like I'm like the last civilian vehicle here. So, all right, guys, I'm getting kicked out. Not surprised, honestly. They did not want to have a civilian here. If I lived on this property, they probably actually would tell me to go inside as well. But I don't even live here, so I have no right to be here. So I gotta go, unfortunately. I'll see if there's a spot I can be at. But I'm also very hungry right now. Here come actually a whole bunch of guys. They're tactical gear. They got other stuff. I'm gonna show that I'm actually making an effort to leave, though. I will hold up my camera and show all this, though, as I leave. So.
All right. Well, or we can. All right. Show them, I guess. We can show everybody.
I'm gonna be going very slowly.
Oh.
Oh, wait. Let me hold up. There we go. Let me make sure. All right. He wants me to move.
Puts the phone down. Matt is appreciated. He got something for us that we couldn't get.
But it's living right now along the river. So I leave. Yep, they want me out of here.
Well, you're breaking up, Matt. I think there's bad signal over there.
Do a voice.
I think it's better if you do voice to like narrate what's going on.
More guys position station. You lose a signal.
Yeah, I think there's bad signal. Let's do voice. It sounds like there's bad signal over there. Just give us description on what's going on as you're driving.
N606
I'm just past the van.
Is a news helicopter.
Just a whole bunch of other guys here. Hold up, I gotta get.
Chopper 6, ABC news helicopter. That's who it is.
There we go.
Good question, Kevin.
Unfortunately, signal here is really bad. I just passed several of the other vehicles. Right now, there's a spot here where there's nothing. There's no other cops here. I'm coming to the end of Creek Road where it meets with 926 right now. See if this is where they have it blocked off. They have a cop car here. Yeah, so this is where they have things blocked off right now. They're not letting anybody by. And here comes another vehicle heading this way. So, yes, I am the last one that was in there. I gotta go now. I don't know if I can really get any other better views.
We've done 11.
The signal should be better now, I think, maybe. But there's not much to see, unfortunately.
You're right. I think they will need to refuel soon. I'm not sure if we got an airtime on this one.
Yeah, actually, there's some other police vehicles coming this way. I'm about to go. We're gonna wait, let them go by. We got a guy on top of the
This particular helicopter that we're following is the #1 tracked vehicle in the world right now on the Flight Radar 24.
Probably not, but I'll see. They don't have this bridge blocked right now, so 926 is still open, is what it means. Oh no, these are not monsters. These are just a bunch of dudes checking out what's going on.
Skyforce 10 is looking like they're going to go refuel or head somewhere else.
Just one more.
I'm at the Ace Hardware. Maybe a mile? I'm not sure. Interesting that I'm not seeing anything here. And this road here is not,
I'm going to turn Matt off just for a little bit, just because he's driving away. He's trying to find a way out right now, and it's not working very well. The news camera is going to make me sick. They're driving around a little bit. This is a vehicle-mounted camera on top of a satellite truck. This is the sort of truck that would pull up to a large news event.
Is that correct?
Say like a Brian Koberger landing. So it's a very powerful lens. They can look. Usually they're on a post, like a pillar. I'm not sure if they can elevate it here or not because of the trees, but see, they're trying to look through a couple places. Got some still photographers trying to see through here. See if there's some action down there. Somebody's garden looks beautiful. Tomatoes are ripe. Yet it's a beautiful sunset. PA's has just a wonderful sunset tonight. And you can see that in Nick's feed. Let's see. Amber C. On the right-hand side of the screen, this is Nick the Hat on Twitter. Nick the Hat is given permission to use his live stream on Twitter. He is live streaming from just outside the containment area there in Pennsylvania in this manhunt. He has been FaceTiming Matt, who was a local who was getting feeds and access to the other side where the chase was going and moving. So, yes, the goatee is gone. It's shaved off. Okay, so we're going to unpin this message here. We're going to take Nick back up here, see if he has something.
We have a helicopter in there.
Oh, it's not today right now. All right, hold up. I got police vehicles here right now.
The action's focused. If I can, let me take this off here. The action focused. First of all, we were over here for most of the day in this area, which was right by these Longwood Gardens, which is about 200 acres of beautiful gardens. That's what the last area they really knew he had been sighted at. Then we got a tip this afternoon that he had been spotted, that a resident had seen him right over here. Hang on one second. Need to find Chandler. Need to orient myself. Brinton's, Colonial. I think this is Chandler right there. Of course it disappeared right when I needed it. Brinton's Bridge. They're back a little bit. Anyway, it's escaped me. I'll find it again some other time. But at Chandler Road, they had a tip that, what does this say right here? It's Parkerville. That's where I want Chandler Road to be. Can we move Chandler Road to right there? Because that's where I think it should be. Anyway, we had a tip that it was over there. The police went there. Then the tip basically moved. They followed them over to the creek over here by Brinton's by Brinton's Bridge. And now the action is followed over here. Matt was over here in the fields, right about here, in the middle of the screen here. That's where he was watching this from. We've got the news helicopter right now that's making circles. The police helicopter has sort of widened out its circles as well. It's moved in this area for quite a while. Let's see, is this... There's Chandler right here. Chandler Road. This is the house that reported the tip originally on Chandler Road. That was cleared. There was a pool house down here as well across the street that reported it was open. They cleared that pool house. And then the next they heard there was something over here by the creek, and they've been following it over by the creek. This is where Matt was, and he just got forced out of there. And the chopper is still making the rounds. And it's starting to get dark. Thank you, Nikki, for moving Chandler Road for me, renaming everything. Where's Matt? Matt's out mobile. We're going to turn on the feed again from Nick and see what's up here.
In custody, no. And that was at 7:22. I said captured at 7:36, and I haven't heard anything back yet. So I do not believe he is captured. I'm going to ask again, captured, or is that a rumor?
We haven't heard anything on the scanner saying that he's captured.
Okay, so yeah, nobody's captured. Sorry, guys. I'm not keeping track of the troll, so I don't know whose name is who. Anyway, the manhunt continues. He's not captured. So you guys just saw what I just saw. Anyway, he just said right there, no. So he's not captured. Anyway, let me ask are you getting close?
Nick has contacts that are within.
Sighting Creek Road between 926 and Meeting House. That was at 7:22 from the command center. A sighting at Creek Road between 926 and Meeting House.
Here's Meeting House Road right here. And
no, he's in the command center.
926.
Just call through command.
That was where Matt crossed. I'm calling Matt back right now then.
Yeah, Matt was right there. This is in Chadds Ford, Pennsylvania.
Hey, Matt. You're on speaker.
0642 command.
Are you near Creek Road between 926 and Meeting House?
What?
Are you nearby Creek Road between 926 and Meeting House?
Well, no, that was where I literally just drove back from.
So that is where he has been cited by law enforcement. My law enforcement.
He told me to leave that because he was going there. So where
The gentleman
I
with
was
the keys to the
driving
gate
back
for
from,
a unit on Britain Bridge is en route to them, and a black GMC pickup with a cap on the
let
back.
somebody stay there like that.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a bunch of stuff set up here, interestingly. I don't know why they have.
Okay. So we're looking right here.
By this one,
Okay, what was the
blocks.
This is
They have
Creek
a bunch of
Road.
law enforcement appearing
926
kind of
is right here.
kind of all over the place of
West
late,
Street is
just 'cause the
926.
situation's been so
And
fluid.
Meeting House
So,
is right here. So right between these two roads, on one side of the road or the
how
other,
much I
he's
can
been
get at
spotted.
this point. I can't probably get any visuals on what's happening anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, let's just keep the narrative going.
Gotcha. All right. Yeah, I got. So, what road is this? What road is this? Oh, well, this is. I know it's Britain Bridge. This is.
Yeah, we're right at Britain Bridge Road and Copson.
Okay, this is Copson Britain Bridge. Yeah. So he was spotted earlier in the day at what is it, Chad's Run or something like that, and Copson. I'm along the road that you're along, Nick, right now. Just further down. So I'm probably really close to you, actually, but just closer towards the river. They got a cop blocking traffic going towards you, interestingly. They have one. Yeah, I don't get that one. They have another, though, further down the road there as well. And then they also have one further along Britain's Bridge Road as well to the right. So heading, what would that be? North, I believe.
All right.
So I assume you can hear that heli going right over you, going over Nick. He's going almost directly over top of me, if you get an idea of, like, my position. I see another heli actually in the distance heading this way. And I see the ABC News chopper still circling. Do you know anything about other than, or were you just informed of that one sighting? Was there anything picked up in scanners? I listened to the scanner. I heard one, which is just somebody, like, obviously breathing deeply, like he was running. So, which
Yeah,
sounded
lots
quite
of officers
interesting.
are
It was
running
pretty
here.
highly upvoted. So it sounded like somebody was in pursuit on that.
Okay.
All right.
Let's see, I'm trying to figure out. Looks like they have route closed on Britain's Bridge
If you're on Twitter,
Yeah,
please
so you
give
can only
Nick
go
the hat a
towards
follow.
river along Pocopson
And give him
and
a big
towards
thanks for
Pocopson
this.
Elementary along Britain's Bridge. All other routes are closed. I just saw three officers drive by me. They're heading down now along Pocopson towards the river right now. If they let me go that way, I'm tempted to head that way right now.
Now, Matt, make sure you stay safe. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah.
That can get you.
Oh, here comes another. There's another. We've got another cruiser heading that way. And so that's 4. And here's a 5th. There's.
I mean, like, Matt, make sure you stay safe. We don't want you to get in trouble with anything or get hurt, you know?
No, it's all good. I mean, I've been complying with what they've been requesting. I left the scene when I was requested to. I'm not going to stay someplace where I'm not supposed to be. I mean, where I was earlier was definitely the heart of all the action, everything going on. I'm going to follow those vehicles, see if I can get any closer to what's going on, because they don't seem to have the road blocked down that way. So give me a moment while I get back to my car. Looks like they're trying to push him down along the river, which is why they have road here closed. So I'd imagine there's a lot more vehicles down along Britain's Bridge Road to the east, if I had to guess. So I'm going to go back to my car.
Have you heard anything like gunshots or anything like that over there? Because I imagine
Nothing
like
like that.
there too.
The map I've got right
nothing like
now
that.
is where.
Nope. It's just been.
Is where Nick
only
is
thing
at?
I've heard is a drone to the helicopters. So on the corner of Britain's Bridge and Pocopson, I'm going to head down towards Pocopson Road. That runs right alongside the river, which I'm still don't understand what's going on there entirely. That's why they have traffic there, and they have traffic going towards back up to the west, heading west along Pocopson. They don't have that. They have that closed. Don't get that fully, but let me keep going and figure out what's going on.
If he's going down Pocopson.
I'm getting a smoke condition down here between Britain's Bridge and the winery. There's a mobile unit to see if there's a resident burning something.
Okay, that was between Britain's Bridge and what?
Chatsford Winery. I'm not sure the name across from Pond's Edge Drive might be coming from there.
Where's he?
Looking for the road he's talking about. I'm not seeing it here. Not seeing a winery either. Okay, sorry, I'm making you guys sick. Let me go back to the police helicopter. Just 1 second. There we go. Okay. I have a feeling it will still be at it another day. And he's sneaky. And if it dies down, we might end unless there's some action that happens. We might pick this back up again.
If you want fire, notify for that smoke condition.
Wineries between Parkersville and Creek Road on McFly. Thank you. Local information is very
it's
useful.
Just throwing enough that it would be a good cover unless the dog's up.
Okay, I have no control burns entered at this time.
Parkersville and Creek
Road.
Road.
One of the state police.
Got Creek Road right here. Is this Parkersville? Oh, that's a driveway. That might be the right winery. Okay, we're not seeing it. Okay, this helicopter has got to be due for fuel here soon. It's been up for a few hours. I expect that that when this helicopter has to leave, they'll wait for the other copter to sort of be in the area before they bail, so they just have continued coverage. We think we've got one more helicopter over here in this field waiting to launch, all fueled up, ready to go for hours. So this one would then bail and then go get fuel and be ready when the second one needs a break. But busy airspace down here. Three choppers, all in about a quarter mile of each other, flying around this area, looking for what they think is the suspect in the trees here. Tomorrow is day 7 of this manhunt, which is crazy considering how many people are here and how small an area he's actually traveled. I mean, if this were like a statewide manhunt, 250 people on the ground would be nothing. But this is, I mean, less than 5 miles. Less than 5 miles for the entire thing, distance he's traveled. And I mean, we've got 6, 7 different sightings now, maybe 8 different sightings, verified sightings, and pictures of him on game trail cameras. We know what he looks like. We know what he's carrying. We know where he is to some extent. There's Nick walking around in front. And still we can't find him. This guy's a snake of the grass. Helicopter can see better at night. If he's moving in the open, it's going to pick up his heat signature. Now, if he's smart and he decides to, like, I don't know, float down the river with his face barely above the river, or with something over him that's cool, so that the helicopter can't see him, that might work. But other than that, nothing. I can't see the copter feed. Sorry, I'll take that down. I can swap. Let me swap. Yeah, let's swap these two. Hold on one second. Give me just a second. We'll swap these boxes. I think it's 1 and 3. There we go. Matthew, we think they would, but why hasn't been caught yet? This has happened multiple times now in this manhunt, that they've got a credible tip that they've responded to rapidly, huge police response, helicopters, tons of men on the ground, surround an area, and just they can't seem to pick him up. They do have drones in the area. Matt said that. Let's go back to...
There were some reception issues, yes.
Let's go back to Matt.
I'm going to try to put you right here to continue talking as I finish lighting up the scene, just in case.
Okay. What I wanted to know, though, was if there was any recent updates on the
Matthew,
scanners.
welcome. Good to have you here. Thank you.
Because I can't really make out what the borders of the...
6-1 Sam 1.
I know.
6-1 Sam 1.
The only thing I know is...
All the troopers that were down here have now left. Can you advise if they're still holding this perimeter? What the deal is on their end? What they need from us? Okay.
So it sounds like they're shifting perimeters, that their search area is changing.
West of the river.
We are listening to the Chester County PA Emergency Services talk group. This is a trunked system, trunked radio, where all the radios talk on the same frequency, but they have little codes, subcarrier codes. It's a little technical to explain, that allow them to talk to just their own people. So even though everyone's using the same radio towers, just their communications go to just the people who need it.
On the radar, they'll see that. Yeah, he's circling right now, so they got a fixed-wing plane back again.
Just stay put for now.
So they're using that for wide area reconnaissance. I have... This one's flying too low to be a news chopper. That has to be a police chopper that just flew over me. Flew over Ace Hardware. And that kind of follows around the area he was last spotted between 926 and... I can't remember the name of the road, even though I go down it all the time. But along Creek Road.
I think that's the Ace Hardware, somewhere around here.
He's actually heading towards Brandywine Picnic Park. That's north.
There goes the...
he may be going back to refuel, because he's going in a straight line right now. It looks like that's the case. It looks like he's going right now, probably back to the Westchester Airport, because that's the closest one here. Westchester Regional Airport. He's going back there to refuel while they have the fixed wing up.
I'm not seeing a fixed wing. Are you guys seeing a fixed wing
plane anymore? No, there it is. The fixed wing plane is, he's still circling the area. So that one's going back to refuel. Fixed wing plane's up, recircling back the area. I see another chopper coming in from the southeast, I believe. Yeah, southeast. Don't know if that's a news or if he's actually maybe leaving. I cannot tell from this distance. I'm going to go onto the bridge now because I'm standing right now on the train tracks by Ace Hardware. So I'm going to go on to walk along 926. See if I see anything moving.
This should be 926 right here that he's walking along.
Let's see. I got a bunch of people pass me say thank you, so maybe there are people that watch your stream. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where stuff is. It looks like it's
Thanks, Greg. Appreciate it.
Along. I've seen a bunch of vehicle.
Okay, thank you. ADSB Exchange.
I still see the news chopper, I believe, circling around here, and the fixed-wing aircraft is still circling around. He is east of my position. Not east, sorry, south. So along Bacopson Road, it looks like. Basically, it's where I first was at. If I had to guess their current location, where I was first at earlier, by those fields where that mill was, where I was requested to leave by those people from private property, I'd imagine that he's there. They set up a perimeter to the north of him and also to the east of along the river, and they're trying to push him south right now towards Route 1. And given where that plane's circling, it's kind of in that direction. So I have to imagine he's somewhere along there. And that's also why they brought in that mower or whatever you want to call it to clear those fields so it doesn't have a place to hide, and it also gives them much easier line of sight towards the tree canopy at the river as well.
Okay.
Let's see. I'm going to go
swap
back
out
to
some
my car
batteries
because
here.
there's not much to see right now because it looks like everything's moving south right now. That would explain why they were not letting people, if I go back to Pecopson and Britton's Bridge, it would explain why they're not letting people go south along Britton's Bridge past Pecopson, because they're pushing them that way, and north probably because they think that if they're pushing them south there, you could potentially try to double back and he'll head west again. So they don't want people there. So they must have made they have a perimeter in some form that they're trying to box him in. And I guess what I was there along was the corner. I got some fans here.
That's funny.
Probably they're trying to box him into in a certain area, and so they're putting him on. Sorry, I'm trying to run and talk. Yeah, they're trying to draw him in. So that there, Copson and Britton's Bridge is probably a corner of one of their borders they have. Now, this is all just guesses. So
the camera on the right, I believe this is Britton's Bridge Road.
Just take it with a grain of salt, but we'll go with it.
The camera on the left is Britton's Bridge Road. I believe this is on the west side of the creek.
While I get back in.
Matt was on the right side of the creek.
I got another low-flying helicopter right over top of me right now. I'm going to check the radar to see which one. Actually, I'm going to check the radar so I can see what's where. Give me a better idea of where the situation center around or where they think he's at. Alright, so what just went over me is the ABC News chopper.
It's getting really quiet, but if I turn it up, it's going to blow up my eardrums when he adjusts his phone.
Not seeing the fixed-wing aircraft on the radar. Yes, the police helicopter did land at Brandywine 655 West Street Road, the Creek and Meeting House. That's going to be tough. That's where it was beforehand. They're not letting anybody along Creek Road. Let me take a look on the map real quick to see. 2055 Street Road. West Street Road.
Trunked. Different kind of trunked.
Oh.
I'm trying to pull up the fixed wing.
West Street Road, that's, yeah, I can get there. I'm right there. Are you sure that's it? Because there's nothing here.
Matt's pushing it. He's really pushing it.
Oh, never mind. Yes, there is. It just happened here. Okay.
He's streaming through Nick's stream.
Matt
is on FaceTime with Nick right now. Or
right,
actually, it's audio only call.
I'm going to get out of my car again. So they're stopping all traffic there. I'm going to go around up. I left my flashlight back home, which I really need right now, but let's see what we see here.
Hey, Mark, do I need to unblock somebody? Did someone get blocked on accident?
Okay, put this on speaker. All right, there we go. Now on speaker. I see a bunch of vehicles stopped over there by 2055 Street Road. Walking along, what is this, Copson Road?
It's only going to be a problem if he runs into the same officer that kicked him out.
Vehicles are going by there pretty slowly.
Okay.
Give me a text, let me know what's happening there, or why.
I'm going to unblock Stevie.
See if I can get there.
Hang on just 1 second.
I can, but the question is, what's going on? They just let vehicles that were stopped there by, so I'm trying to figure out if it's worth me driving there or if it's something where I should be walking to, so that I can get a longer view there.
It's dark, and they're hunting a murderer, and he wants to walk around in a dark road. I would not walk anywhere. I don't think I'd be getting out of my car.
What's the significance of 2055 West Street Road? That's what I need to know.
I was told that it's like a better view of the action there. Like maybe if you could find something, we could go like on FaceTime.
Stevie, you're good to go.
Yeah.
It's pretty dark out right now, so I don't know how much there is to see at this point.
Tell you, that bug is real, Gail. It's real.
I did go by there earlier, and yeah, there were some people stopped there, I saw. There's an open field.
I'm sorry it took so long, Stevie. I apologize.
The trees that run the river.
Yeah.
I'll head over there. I am starving right now. Give me a second.
Did you hear that? Matt needs food, and we know where he's at. Internet, do your thing.
All right, I got a great dialogue here of how I'm waiting at this red light for you if you want. Got one car going by, just a regular civilian car, 2 cars.
Are we still needing on Britain
Any
Bridge?
updates on the scanners?
Pretty much all the super
I do not see. Oh, there
Yeah,
comes a.
6-5 out of it. 6-5 out.
Did I just get blocked? No. He's circling around. I just had 2. Okay, they're stopped. Okay, I just had a bunch of cops just show up.
Meet the county detective, search of the building.
Happening that way. So where they had.
Sorry, 4400 Britain's Bridge. What was the nature?
Turn this off for a second.
2400.
2400
Britain's Bridge. Search of the building.
Search of the building. 2400.
2400 Britain's Bridge for a search of the building. 9 day before.
Now they turn their lights on. They were walking around in the dark up until then. That's like pitch black. That is incredible. That's some good night vision there. If you can comment on your phone but not on your computer might be logged into a different account.
9 day before.
I'm just as curious as the people watching us are right now. So.
Those are police officers walking. They're searching open fields.
Scanners are saying there's 2400.
No, so right now I was at 926 in the cops, and where you wanted me to go, they just I was at that intersection there. they just pulled up 3 police vehicles and a fire vehicle with basically to block access along that road. So they're blocking access now to 926 from Pocopson. So right now I'm driving through Pocopson Elementary parking lot, heading over to 926, bypassing their roadblock. Also, actually, if I stop up here first, I'll give you guys a view of what it's like up here right now, because you can get a little bit of view of some of the
We've got
vehicles
58
here.
minutes. 58 minutes before I need to restart.
Before I keep going, because they blocked off that road for a reason. So, I need to see what's going on here.
9-1-8-4.
So let me stream this to you, see if I should have good cell reception here.
Myself and 14 will be waiting for the Birmingham officers, and we'll clear a large barn here. Property owners with us.
This area, they thought they had him.
That would be the 2400 Britain's Bridge.
They thought they had him wrapped up.
Yeah, 2400 Britain's Bridge.
This is what they just blocked. They don't want people going up this road here. So what I was doing, I was going through Cops Elementary School right here. This is where I was at the start of things.
Does anyone have a good link for the ADSB feed from website? Nothing that. It's the exchange, ADSB exchange.
There's some blue lights. That's where they're blocking off Creek Road. So
I think I got it.
Stop streaming here because there's not much to see at this point.
Yeah.
But I'll stay on. There we go. On audio. I'm surprised they didn't block this because there's actually a lot of people up here at Cops Elementary. They were just watching everything from kind of see. There's not much changes here. See one police car. So where they have the road blocked there, I saw one police car just leave that spot and go towards. He's heading over towards 926. I'm just going to wait here for a moment to kind of get an idea of what's happening and where the place to go might be. If they have a vehicle blocking this road ahead of time, though, it means that that means is that they're pushing him this way.
Should we move to this?
Is what that means. So,
okay.
Or there's a chance that he's going to return around and go this way. So they're trying to keep him from other people from being nearby. I'm going to go and just take a look and inspect. If I don't see anything to support my hypothesis, then I'm going to go back.
So the fixed wing that's now hovering over him, the helicopters have cleared out.
2055.
It's nighttime. They're going home. So we have one over here. That one's going. CBS, ABC 6 is going.
No cars, no cops.
We had
go back to Britain's Bridge Road. Again,
I think the other one just landed.
Well, so I'm making another circle right now.
There's a plane circling overhead now.
It's very dark out right now at this point.
Yes, it's a plane. Fixed wing as versus a rotor.
Yeah, we're working to light the area, but we want to make sure we don't blind the officers. So that's why
I saw him moving in front of me, but that's just 2 deer.
This guy's crazy. Bottom left. We've got a news crew down on Brenton's Creek Road right now. That's in the bottom left. They've got an infrared camera. They're watching officers
seeing a whole bunch of vehicles stopping
search the field here.
The Copson Road right now.
So we're still trying to light the area up, guys, so that way we can get a good shot from across the street. I'm going to go and
I'm going to move right up here.
Ask the trooper what his thoughts are about us going across the street, just so we have light.
Don't think the trooper is going to like anyone to go anywhere right now in the dark.
I'm losing signal to you guys right now. It is very tough to see at night with the police lights all.
Here's why this is working so well. Matt is a local. He understands the area. He's familiar with the creek. He's floated that river. He knows who owns different properties. And so when he saw where it was going, he anticipated where the chase was going, and he put himself in place. And he won, basically. He won the lottery.
Over here because they're not letting people go back up the Copson Road towards where I just went, they have that line blocked off. Everybody here
It's
is...
freeway.
See who this is.
A whole bunch of vehicles pulled off on the road. I think
I have rustling in the woods. I'm not sure if it's you or anything. At 2001 Britain's Bridge.
2001 Britain's Bridge, rustling in the woods. Probably not deer.
There's another vehicle. Okay, so no, there is
2001
police
Britain's
presence here
Bridge.
right now.
We're walking in the
But I
woods.
cannot see
They'll be to assist.
them. Okay, also it's stopped here because this is one way.
Okay, that is
Let me see if I can
opposite.
find a spot to pull off.
Let's see, that's opposite. Let me show you on the map where that's at.
6542 to Central.
The issue right now, though, is there's nothing for me to be... I can't see anything at this point. It's too dark out.
It's right here.
Is the problem. So, I'm just letting everybody here go
Last
by.
guy.
Uh-oh, we got a police car.
I got an officer that waved me down. Apparently,
Sorry,
they're
I need to
shuffling
move.
by the train tracks.
Matt wants to get through.
Alright, let me move. Get out of the way of this cop. Let him by.
Yeah. Matt's going to get himself in trouble here real quick.
Let these cops by right now. Alright, okay, so I just had two police behind me. Just had to let them by on a one-lane bridge. That was me honking at somebody else who's blocking their way. I'm following
Matt,
them
I'm
right
going to
now.
interrupt you for I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second just to give everybody an update. So,
This is Nick's
I
voice
just went up
you're
to the
hearing
state police to ask their opinion on if lighting the area up with our equipment, which we have some high power lighting, would be a good or bad idea. And they asked us, they said, we can't tell you not to, but please don't. So we're not going to, obviously. We don't want to impede in anything. So the vision here, the visuals are going to be a little dark, but we're not going to light it up because the state police have asked us, they would prefer us not to light it up. So we're not going to light up the woods here. Even last night, we would have been able to light it up, but given the new circumstances, it's very unlikely. These guys just told me they would rather us not do it, so we're going to respect their wishes. But
what that could
we're going
mean
to
is
stay
that
here,
the
obviously,
crews on the ground are using
in
night
case something
vision.
develops. But that's our goal. We want to make sure that we ask the officers before we do anything. We don't want to light it up and blind them or light it up and scare the perp away. So,
Nick, I just had 5 police cruisers pass by me right now. 6, 7.
coming my way?
What?
Are they
No, going towards Creek Road right now. So something's happening at Creek Road. They're probably trying to establish a tighter perimeter there. But I just had a lot of police.
Okay, the call we heard on the scanner was that somebody was sighted right here, rustling in the woods.
All right, Matt, so why don't you
right in this area.
give me a call when something develops. I'm going to work to find stuff out, and I want to chat with everybody here and make sure that they're all on the same page and that they know what's...
I'm giving a count, sorry, 'cause something's happening, big's happening. All the police presence that was in the areas just went by me right now. They're all going across the bridge, across the Brandywine River Bridge, so...
Okay.
All right, I'll let you...
Give me a call if something develops. If you see anything important, give me a call, and we'll go from there. I'm going to get back to these guys over here to make sure that they're up to speed, and I want to kind of let them know what we're doing and what our approach is. All right, thanks.
Good deal.
All right, talk to you. Bye.
Not now.
All right.
Trying to find that bridge that he was talking about.
So, let me check.
And I think it's this one right up here. Lost connection from Nick. Hang on just 1 second.
Brick. So what we are doing is we're at the scene here on I'm sorry, I wasn't by the phone. I was setting up the lights, but then I figured before I turn them on, I better ask the officers. I probably should have asked them before I assembled them, but I was just double checking. Anyway, so a couple of minutes ago, I went over to the state police and spoke with them for a second. And as I was approaching, the female officer was very vigilant and alert and said she obviously put the flashlight on to make sure I wasn't the perp or some nosy resident or bounty hunter. And it seems that the shift changed. I thought I was walking up to the same guy as earlier, the one that we spoke with, and if you guys were here from the beginning, you heard him. He was a great guy, so I approached it like that. This guy's also great, but it wasn't him. So he didn't, it was very dark as I approached him, so I couldn't see the face, and then I looked close and saw it was a shift change. So I asked if we can light the place up, and they said they'd rather us not do that. They don't want any additional lights.
So Nick's being careful there. He's working closely with the police. He's got some good contacts there. He really does, and he's using them. Some of them are giving him information, and some of them obviously are giving him some access. Right now, he has some pretty good access and a good location. He was right on the edge of where this was all happening. Got some good views of responses early on in the feed with a whole bunch of vehicles responding, and he has the best sounds in the world, which is the crickets in the background. Not the harp, but. So Nick is on the stream on the right. That's his feed. He's having a little bit of connection issues, cutting in and out. He's been talking on the phone with Matt. Matt is the local who's been around the right in the target area, actually, of where the search is going on. Let's pick up Nick one more time here.
Not to do it, and that's the difference between us and some other networks. At times, like the press can light stuff up, and it's disrespectful if you don't ask for permission. In a case like this, in an investigation, in a manhunt, you want to make sure that you're not getting in the way of law enforcement, and the goal here is to get the guy. Now, these lights are so powerful that they would probably shine through most of these trees, so if he is in those woods, he's going to run the opposite way, and they want him to come. I don't know what their strategy is. They just said it would be, if you can please not do it. So we're not going to do it. Cops are flagged down at the, I don't know. I'm not going to read any more of these comments because there's no confirmation on them, and I don't want to lead people to believe something. So unless I hear it myself from either one of my sources or on the radio, I'm not going to say in custody. That's not going to happen. I'm not going to say he's been spotted or running. That's just not happening. So these lights will, it'll be broad daylight here. So it would make this intersection look like an airport runway lit up. I mean, these lights are powerful, and they go a long way. So we're not going to use them. Obviously, we don't want to impede on the investigation. Slowly. That's why I've been away for so long. The lights are so massive. Setting them up took some time. Looking back, I probably should have checked in with them first anyway. But nevertheless, we are at, there's Parkersville. So that guy right there has to stop. And see, I don't know if that's a canine dog or if that's you guys hear that? I don't know if that's a canine dog or what. But we're not here to impede or intrude. We're just here to show you guys what's going on as close as we can get without being asked to move back like other networks that were in the immediate area of the search. In that case, you have to pack up, try to find a new spot,
Matt was asked to move
set up,
back too,
and start over. And that's just going to take another 30 minutes, and a lot can happen in 30 minutes. So it looks like we're going to be stationed here until either they catch him or probably closer to 1 or when it settles down. We'll be here for quite some time.
Nick, when he says quite some time, he's talking about 3 a.m. He's going to stick around for the long haul.
Double check the intersection once again.
Deidre, the secret is having a nice chair, and I have a nice chair.
I'm going to check. Let me, one sec.
Lisa, if we want to bring you on the live stream, we're going to use an internet connection that doesn't require a phone charge on your side. We'll bring you on through StreamYard, and you can use your phone. You don't even have to have your camera on if you don't want to. Of course, everyone will tell you to turn your camera on, and then you'll have to do it. But if somebody got timed out, if they're not able to chat, the timeout I cannot stop. It's 300 seconds. We apologize. Just use this moment to think about the amazing things you're going to say when the timeout ends, and then continue as if nothing happened.
Updates personally, the last thing I said was, "Are you guys on to him?" And then I just said, update ? And I sent him, "Are you guys on to him?" about 20 minutes ago, and he didn't respond. So something is obviously fluid. He's very quick to respond when nothing is happening, but when something is going down, he's very quick to let me, or I mean, if nothing is going down, he's very quick to let me know. If something is going down, it takes him a little bit of time unless he's able to send me a quick memo like he did earlier where he said that sighting, and that sighting came from the command center. So it's not like something that was a rumor. That came straight from there. So I haven't heard anything from him as far as...
So still no confirmations yet. Stuart Jones, just a quick question, not trying to pick a fight. Who's the press? Or who decides who the press is my question. I've worked in the press for a while. I went to school. I got my degree in this. So, I mean, I have a little bit of knowledge in this area. And I would argue that Nick is the press, even on his own. He doesn't have the gatekeepers. He doesn't have the editors that the normal channels may have, or even the funding. But I'd argue that he is the press.
Are you getting close? And then at 7:39, I said, are you getting close? At 8:17, I said, anything. At 8:19, he said, nope. They do not seem to have something. They are following a lead, but there is no update other than what he told me. The last thing that he told me was the sighting Creek Road between 926 and Meeting House, and that was at 7:22. It is now 8:19. So about an hour ago is when he told me about that sighting, and
the press get told to move as well. I've done that. I'm trying to listen in a little bit on some of the scanner traffic that we might have missed. The last we've heard on this feed was
65.1.
It's right now. Hang on.
91 day before. 65.1.
So the feed I'm listening to is on openmegahertz.com /system/CCES. And I've filtered down the talk code to just 65.149. I'm going to open that back up and filter some other groups out. So we're going to hear a lot more traffic that's not related to this just for a minute while I'm working on this.
Well, 33, I'm 92 on you a second.
33, 10, 40, 10, 92 in a second. Unit 5474, can you call on the scope, please?
67 Paul 51.
That's Central Police.
Unit 67 Paul 51.
65.1, that's going to be 2401. 2401.
Unit 67 Paul 51, okay, thank you.
Receive 2401, 2401.
2401 is the address that they said they heard rustling in the woods at.
54 Paul 6.
Unit 54 Paul 6.
Arrival at my station, mileage 13430. Engine 56 on location. Will advise momentarily.
Unit 39 Paul 5, MDC text first, any summit.
Engine 56K, report to call.
Engine 54, 1 on scene.
3 on Paul 5, copy. Engine 54, 1 on.
Okay, so we're hearing some stuff that's not related, but I can see as it comes in what is, which group is talking. I just want to see if there's any other channels they're using that we might pick up some additional information on. The last we heard was that police officers were responding to this area where they heard rustling in the woods. Hey, Mrs. R.A. Hi. How you doing?
1056, Chancellor.
She's wondering how I'm doing. Good? Okay, it's...
Confirming 5, so you can make company available.
Let's see.
Okay, on the 5, Joe. Company available.
65 Adam 1, I'll take that meeting.
I'm going to give you the link. If I do have to wrap up here tonight, let me do this. Let me give you the link for the... Hang on one second. Okay, I'm posting the link right now. This is the link I'm using to listen to the trunked radio systems that are using for this search. So it's a little bit different than the one I've got going over there. So I've got different stuff going in each different direction. If they are equipped with night vision and infrared, then visible light would blind them. It would blind their equipment. It has that effect on night vision. Fox 29 has audio. I could pick up the audio. Let's see, where are they on? They're on my 3. I think I've muted their audio. Yeah, I muted their audio. It's just running in the background. I don't think they have anything new that we don't. They have more gatekeepers. They can't run to press as quickly as say like Nick can.
Correction, that's going to be 2400. 2400. Okay, 2400 Britain's Bridge Road. Affirmative.
Now look how dark it is, just to give you guys an idea. You guys see that? That's what we see. It's not the screen or anything. That's exactly what we see, is that darkness around us. And as I showed you guys earlier, I'll show you again, we had that monitor, and the monitor is also, it shows just how dark it is behind us. It's you can't even see, it's literally pitch black. So we have no lighting in either way. There are no street lights, which is important to note. There are no street lights. We're going on a drive-about
with the news truck.
So yeah, the area is pitch black, with the exception of the police lights. And those are on for the safety for traffic. If they don't have those on, and you've seen cars flying down the road, and the police had to flash their flashlights and strobe them because they were going so quick, and that's with police lights. So if they had them off, there could easily be an accident. So the police have their lights activated here to avoid the accident. And also it shows that this is really the entrance to the perimeter that's been established in the area.
The perimeter flipped. Basically, he's now inside the perimeter.
This could be a repeat of the last night, the same thing that happened last night, where we saw some immense action and then nothing came to fruition. So right now we are on Pocopson and Parkerville. Pocopson and Parkerville. No, I'm not packing. But so we're on Pocopson and Parkerville. We're not too far. If
6541, we're okay.
Let me check that address of the barn to see how far it is from here. Pocopson.
So that 2400, that barn, that's where people are headed right now.
That's going to be 2400. 2400.
Britain's Bridge.
Okay, 2400 Britain's Bridge Road. Affirmative.
So we are 1.1 miles away. So
6541, we're okay.
this is us, and this is where they are. So we're not too far. We're exactly a mile. And yesterday we were actually just about maybe a little bit under a mile away, and you guys were able to see a lot of activity. But the activity, again, it didn't come to fruition. There was no apprehension, and they lost him. And today they've released ring footage in the area of Longwood Gardens. I'm not privy to the exact location. As soon as I woke up, I headed here, and I was looking for updates from law enforcement as to if they're onto anything and where I should go to stage. And they said that there's activity basically all over. But right now, the activity is within this 1 mile radius that we are in. So a mile behind us is that barn, and let's see how far it is to walk here, and then you can compare it to running, because this guy is obviously going to be running, and he's very fast if he's able to elude these guys for this long. It's a 20-minute,
if this plane has
27-minute walk.
They'll be able to pick him up.
So
this is just wide open area.
If he's running, it would be a little bit faster than that. So we're about a 27-minute walk. I wish they had run, but there's not. Now, if he was on a bicycle, he would get here in 8 minutes. So I don't know how fast he runs, but if he was on a bicycle, he'd get here in 8 minutes. So we're not too far from where it's going on.
They still have that plane circling tight circles overhead.
Well, yeah, no, he's not taking roads. He's going through the woods.
5,500 feet up.
So let me check. See, I'm not sure if we are north or south. We are at that intersection of Poke Hobson and Parkville. So if somebody wants to pull that up and check out where we are, that would be great. I don't want to do too much on the other phone just to keep the battery going as that one charges. This one is also
the radio link
on. We want to keep
if you pull it up, it'll have like a whole list of talk groups. Just click the little button at the very top.
And
the
earlier
play button,
you guys saw CERT come flying around the bend and gunning it down this road at a high rate of speed, a very high rate of speed, and several troopers, local law enforcement, I suspect marshals, they drove by. So they are onto something, just as they were yesterday. And yesterday's sightings cannot be discounted. They were pretty credible.
This is huge. Yes,
it came from
massive.
multiple residents and an officer. See, that's something you're going to have to check. The ring footage is the last confirmed sighting, I believe, other than
Nikki just
this.
sent a super sticker with 19.99.
Let me see the text again and see if that was confirmed.
Nikki, thank you very much. Appreciate your support.
So all I was told at 7:22 was sighting Creek Road between 926 and Meeting House. I'm going to ask, was that a confirmed sighting?
Okay, so here we have 926 is right here in the center of my screen.
Confirmed sighting
and
is.
Meeting House.
So we can see what
is right here.
Law enforcement is
in this distance, 922 and Meeting House. That's on the screen right now. If you go straight to the other side of the creek,
the radio
drag
traffic
over to the other side,
hear,
that's the 2400.
You're not going to hear from.
So this is the area we're located in.
The tactical channels and whatnot. So we don't know for a fact that the sightings around are confirmed.
Nikki, that was your first super sticker. Thank you so much.
Lets me know if it's a confirmed sighting.
I'm honored. I appreciate that.
And if it is, you guys are going to find out right away. I just texted him that a minute ago. So we'll see what he says. There's no radio traffic right now. We do have it on, waiting for something. So there's no radio traffic.
CG, you're hilarious. I got a break for lunch. I got a break on lunch. I'm good for another 12 hours. Okay. I will say we are going to end the stream before we hit the 12-hour mark.
In a red Prius.
There have been sightings from here to Maine.
Hang on. Did we just hear that? The owner of the barn is arriving in a red Prius? You've got 200 acres and a massive barn, and you drive a Prius. It just surprised me. I'm going to listen to that again. Hang on.
It just sounds okay.
Where is that at?
0672. The owner of the barn is arriving in a red Prius. He's en route up the road.
It just sounds okay.
That's awesome. Okay, so red Prius.
Creek Road between 926 and Meeting House. Creek Road between 926.
Hang on, K95. What's this one?
K95.
Oh,
in fact, it's a confirmed sighting, that comes from the command center. So there is a confirmed sighting at Creek Road between 926 and Meeting House, and that was at 7:22 around.
I did post the link in chat.
About
I
1
can
hour
post it again
ago.
if you want. This is the feed for the audio we're getting, and it allows you to go back and play. I love it. The system is amazing. I just found it today. You can go back and play any transmission. I can sort out just the talk group we want, which is patch 65149, but that link should go straight to it.
Somebody sent me a DM with the, let me check. So the confirmed sighting was the Creek Road and between 926 and Meeting House.
Unit 65.
That's a confirmed sighting. We've been spot on, so I'm not going to prove anything to anybody. If you guys don't believe it, that's fine. Anyway, we're going to continue the coverage here. We're waiting for any updates that come in.
6541, go ahead, Rico.
Jumping on a Nikki wave, any other Nickies, or any other name. Wanna join, wave, love you, RA, thanks.
And that's what I mean. See, for the Fox 29 being moved.
Meeting House. They need people to stop going down Meeting House Road towards Creek.
Okay.
Copy that. I'll call them on the cell and advise them.
They're shutting down the road.
Okay.
Nikki, thank you very much. That's 2 Nickies in a row. Jump in on Nikki Wave. All of the Nickies or any other name want to join with the triple wave emojis. Love you, Ari. Thanks for the long day. Thank you, Nikki. Appreciate that. You're great. When's your 12-hour mark? We've got half an hour ish. We've got, 29 minutes, 28 minutes now.
And even residents are going to be told to stay inside. They're not going to let people park and film and walk up. That's just not going to happen. It doesn't matter who you are. And that's why we didn't move from here. I mean, I know from experience that if we got closer and it turned into something, we would have to move. And they might not have let us come back down this way. They might have sent us the other way. And then we wouldn't be able to get back to this area. We wouldn't be able to get onto that road right there, period. It's still shut down in both directions, leading all the way to Lenape Drive or Lenape Road, where we were last night.
Okay, I'm gonna silence Nick just for a minute. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna pay close attention to the scanners. I think that's gonna be our closest, our best source of information. If something is happening, or if we get indication that things are happening.
Can you and the other units on Chandler Mill relocate to Creek Road between 926 and Route 1 and just start filling in the gaps there to shut it down? Okay.
They're
so
just
they don't
now.
want any more units on Chandler? Affirmative. You can clear Chandler. Copy on clear Chandler.
Well, Chandler's finally been cleared. It seems like they're way behind the time. Matt was over on Route 1, or Matt was over there on Creek Road. I don't think he headed to Route 1. I think he headed right back up to Pecopson. But if he had headed the other direction all the way down to Route 1, that's where they're going to cover now. So it seems late in the game to be down there. They might have missed him already. Amy.
Thanks for keeping me company while I work my second job. Slightly smiling face, winking face.
Amy, you're putting in the hard work. Somebody has to do it, and you definitely are doing that. 2 jobs. That is, you're kicking butt and taking names. Amy, congratulations. Thank you. Hopefully it goes great for you, and you get the huge increase that your boss knows you deserve. Thank you very much. I don't want to leave this. I will have FOMO. Very bad. Fear of missing out is real. Here's what we're going to do. If you click the subscribe button, then you will know when we go live again. You'll be able to find us again. Otherwise, you might lose this feed, and it will be gone forever when YouTube shuts it down after 12 hours. So click the subscribe button, ring the bell, and we're going to be good to go. You'll be able to join us again. I want to follow this. If there's action, if there's something happening tonight, we want to catch it. We want to see how it's going. I want to see this guy caught. I want to
let no dead horse go unbeaten.
If it seems that he's slipped through yet again, and we, the night wears on and nothing's happening, then we're probably going to end it and pick up tomorrow and see what's happened. Wait for the new update in the morning. This is a rural area, but not that rural. It has plenty of roads accessing everything. They're actually Minjicayo, it's actually like a pretty wealthy area in areas. The homes are really on the high end. Meet up at my house. I'll throw on some burgers. Did you hear that? Matthew invited us all over. That's awesome. Go out and come back in. We'll make it a quick little pop out and pop right back in. What stream do we listen to? Can I kick it? Well, I've got it going right now. I'm going to keep it going here for a little bit. Let me do this. Let me refresh. We'll do a live stream. Let me rename this. I'll cut that out. Okay, I'm going to save that. Yeah, I think I'm going to. Nick needs to be on YouTube. I know he's on every platform but YouTube. But I think he's got a good gig going for him.
I mean, my source isn't a janitor at the local high school, so yes.
Nick has a good source. A good source that's involved.
Texts to my phone aren't going to work. You're going to have to text Hong. The image is, if it's not moving, you can probably refresh the feed. When I zoom in, it's just pixelated. So we don't want to have a pixelated screen.
Not sure where the news truck's
And
going.
yesterday, as you guys noticed, I was able to approach the without them asking, "Can we help you? Who are you?" So that shows that they are very vigilant right now with anybody that approaches.
PJ, how can you find Nick the Hat? Nick the Hat is on Twitter. He's only on Twitter, unfortunately. So you're only going to be able to find him if you are on Twitter. He's allowed us to use his live stream.
Road between 926 and Meeting House.
Mrs. R.A. Dinner Fond, since you spent all day with us.
She actually made the salad for me. She ate dinner without me. I don't like to make a habit out of this, but...
So I'm trying to get some clarity on what this is showing before I show you guys. It's just a map.
It looks like the news truck is just headed home. That's all we've got. So let me get rid of the news truck. We'll go back to a 2-box.
Okay.
We're using flight radar, but as you can see, there's really no planes in the sky in the area. We've got just some jets flying over. There is a small plane that's circling still.
I'm trying to find our location.
It's taking forever. What's the situation? Iowa Backyard Cam.
Sorry, guys, the app is taking forever to download. So we're still trying to find out more. The latest is that there really is no update, but
he said it
they had a sighting.
We did have one more confirmed sighting. This is going to be I think confirmed sighting number 8 by my count, and this was over by Creek Road, by the. Let's see. Let me zoom in on it here. We are. So hard to find this without the planes. And flight radar is just dragging. Okay, here we go. The confirmed sighting was right here in this area of the map. So what we're looking at is between West Street Road here in the center, which is right here, West Street Road, and Meeting House Road, which would, if it ever loads, their app is like seriously overloaded. Meeting House Road. It was right between these two on Creek Road. And then they also...
on Creek Road going towards the bridge.
I'll replay that in just a second. They also...
Your transmission was getting cut off. Try again.
Let's listen to him. He says...
7.43. Did you say you need units south of 926 going towards Britton's Bridge on Creek Road?
He said he needed units south of Meeting House Road on Creek Road, on all the way to Highway 1. Going towards Highway 1. But we think the search area is right here. That's where we're at. Let's listen to Nick for a second.
Road is to your right. The other two are in the middle. So the perimeter again is a little bit large.
Lynn Farmer, welcome to the gallery.
Comments back on.
Thank you so much for your support. Yeah, this is a confirmed, I believe it's a law enforcement sighting. Law enforcement sighting. Carrie Rader as well, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much, Carrie. We've got a little bit of police activity tonight, a little bit different from the court cases we normally follow, but this is my true love. I really do. I love this. JLR, Lost Souls, Grizzly. Yep, a lot of people are following
I'll
this.
find out if
my face is blurry.
True.
Do I look more awake now? Now it's in focus.
So that's what we have so far, is the last confirmed sighting was between 926 and Meeting House Road between 926 and Meeting House on Creek Road.
Okay, and that's where we're looking right now. We're also looking at the 2400 on the Bridge Road.
Okay, here, this is a better map.
Brighton's Bridge Road.
This map is more detailed. Thanks for sending it in. So, again, here's where we are is the blue.
We're looking at the same map.
Let me turn the comments off so I can see this again. So we're the blue. We're right. I can't even see my finger. It's so dark. We're right here. And you guys can see the labels. So, I mean, that's an interesting sighting line. It does look like he's making moves. Either, so...
Like he's going
west
or south.
The confirmed sighting is that PA 926 and Creek Road, between Meeting House and Creek Road. That's the confirmed one. So, I'm not sure if the barn came in after that or before that.
The barn came in after.
And it's very quiet. Just listen. All you can hear is our car and the crickets. Just to put it, you guys can understand how quiet it is out here.
Michelle, great question. The helicopters have gone for the day. It's dangerous flying a helicopter at night. They're low altitude vehicles typically for what they need to do here, and there is terrain. I mean, it looks flat on the map, but there is terrain. If we went over to Google Earth really quickly,
as you guys can see, all you can hear are crickets. So if he's moving through the woods, it's so quiet that the slightest branch crackling will be heard. The guy is very...
Okay, we're right over here.
Very quick at evading capture. Somehow he keeps managing to get away. They might catch him tonight. They might not. That's up in the air. Because we were confident yesterday that they were onto him. And we can't say they weren't. The amount of tips that came in, it sounds like they were onto him. And they scared him out of the perimeter, which somehow shows that the perimeter wasn't as tight as we thought, but it was pretty tight. You guys saw it in real time. You saw the amount of officers that were stationed around. The possibility of him escaping would have been when they were responding and flying up the road. Perhaps he ran across Lenape after the police cars flew by. I'm not sure if there's one there, but there is one right here by the police car to our left. There is a storm drain.
This is the area where we're at. This is the 2400 address. It does have a pond. It's a huge farm. It's massive. This is where the Prius owner is coming in. They're searching these buildings, and there are quite a few buildings, I think, to search.
So this time, I don't think we're going to be able to approach that. We didn't expect a sighting when we set up here. We were just showing you guys that there's a perimeter set. We weren't expecting action, so we were going to approach it. The other officer would have likely let us just give you guys a quick visual of the storm drain. Right now, that's not going to happen because this just went, again, from 0 to 100. As you guys saw yesterday, then it can go from 100 to 0 again. But this area is this post is much different than the one I was at last night. It's a little bit more strict.
News chopper's on its way back out.
And it's obviously very active. They don't want me to approach a storm drain where he can potentially pop out of. Until they get CERT back in, it's going to be very fluid, and they're going to be on high alert. Once CERT is called back, they become a little bit more laxed on what we can do. I don't see these officers letting us get a shot of that, which is fine. I mean, they're just doing their job. And this storm drain is a little bit different than the rest because this one is actually right where the police cars are. And we have a bunch of cars coming right now. These are all law
Fox is
enforcement
trying to get to a
officials.
new
This is
side.
state
They're trying to
police
go
driving
around.
by.
617.
This particular vehicle, imagine driving
So
a
they're
bus
making a
on these
left
streets because it's about the size of a
onto
bus.
Parkersville Road. So let me pull up a map and show you guys the direction they're heading from where we are. So
the last one we had was between 926 and Meeting House Road
I want to show
on
you guys
Creek
which
Road.
direction they're heading.
And then we've also got, they're searching the barns on 2400 on Brinton Bridge Road. We are still live.
Unit 60, San Juan.
And apparently so is he.
So I'm going to show you guys where we
Oh,
are and where
60,
they
San Juan.
just went towards.
60, San Juan.
We're following the news chopper as it comes in to follow the event. It looks like it's refueled or come back from whatever it was filming before, and it's coming back to this
So
story.
this is us right here. So the officers, when they...
Vernon, can you turn around and head up towards East Monroe Pike?
Let me turn off the comments because I can't
Put a
see
male
what I'm doing.
with a bandana on his head, shirtless, and shorts walking on the side of the road.
Well, that's weird. Hold on, make sure.
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah, that is. So this is us.
6-1 Sam 1.
The officers just
Last unit, I cut you
drove
off.
by.
Okay. Let me listen to that scanner traffic again. We just had somebody...
Last unit, I cut you off.
Oh, not that one.
6-1 Sam 1. We recovered a trail cam to the rear of 357
This is new.
Chandler Road prior to exiting here. Can you advise the state police and see what they want to do with it? It's just 1 Sam 1, okay?
They recovered a trail cam. They took somebody's camera. I hope they had a warrant.
6-1 Sam 1. We recovered...
Okay, let's go back here.
Absolutely. In route. 6-1 Sam 1 to WPG. Last unit, I cut you off. 6-1 Sam 1. We recovered a trail cam to the rear of 357 Chandler Road prior to exiting here. Can you advise the state police and see what they want to do with it? Unit 6-1 Sam 1, okay? Unit 6-1 Sam 1, confirming you actually have the camera. I have the camera in my possession in front of 357 Chandler. Okay, just bring it to the CP when you get a chance. All right.
Okay, so they grabbed somebody's trail camera. This was an area where they thought they were going to have some action, where there was a sighting near there, and it's possible they might have something on there. I'm trying to find the audio about the shirtless
Can
male.
you turn around and head up towards East Monroe Pike at Loudbrook Lane? Put a male with a bandana on his head, shirtless, and shorts walking on the side of the road. Absolutely.
What was that address?
Vernon, can you turn around and head up towards East Monroe Pike at Loudbrook Lane?
I couldn't tell what he was saying.
62 I'll be in the area. Check this out.
That was Fox 29 that we were showing you just
57,
briefly.
okay.
Their cut. This is their news vehicle en route. And it's scraping these trees. You know the news guy, the technician in there is just sweating it every time he drives under these trees because he's about to rip off the satellite dish off the top of this truck. And those things are not cheap. Anyway, so he's driving. They're trying to find a new location. They're still streaming that. Shirtless male was me, says unique detail. It was me, false alarm. If the trail cam was on public land, I don't think they would need a warrant. I doubt there's any public land here. This is something that's unique. If you're out here in the east, there is very little state land or public land unless it's like a state park, and I don't see state park right around here. There's just too many houses. I believe everything here is private. Everything is private, and so these are going to be on farmlands, in the woods, things like that, and the woods are privately owned. So it's not like out west where you have cities and then all the space of government land or public BLM land. It just doesn't exist out here. There just isn't any. Owner can give permission. It could have been a permission thing. I love this. So excited. Okay, we're coming close to pumpkin time. I've got less than 9 minutes before I guess YouTube shuts off. You can only stream. What's this weird rule? You can only stream for 12 hours. Seriously, who made that rule? I've got a Mountain Dew in the fridge. I'll be good. Are we getting closer? I hope so. We're listening to the scanner, getting some scanner traffic just to hear what's up. Let's see. If you give me like 10 minutes for a bio break, no, just kidding. I need like 30 seconds for a bio break and to grab a Mountain Dew. It's a dumb rule, says Kim. Okay, we're watching. Let me bring Nick on.
Coordinates again, because I'm trying to make sure I keep up with text messages.
I have to start a new live.
Here's where
so
we
people
are.
Don't just stream and leave.
Once more.
Oh, why would he leave?
The trail
People
cam was
can do
picked
that?
up 3 minutes away from us. Again, that's our location.
That trail cam doesn't mean there's anything on it. It's just a camera. They want to check and see if something's on it, and it was picked up on that Chandler
And
Road
the
address
trail
where
cam
they had a sighting.
Came in for 3 minutes.
Yeah, 60
away
Sam
from
on
us.
status.
If somebody wants to look how far we are from the Creek Road between 926 and Meeting House and send me a screenshot or just say it up here.
Okay, so he's
60
chasing
Sam
that
on.
down. News has moved in. They're now circling the area where the search is going on. I'm not going to leave you hanging, but we do have to restart the feed. We have to restart the feed. Give me just a minute. Once again, the first in chat wins the internet for the night, and you're responsible for keeping all this working, so we get to find this guy getting caught. Let's see. Hang on. Let's show really quickly what the news cameras are doing. Zooming in. Holy cow. We don't know where he is. Okay, turn down the brightness. Turn down the IR just a little bit, dude. Just crank it down a tiny bit. He's lost. He doesn't know where to go. This is interesting. Whoa. Holy cow, is there like a ghost? Did you just see that person just appear right there in the center of the screen? Like straight ahead? There's like a shape. That was freaky. Did you see that, or was that just me? Like chills. There's just like a perfect outline of a person. I cannot rewind this. I cannot rewind. There's no way. I'm not gonna do that. Whoa! I saw it. Post the scanner links again. I'm gonna help. I'll do it when we restart the live. Is that all right? So let me restart. YouTube's about to turn me into a pumpkin. So let me stop this and restart. We've got just a couple moments before they do that. Before we do that, I have to say this at least once because I haven't done it all day long. And that's this. All right, guys, thank you very much for joining me. This normally is the Court of Public Opinion. Today, it's been a manhunt. It's been a manhunt, and I appreciate all you guys who have joined me. We're going to continue here in just a minute, but if you're not able to join me, if your eyes are just so heavy that you just cannot hold them open for another minute, it's okay. You can go to bed. You can catch us on the replay. We'll be back in just a minute. But please, tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again, which will be momentarily. Hit the subscribe button, ring the bell. We'll be back in just a minute. It'll take just a second to put the live stream placeholder up. You won't miss a thing, I promise. We'll replay any audio that happens on the scanner. I'll give away the scanner feeds again if you need those. Oh, yeah, and stuff's happening for sure. We'll see you guys in just a minute. All right, bye.